Welcome back to Johnny Depp Amber Heard Day 16. This is our stream for the afternoon. Amber Heard is on the stand, and this morning she was just getting into the testimony about that Milani concealer palette, saying this isn't the exact one I used, but getting into how she would wear her makeup and color correct for bruises and going into court for that TRO. I don't imagine there's a lot of testimony left, and I am very interested to see if we will actually get to cross-examination this afternoon. We may. I don't know how much direct they have left. We also had the DUI guy, whose channel will be listed here and on the morning stream, come in at the end of that stream on lunch, telling us about how the jury was reacting to Amber Heard's testimony. He is a litigator, a trial attorney, and has been, after waiting in line all night, was in court today to watch how the jury was reacting to this testimony. And he said the jury has not been reacting well to Amber Heard's testimony. Some of them looked disinterested, some of them looked bored, some of them were kind of giving the eyebrow. And he felt that this jury at this point is just not listening to kind of the overblown parts of this testimony, which is, again, from litigators in the court, very interesting. So his channel will be linked. Fellow LawTubers Law and Lumber and Ian Runkle of Runkle the Bailey will be linked below, because they are doing the work, y'all. They were in line last night, barely slept, and are in court all day. We keep looking for them in court while we are here, but court's going to resume in just a minute. That's where we are at after lunch. Let's go ahead and roll the intro. If you're new here, I'm Emily D. Baker. Happy to be, I feel like, your tour guide to this trial, your commentator, your legal analyst, and really all of us when we're looking at this trial going, did what? You just said what? And chat, Law nerds, you've been absolutely amazing. Thank you for being you. Thank you for having the conversations. And thank you for being a place on the internet where we can talk about what we're seeing, question what we're seeing, and still be compassionate while we do it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's get into this. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. Court should be coming back from break in just a minute. I'm going to try to get to some of the questions that I missed and some of the big themes. Thank you all for the super chats. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support. I try to get to as many of them as I can. I know I might not get to all of them. Some of them are asking similar questions, and I will absolutely try to do that. One of the questions I get repeatedly is, what, if any, consequence is there if Amber Heard lies on the stand? If she is proven to be lying and it is regarding a, consequential matter in the case, not just a, oh, I mistook my date, or oh, I meant this, not that, then it can be investigated. We're not there yet in this case. We haven't seen anything yet. We haven't gotten to cross yet. All of that is very early to discuss.
All right.
The judge just took the bench, asked if we're ready for the jury to come in.
Okay.
And it sounds like one of the attorneys is approaching.
What do we have?
Oh, and then they cut the audio. Don't do that. Something was just given to the court. I don't know what, from the attorneys, but we're going to get in and see that. It looks like they're up at sidebar and the audience is just filling in. Our LawTube contingent has been sitting back here for the day. I assume they'll be back there after lunch too when this resumes. Amber Heard's in her position on the stand. The jury has not come in yet. So one of the things I've been asked a lot, what if there's like this perjury, afternoon? So with that, we will have to wait and see what the testimony is. It has to be a material lie. It has to be a lie under oath. The other lie generally has to be under oath. Then it would get referred for investigation. Then it would get referred for prosecution. And we're just so far away from that. It's not going to be a, oh, I said this date, I meant this date. That's not going to be enough. What I'm also seeing a lot of questions about is it clear her lawyers talked to her about her testimony over the break? I imagine her lawyers would say, and she would say if confronted or asked about that no, we talked about, oh, excuse me, I had water over break. No, we talked about how how my demeanor was. We didn't talk about the content of my testimony. So I think they would try to lean towards she was being prepped, but they didn't talk about her testimony. And I don't know if it's something Depp's attorneys will even bother to get into because it's so obvious that there's a change in demeanor, and they might just save it for closing arguments and be like, you saw a totally different person on the stand after break, and just argue it. And that might in fact be more powerful. Lunch was very fast. I inappropriately leaned into one of my favorite lunch foods from when I was a DA, Cheetos. Cheetos are a terrible plan. I love them. They are a terrible plan when you're in court because you can see the orange in your teeth. You look like Chester Cheetah. Yes, I love that movie. But I loved them and they were delicious. And I got to go to the bathroom and say hello to Dr. B for like 3 seconds. Question, why is the evidence allowed without the metadata? Well, the metadata didn't get allowed in. It got redacted, and it's because they agreed. Shouldn't that be included automatically? It seems like that evidence would be inadmissible. They are allowing the photos in because they were taken, but not the metadata, and it gives Johnny Depp's team room to argue that these aren't from when they say they aren't verifiable, they could have been edited, manipulated, those sorts of things. So all of that is what we are seeing. So that's why it's because they're agreeing to that. Oh, I haven't seen that yet, but thank you. I mean, yay, I guess it's showing on the front end. This will bing at some point. And when I say bing,
thank you.
The counter makes a noise and then the lights flash. So we'll see. Oh, next question.
I'd like to move the admission of defendants exhibit 155.
Have you laid a foundation for it?
That's the makeup palette.
Oh,
okay. Any objection to
no, it's
all right, 155 evidence? Do we have it?
I think it's there. We have pictures for.
Is it on the
All
stand?
right, thank you.
She just handed it up because it's on the stand. Milani is in evidence. It's not evidence. It's a demonstrative.
Okay.
If you try to make it evidence, you're going to
Thank
get
you, Your Honor.
flamed on this. Why?
Michelle, can you bring up
Why?
Depp exhibit number 357B?
Michelle's the real hero in this trial.
357.
Really, the tech attorneys have been doing
a tape
great.
recording from June 2016.
Samantha, there were some moments at the end there.
The timestamps are 4:47.
He wasn't there for Johnny Depp's testimony.
52.
We've heard reports coming out of court that the jury was very engaged in
I'm
Depp's
I'm going to move the
testimony.
admission of it.
Okay.
Based on those
was
that
that
were
going
in
to be
court.
for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion. That
Okay,
was
357B. Any objection to 357B?
We will bing at the break for
No,
sure.
Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that. And if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it.
Your team.
And if you say proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad.
I think looking
Both
down's a
of
better
us.
play than looking at
Okay.
the jury for this.
Well, your team's gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
No,
Not yet.
not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators.
They shouldn't even be talking.
And everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she?
Because you
Why
keep
wouldn't
saying
she
shit.
want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
I want to hear
Do
what
you
comes
remember
next.
When you had this
I wanna hear what
discussion
comes
with
next.
Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, if you know.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he had
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay,
The smear campaign that he had
lack of
launched.
foundation.
Move to strike.
What, if any, discussion
Move
did you
to
have with
strike.
him about a smear campaign?
The smear
Johnny
campaign
told
he
me
had
that he
launched.
would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career. And
Bethany, no.
he refused
No mistrial.
not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by
Refused to not
leaking,
engage.
Objection, Your Honor.
false
Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
It's not for her to answer. It's for her
This
to
is what
make the
he's telling her,
objection.
correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it.
He was
And
forcing me.
I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
Going
Honor.
on.
Yeah.
Calls for
All
speculation.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on.
She should move to
Let's
strike
go to
because now it's
Depp
in.
Exhibit, that's Plaintiff's Exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30.
Yeah, it's already in though that she's saying this was
Move
a
the admission.
well-paid,
Any objection?
well-placed smear campaign. But I think the headlines
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 357.
after the TRO was, I think the headlines were very pro her.
It's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable.
We haven't heard this.
To imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-collaborated than it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this like imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with like text messages to my mom back and forth about it, you know, and text messages between say Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or you know, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow because that will be in the morning.
I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes.
I don't know how I'm icing it, I just I'll let you know in the morning, you know? And things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence.
That will be evidence.
Hey, it will be criminal as well because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't had that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we have a third party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went like, the problem is hearing from you, like your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over, then we'll present any part of it.
Who said that to
They will
you?
prosecute him, and I felt like
It's the most documented case of domestic violence they've ever seen.
I would never do that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
That's why they wanted that audio
Please
in.
explain what the context of this was.
That's why they wanted that audio in.
I was begging
When was that
Johnny
in time?
to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
That's kind of a petty objection at the moment.
I was trying to point out how
And that was
absurd,
her thought. It wasn't speculative. It's
how
her thought.
absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign. For what? Or
For what? For what financial gain? For what?
What? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth.
I thought I knew what was best for him.
I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm
want to hurt
explaining to
him.
him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file
But he
a police
made me.
report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up?
This
Depp
feels
Exhibit
very-
357.
I know
D
what
as
was
in
best for
David.
him.
And that is 17
This is-
colon 25 to 17 colon 37.
That's
I'm going
interesting.
to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar,
Baby,
and I've been called.
So this is the rest of that audio. This is all new
Baby.
audio.
Everyone is.
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
That was quick.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21 colon 47 to 22 colon 37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also, that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone at my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim.
Alright.
It's your fault, you know?
All right, yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm
She's
gonna
very
ask
upset about being called a
bring up
liar.
Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24 colon 04 to 24 colon 48.
The thing is, we've
And
already
move the
had
admission.
testimony
No objection.
about
357F.
the settlements from Laura Wasser
From the very beginning.
about what she
I
wanted.
only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or even that this text message did not actually happen, or that your security guard, who, by the way, was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
We haven't heard any of that testimony.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
And
Came into
move
the
to
tape,
strike.
So that's all right. We're fine.
We're
let's
fine.
go, Michelle,
Your
let's go
Honor.
to-
You're-
I'm sorry.
Oh shit! The judge must be admonishing Elaine, which is wild because Elaine said we're fine, and then Camille said Your Honor, and then she must have said, "Can we approach?" Elaine is editorializing, and I imagine she
Michelle, can
just
you bring
got
up Depp
admonished
Exhibit 357G,
about it
Plaintiff's
because she's saying we're fine.
357G, and
This
it's 26
very flippant,
colon 00 to 26 colon 20.
but the new audio is fascinating. Yikes! That flippant testimony.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No
But
objection.
that's why they're waiting to play it, Elaine.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all
I'm
this?
calling out the fuck that I get. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
What happened in May and December and in April.
It's interesting
What
where
were
they
you
chose to
referring
stop.
with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to
It's new audio
move on
and
with my
evidence.
life, the
So
campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear
This has not
campaign,
been
the
in
article
evidence
after
yet.
article, the hounding me, the leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection.
Please
What-
explain.
What I was
Kendra Craft,
meeting
you're
with
not
him
wrong.
about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Objection, non-responsive,
All right.
speculative, move to
Did
strike.
Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was
He's not
putting these
striking
out
it.
in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled out loud.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
When?
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that.
There
He
were no
wanted
charges.
me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I
Drop
thought
charges is
were
odd. There were no charges.
impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and
Earned?
moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because
That
I
goes
was
against the other testimony.
feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for
was,
speculation.
Non-responsive
Lack of foundation.
I'll sustain just the last part of that. All
and
right.
non-responsive.
Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
Yeah, don't object yet,
he was
Camille.
my
She's got her
commercial
finger
agent,
on the
meaning
button,
he handled things like
ready to
campaigns
object.
for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
It was
Overruled.
responsive.
That's right.
We heard
What,
the
if
audio,
any,
though, from that.
Desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce.
Ren, I don't disagree. It's very
What,
strong
if any,
President Coin
discussions
vibes
did you
today.
have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've
So-
never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce
Wouldn't the
negotiations?
lawyers have negotiated?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement.
They better talk
And I
about the
wanted
money.
him to call get the
Dogs
press out
off.
of this. just make a statement.
And he just wanted it to go away,
And-
which is what
and
he
in
said.
that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never
sounds odd.
actually, it would never get completed, would never
That goes
settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
That goes against Laura
Right,
Wasser's
you're
testimony.
Understand.
What was your understanding?
If I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
Oh,
And why did you donate it to charity?
oh.
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying
They're
that
saying
since
she donated it
2016.
still?
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
What?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
and then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed
Wanted
in
to
the
be an
work they were
ambassador.
doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Wow.
Why
They are
did you
really
make the
acting like she made
donations
these
over
donations.
a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying over time. It's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
Okay.
I allowed for
Wow.
the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018.
Brittany, I don't know why they're not moving to strike.
And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
And then Johnny sued me.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations
Yes,
to the
Hazel.
Children's Hospital?
That's exactly right.
or
She didn't
ACLU on
donate
your
it because of
behalf during
Johnny.
that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet,
And why not?
because Johnny
Depp
sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Motion in limine.
That's
oh shit.
Once you come forward.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. They better move to strike that. That was a motion in limine, but she just dropped that she spent over $6 million fighting this case. Bitch, you were not allowed to say that on the stand. Oh, Camille is going to be pissed. But now we know. I said they've been spending millions. This was a motion in limine. The judge is not going to be happy about this. Let's see if we get a pan out. Nope. I want to see what's happening in the motions in limine. Oh my God, the judge is going to the fucking binder. Oh, they're gonna be so mad. You can't elicit that testimony. Oh, hey, while they're at sidebar, we just binged. The lights are on, so we're gonna have a bing. We're gonna just celebrate for a moment for this oh shit that's happening right now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! For those of you that are new law nerds, this counter here makes a physical, notable audio bing when it bings. So that's why we called it binged. But I also added the lights so that the lights will flash so we can all tell. So thank you. We are now over 350,000. Don't forget to do the likey, subscribey things if you want to make it big more. We won't play that every single time, I promise. I can't believe that just happened. So why is this a big deal? This might not be a big deal for the jury, but Amber Heard is getting into testimony, like actually like pushing testimony out, it seems like, over the objection and speaking over the objection to get that information into the mind of the jury. I've spent over $6 million and she keeps doing it. When there's an objection, the witness is supposed to stop talking and wait for a ruling on the objection. I saw some comments about the cat. Is Fred back there? Oh, he is. Hey, Fred. Fred's curled up and napping. He's a ginger kitty. He has a twin brother named George. Yes, nerd. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm going to answer some questions. This is going to probably be a long one. I'm going to try to get to some super chats. I can't believe that she just slipped how much she spent in legal fees, but now we know it's over $6 million. Like, you can't put that shit back in the horse. Where are the receipt transactions? We heard the ACLU's testimony. What is Camille tapping on? So this is the microphone back here, and I'm trying to use my mouse so you can see it. There is an on-off so that you don't hear the attorneys talking together, and you can push it to object or to talk. So Camille's up at the bench arguing. Emily, what does this mean? What just happened? It means that they had a motion in limine that they weren't going to bring up how much money had been spent on legal fees, and that motion in limine was broken. It sounds like, it appears to be. It's been objected that the motion in limine was broken, and that is not good. She should be admonished. That's their binder of pre-litigation, and that should be stricken from the record.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue
Yes.
making payments?
All
to the
jurors have to
ACLU
agree.
and Children's Hospital.
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
What is your
still
intent?
Fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay.
They can't do anything. It's not a
let's go to
contract.
Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
Wow.
Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for
the statement.
financial gain.
Depp
There was
already
never
covered this
any
too.
intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it,
He didn't say that.
he'd honor it.
It said motivated
I mean,
by money.
He signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
All
He
right.
acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it
He
for
said-
financial gain.
He said you
And
didn't
that's
make
what I
a
was
false
being
claim
called at the
for
time,
financial
a
gain.
gold digger and a liar.
She's angry about that.
Thank
That's
you.
where we see the real
take
emotion.
this
You
down,
see it when she's
Michelle,
called a gold
and
digger and a liar. You can
I'm
see
going
that
to
that makes her
now
mad.
take you to
The op-ed.
post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce.
So
which I
this is
think
going to
was
be
final
going to
in
the
February
counterclaim and into
2017.
damages.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I was
Same
told.
objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I
Aquaman.
had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes,
They're still trying to get you out of
showed up
Aquaman.
to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job.
I
managed
stayed
to
months
keep it,
early.
and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill. I was able to
Months early?
foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film
Well, Jason Momoa.
by its release, and I was getting my
Jason Momoa.
career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
And this is going to
So
build
let's
into
talk
her
about
talking
Aquaman
about the
for a
TRO.
moment. I think
This
you
is
said
gonna
it was
build
the highest
into-
grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes,
That calls
Okay.
for speculation, but
When
whatevs.
did that come out?
They
like
might.
December of 2018.
Jamie, they might stretch this. If they're
And
smart,
what
they'll
was
let her
your
start
role
cross
in
after.
Aquaman?
They'll let
I
her
play
start
Mira.
after the break,
And
after the lunch
was that
break.
a lead?
That would be
role?
smart.
Yes, it is
Is
one
Mira
of the
a lead
leading
role?
roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
So you were his mate?
Jesus
You
Christ,
could
that's
say
so
that, yes. I
fucking
was his,
awkward.
love interest, the female. I was a female.
His
lead of the movie.
mate. That's so awkward, Elaine.
So in December of
Jesus.
2018, as
Romantic
Aquaman's coming
interest in the
out,
movie.
why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Weird.
Well,
So weird.
because I believed in some of the
So
causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot
So
of
weird.
attention and energy around gender-based
so fucking
issues,
awkward.
gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around
Thought?
women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
It's an important
Who drafted the
conversation.
first draft of the op-ed?
The
It's an
ACLU.
important conversation.
Did you initially want to include
doesn't mean you're the
Mr.
right
Depp
person to
by
have
name
the
or
conversation.
reference?
No,
We saw the email.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around
I'm
some
glad
of
they're
the issues
addressing
that I
it,
just
though.
mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural
Title IX
conversation being
Reform?
had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it
Well,
was
that's
coming out
leading.
in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major
Calls for
motion picture or
speculation.
major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of
strategizing
your
it.
success as Mira
For
with
impact.
Aquaman?
Yeah,
That's
just
leading.
the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to
So
the
using
issues
the
that
movie
the
to
op-ed aimed
boost
to
the
address.
visibility of the op-ed. Okay.
What did you do?
That's what she
once
just said, using the movie to
ACLU
boost-
had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it.
Using the movie.
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue.
Like this.
I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems.
Like this.
For talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And she's like, and yet
And-
here we are, which is what her
And
face gives.
so
Her face
who
gives,
was the
and yet here we
counsel
are.
that you hired to review the op-ed?
Yes.
His name was Eric George,
Where is he located?
Who cares?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Why does it matter?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of?
Are they going to try to throw the lawyer under the
Objection,
bus?
speculation.
This
I'm
is
asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection.
why
Next
is any of this
question.
relevant?
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
This is why leading questions
And
are
what, if any,
damaging, because then they know what you're looking
was
for
your
in the
experience
answer.
with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you
Oh,
follow?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay.
do you listen to these
I'm
lawyers?
going
We
to
have
ask
questions.
you,
This
if we can
goes to
pull up, Michelle,
willful
Plaintiff's
disregard to the
Exhibit
truth.
1.
So this is going to that willful, you knew it was willingly false. They're going to lean into, she didn't know it was willingly false.
Now, this
She
is the
relied on her attorney
online
to say it was fine.
version of the op-ed, and
which
it
is
has
interesting.
this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual
They
violence and
wrecked
faced our
this
culture's
argument
wrath.
already on
This-
their own.
That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
No, they wrecked
What,
this
if
argument
any,
when she
role,
was trying to
your
prove it.
knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
That's determination for the fact finder.
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online
No set number of
version
objections.
of the
They
op-ed?
make them when they're appropriate.
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
I'm going
working
to now
on
ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's
distancing
Exhibit
her from
2?
the op-ed. So they are working. Yes, the mods have
This
been
has also
fantastic.
already been
We are
in
on
the
as
evidence,
slow
right?
mode
Yes.
as we can
Um,
get. But with
and
70,000 people, it
This
gets
is
hard.
the paper version,
just
if you
stick to our
will,
rules the
of
best
the
we can.
Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for
So they
Women.
are
What, if any,
trying-
role did you play in that title?
They are trying to distance her
I
from the
didn't.
title that's the most damaging
None.
Um,
for her case.
Now,
And they are trying
Do
to
you
show
recall
she relied
seeing
on
this
counsel, so it's not
version,
willful.
The newspaper version at the time.
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
He's
Okay.
saying it's about
And
them.
now I'm going to
So she had
ask
this
you
framed.
to turn to, and Michelle,
That's
can we
interesting.
pull up plaintiff's exhibit number 3?
I had the newspaper version framed. I'm just making a note.
And do you recognize this document?
Interesting.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's exhibit
had it
number 3
framed.
into evidence.
She
Any
was very
objection?
proud of
No
it.
objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we could publish it to the jury.
She did tweet
Thank
the
you.
op-ed. She tweeted the online version. Yep.
Now,
Interesting. The
is it fair to
photos
say
missing.
this is a tweet?
Yes. It
Yes,
is.
it
And
is.
can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for
The
those
photos
who
missing.
are not as social media oriented?
Oriented.
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay.
How do you describe a tweet?
Now,
I mean, that's
Did
fair.
you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay.
It's your
And what,
verified
if any,
account.
control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
She included the op-ed.
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's
Yes,
my
you do. You don't have to
experience
retweet
that
it.
you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Or you cannot
And at
retweet
the
it.
time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not.
Bleeding.
I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
They tried to with Dr.
Now,
Hughes.
I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2,
Wow.
plaintiff 2.
They're going to still try to make this argument. They're going to try to make
I'm
the
going
argument
to
that she did
go-
not write that headline. I
I'm
don't
going
think the
to
jury's
ask
going to
you,
buy it because
what, if
she
anything,
went a long way
in
to
this
prove
op-ed
sexual
was
violence against her.
incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago.
I also think they lose
Then
on the
2
newspaper
years
op-ed.
ago, I became a public figure representing domestic
At least
abuse.
they're talking
and
about
I
the
felt
defamation.
the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
True.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got
They're going to
a
frame it in
restraining
the
order
TRO.
against my then husband
They're trying to say
and
it's
walked
literally
out
true,
to a
which is their
sea
best
of
argument.
media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters.
They
in-
should have
in
focused on that
retaliation
at
for
the
having done so.
beginning. They should have
And I guess
focused
you
on
really
all of this
answered
at the
my next
beginning.
question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to?
So they are
for
going
that
with
next-
literally true.
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again.
Great.
Then you said I had the rare
thank you for
vantage
picking
point
purple.
of seeing in real time
see
how
you.
institutions protect
Elaine's a law
men
nerd.
accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
I'm being facetious.
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
This is the best part of direct so
I got a
far.
restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
They
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the
is.
objection.
What, if anything, did you
Emily Green, that's Depp's argument
witness
too.
with respect to
She adopted it
institutions?
because she
Meaning
retweeted it with
the people that we
context.
work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity.
The times
the
had
studio
changed. That's why.
and
She was
these
mad.
decision makers and such were so ready to support him. And eager to throw
Objection,
blame
Your
at-
Honor, hearsay.
A sustained
It's
objection,
actually
right?
speculative, but fine.
So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend?
That's not the standard for
against Mr.
malice,
Depp
Elaine.
by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed?
Ill will is not the
publishing it.
standard.
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny.
It's not. That's not true.
It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about
Nobody-
me and my
Damn it, I
life
can't
and what
write
I
that down.
endured once
Nobody
I
thought
moved on and got a TRO and moved
It
on with my life. It
was
was about what happened to me after. The only
about
one who made it
Johnny,
about him, ironically, is Johnny.
except Johnny.
I'm going to. we
that's
can
gonna
take that
bite
down,
her.
Michelle. I'm going to turn to.
That's not going to go
something
well.
About electronics and
It's not about
transparency.
Johnny. Nobody thought it was about
You
Johnny
have-
except Johnny.
Testified
contradicts
about, and
multiple
we've seen photographs,
different
and audio
witnesses.
recordings, and text messages, emails, etc.
That's not what, the
if
witness
anything,
says.
have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
Oh, they're trying to get to the metadata. They're trying to get out ahead of the metadata issue. So the standard for ill will, by the way, the standard for malice is not ill will. I'm just going to pull it up real quick because I have it. Well, I have it in my G drive. I don't have it pulled up just yet. That's not what I wanted to do. Darn it. Give me that. Get out of here. Sorry, y'all. I pulled it up in the wrong place. I'm trying to pull it up so you can know what the standard of malice is, but malice is not ill will.
I'm going to
in this
turn to your
case.
counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that
Oh, this is
Mr.
leading.
Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask
Can't pull that up.
if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit.
At least they're getting to the counterclaim. They
245.
might get to
But,
cross.
Your Honor, I'm going
This
to
should be towards the
ask-
end.
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
no,
real quickly. 'cause I
figure
think we
out where
can
your
move this
shit
along
is,
faster
Elaine.
If we do this ahead of time.
Okay, while they're approaching, I'm gonna try to pull that up real quick and see if I can grab it on my screen here. But the standard, she's trying to argue that the standard of malice for public figure defamation is ill will, and it's just not that. It is, and I'm just going to read from the jury instructions in Virginia because it's going to be more concise than me trying to do it from memory, and I'm tired, so I will probably get it wrong. But I'm going to read exactly what their languaging is for defamation. That let's see, where's our public figure defamation? Is right here. Let's see. This is what willful or malice with malice means. The defendant knew that the statement was false or made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. That is the statement, not ill will. Malice goes to the defendant knew it was false or reckless disregard for the truth of the statement, or with a high degree of awareness that it was probably false. That's why they're getting into the lawyer and asking about the lawyer giving her that advice, because the lawyer giving her that advice can be a very good argument for her, saying, I did not act with actual malice because I went to the lawyer and said, check this, make sure that this is true. The argument from Depp's team is the TRO was a fabrication or a hoax. So the TRO was false. So all of this that comes afterwards is false. And that is where this argument over defamation really takes hold. I was just trying to see, nope. I was going to try to see if we had a split screen on another feed, but I'll go find that in a minute. So I want to keep this feed up. So that's really where this argument is going with Elaine. And this has really been the best part of direct examination so far. I wish that Heard's team, and I don't think they had the choice. I think this was Heard's choice. I think that Heard's team very much needed to stick to not trying to prove these claims, but stick to saying this wasn't about Johnny. It was never intended to be about Johnny. We're not going to try to prove that these things are true, even though they were true, and talk about one or two instances and say, yes, this was abusive. But this op-ed's not about him. I didn't write the title. The title's not about him. By trying to prove that the title is true, they're putting themselves in that position of, well, yeah, it's not about him. And no, I didn't write it. But even if I did write it, it's true.
By
And
bringing
she
up defendants
can't not
1245.
argue on her own behalf with this, but they should
Moving
have
that into evidence. No
stopped.
objection. 1245 in evidence.
This is the
Thank you,
best
Your
part
Honor.
of direct. This is what should have started
And
direct.
this is
But she
an
wanted to tell her
article
story.
that was in the Daily Mail.
Where is half of
on
it redacted?
April 2020.
Why is it all redacted?
You see that? And
Yes,
then,
we see
Michelle,
that.
if you can move that to the next page, and perfect.
This is getting into the counterclaim because she is suing
It
Johnny Depp
says,
for $100 million.
Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world.
The headline.
As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Was that article before or after her testimony in the UK? I need to go
Now
look.
I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A.
But the headline.
And I think I'm moving this
All
into.
right.
And that's where the
Evidence as
headline
well.
No
comes in.
objections to 1246A is in evidence. You can-
And yes, I see the questions in the chat. She is
And
suing
this is
him for something his lawyer
an
said because
article
his lawyer
that
says
was
agent. That's how
published
that's
on
happening.
the 28th
I
of
broke it down
April,
more in my
2020.
case brief on this case. And
Michelle, if we can,
we'll get to it more when they get
Thank
to
you.
closing arguments.
and this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush.
This is
a
why they
hoax.
might call Depp
They
to talk
set
about
Mr.
this.
Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com.
I mean, he said that.
And let's keep going.
And a lot of this is redacted because a lot of these statements there are other statements that they originally alleged that are not a part of this. So there are other statements
So
that they
Amber
tried
and her
to.
friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911.
She's mad.
I
Well,
didn't
it
call
says
the
you and your
police.
friends.
I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these
sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse
A
at me.
network of
Hearsay,
people.
speculation.
A network of people hell-bent.
All right, and
She
so
didn't say hell-bent,
what
but
in
the
fact,
sophisticated PR machine is she
did you
is
do that?
very upset about. She actually
I-
seems legitimately mad here.
Cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after
Like
that,
so
even when
many
I
other
was
people
committed
do.
to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist.
You called a lawyer. You said you just testified that you called a lawyer,
my
2
contract
lawyers.
attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection, 1247 in evidence.
So those are the statements of the counterclaim. That covered all of the
Remember, this is
statements of the
another
counterclaim.
A mail online, and this
Maybe
is
it didn't. Maybe there's
published
4. Maybe there's 4. We've gotten 2.
24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, we don't know if it's the beginning of the
Yes.
end, Elaine. Sorry, that's me being snarky.
Unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection,
time.
calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
Albeit online.
And why is this so absurd?
It's interesting.
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it.
Oh, she said that.
And, I have mountains
That's going to bite her
of
too.
evidence, mountains
Mountains of
of proof.
evidence.
And yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's
She's going to
success.
try to shame the
Objection, Your
jury.
Honor. Calls for
All right.
speculation.
Yeah.
Should strike that. I narrowly
Okay.
survived this.
So
I have
I'm going to
mountains of
take you
evidence.
now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of
Mountains-
these statements by
mountains of
Mr.
evidence.
Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing
Objection,
reputationally.
that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
Ooh, I want to go back in here. Hold on. We're gonna pop back just a second because I was trying to write about the mountains and mountains.
Tris, it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection,
time.
calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
All right.
speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputationally.
Objection, that's a legal conclusion.
Oh, that's
Your
why she
Honor.
cut her off.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
Yeah.
These 3 statements were made. beginning
So it's going,
April 2020, April 8th.
they're
was the
going to
first
what
one.
was happening
Objection,
in
Your
your
Honor. I'm going to
career.
object on lack of foundation.
So they're going to,
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled. I'll let-
her perception of her reputation.
It took hard work.
Camille is
it-
not having
you know,
any of this.
It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of
They
my,
better tread lightly with this.
myself emotionally. On my career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it
I
to
don't
promote it.
know.
And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So
L'Oreal?
things were, the trajectory was positive.
So
I'm glad they're getting to the
How-
counterclaim.
how did things change
You might get to
after
cross
these
this
statements were
afternoon.
made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth. of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Go ahead.
So
It's
I was
offered to
waiting.
prove the
I was
truth,
waiting a schedule
To prove
and a
that
script
she
for
was
that.
waiting for the script.
Feeling concerned that I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they
Did they tell
We're
you
getting
this? Because that's
bombarded.
hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. This
That's
is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They said no. I
No.
mean, they suspended what I had
No,
shot.
the
Objection,
objection
Your
was
Honor.
sustained.
She can testify. to
No,
that,
it was
Your Honor. She'll be able to
sustained.
testify to
You have to
Sustain the
ask a
objection.
new question, Elaine. It was sustained.
Were you actively involved?
That means you
in
ask a new
campaigns for
question.
L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV
these are all
series.
kind of
That was
leading.
the Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in
Elaine's getting
publicity
agitated,
for the Stand?
and she
prior
sounds
to these
annoyed with her
articles?
client, but I don't think she
Yes,
is.
I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman
Ooh,
1.
Elaine's got her finger on the
Aquaman
button.
2 Aquaman 2.
Look at her. She's
You'd
like, I'm
already
ready, I'm
starred in
ready, I'm
Aquaman
ready,
1,
I'm ready.
right, just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2.
Oh my
Just-
God, Elaine, stop
That's
testifying.
correct. Okay, so were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
Was this during
All right.
COVID?
I'm going to,
Because if photo shoots and stuff are being canceled, the timing matters.
Michelle, can you bring up
Because
Defendant's
these
Exhibit
articles came out in
1258?
2020. So if this happened in 2020, was it because of the articles, or it was because all of production of fucking everything shut down?
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
I don't think I've ever asked a what if any
September
question
21,
ever
2015.
In all of my trials.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay.
Tai Tai,
what is
that's the jury's
It
going to be
is
like
the
narrowly
Justice
survived.
League Aquaman contract.
But
it? Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
yes, let's approach. I'm going to go to super chat questions. Her testimony, I think, is going to bite her in the ass here because, well, I get that she is very, very angry about this. Now it feels like she and her attorney are fighting to try to get through this evidence. And she said, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof. And now she's talking about her damages and reputation. But it's going to be very interesting if the jury, for someone to testify, I narrowly survived, the jury's going to want to see hospitalizations and medical records. And instead, what we got from Amber Heard, who is testifying that the police were wrong, Karina was wrong, all of these people, this machine is around Johnny, everyone's against her, and then testifying that that all of the yes men and even her own nursing notes were wrong. It's just wild. It's just absolutely wild. So Johnny's team got access to her medical records because of the discovery process. Everybody had to sign waivers for the discovery process. She's put these things at issue, so it is appropriate for discovery. So not a HIPAA violation. HIPAA doesn't cover that aspect because it's being compelled by the court. She said she never used cocaine, but told the nurse she did. She talked about it a little bit and backtracked and said she had used some. So that was very interesting too. Let's get to some of these other questions. Thank you for the super chats. Sorry, new here. What happens with move to strike? Move to strike means that testimony is removed from the record. You can't remove it from the minds of the jurors. You can't unring a bell. I call it putting the shit back in the horse. Once it's out there, it's out there. But if it's stricken from the record, if there's any readback of the testimony, that doesn't come in. If it's not stricken from the record, that testimony comes in. And it doesn't seem that the court is striking them on their own motion. So that testimony should be stricken, but it might be a local rule, but we've not heard that from Law and Lumber, who works in this jurisdiction, that
Amber,
they do that sua sponte or on their own.
How the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain.
It's
to the jury,
hearsay, the
please.
911, because she didn't
It's
call it.
structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League,
Thank you,
where my
Carly.
character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies
It's starting to sound like
in
cross.
that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other
I don't know.
movie within the DC universe.
So she had a 3-picture option.
And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
So she got her whole 3-picture deal.
as
If
far
the
as the
first
contract
one,
is concerned.
if the first one was Justice League,
All
the
right.
second one's
And
Aquaman,
if
and
we
the
go
third one's
to
Aquaman
page
2,
6.
then she got all 3 movies in her contract. So all of her options were
So
exercised.
what was your fee going to be for Aquaman?
This
And
is
what was it for
hearsay.
Aquaman?
I wonder how they're going to get around
1
this.
Okay,
million.
and then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
That's leading.
Yes, I believe.
She's reading it.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay, and it says picture number 2. At the time you
Is this
entered
been
into the
admitted into
contract
evidence
and-
because you're
and,
reading it?
With on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
She needs to be faster on those objections because
Okay.
Amber Heard's already getting
So
her answers
ultimately,
in.
what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right, and then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay, and what was
So she
the
did all
fee
3.
under the option agreement at that time?
2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can
How
you
are
just
they gonna say
describe
she
for the jury
lost her
what
contract when
was
she fulfilled her
involved with
contract?
L'Oreal, you talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to
Not
them
a
if
bad-
you can.
Not a bad
As a
one at all.
spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or,
Was it a
causes they're
tinted
advancing.
moisturizer?
Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay, and did you?
When
well,
did you
let's go.
stop?
Let's pull up 1262.
Is that in evidence? Yeah, I agree. So a lot of the chat is saying Amber in this
And
part seems
this
really
is
pissed off. I
dated
agree.
as of
She seems
April
angry.
25, 2018.
I think that's genuine.
correct?
I think this is the
That's
first time we've
correct.
seen
Was that
everything
your
aligned.
first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
I think
Okay.
this is the first we're
And
seeing that
was
really
that
fully
for
integrated.
a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay, was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that
This
sounds
is
right.
all
All right, and then
this isn't
I'm
coming
going to
into
ask you to
evidence, this
turn
should
to
all be objected to, but-
1264.
I don't know why they're not.
And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do
No, I
with regard
don't-
to extending your
I
contract
think Elaine's
then?
frustrated.
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of,
All right, and did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you
that,
look at paragraph 1.
let's see.
That's fair. And I think a lot of people believed her.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and what, if any,
Oh, there
work
are.
did you do for L'Oreal
Yay.
after
Welcome,
these
everybody.
3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of,
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
You need L'Oreal to testify
Now
to
let's
that.
go to 1265.
I think they're struggling with client
And
management.
this is
Um,
as of
what is
November
of dis-
15, 2021. This is
I think they're
another
struggling with her.
extension with L'Oreal, correct?
I also don't think they do a ton of trials.
yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work
Welcome,
have you been
Latasha.
able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
But
Okay.
what about the pandemic?
Now, let's talk about the stand for
And
a
did
minute.
they
Let's
drop
pull up
you?
1263.
We haven't seen if they dropped her or not. We've only seen she wasn't able
And
to
this
do
is
work, but the
dated
timing is
July
also
3,
over
2019.
the same time as
And I believe you
COVID.
indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of
So-
2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm still not
Okay.
seeing her
And
losing
what, if
anything.
any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity
Glasses are gone today.
engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing to promote the film. I mean,
Okay.
to promote the series.
Wait, which one are we
And
talking about? The film
what,
or the
if
series?
anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
And was that in 2020?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for
What's
that.
The Stand?
So none.
The TV show?
And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C.
And this is the thing. I wasn't able to participate. They didn't use the
Oh,
materials.
200,000 an episode.
Okay.
It's not the same.
Now let's
Thanks for
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since
That's
that
very
time?
fair.
I have done 1 small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called
Yes.
Into the Fire.
Laura, I think this is a very
And,
helpful direct to end on.
1266 has
because
as
this
of
is the
January
technical part of the case.
13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
2022?
And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628.
Can you read it? Can you refresh your recollection?
It's paragraph 6A.
Oh,
I'm sure someone knows what that is.
65,000.
Okay. And have you
Yep, they're going to ask that on cross.
participated in Aquaman 2?
And if she has an
have.
expert, they'll ask the expert
And
about
tell
it.
us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
When did you film it? When did you
Very
film
pared
Aquaman
down
2?
version of that role, yes.
Okay.
When
What,
did
if
you film
anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor,
I
hearsay,
think she can.
lack of
testify.
foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character without giving any spoilers away. You know, they're two characters fighting with one another, and
Well, I appreciate that. That's
they
probably the
basically
best of her
took a bunch
testimony
out
so far.
of my role. They didn't.
I don't want to give spoilers to the movie.
Yeah, they just removed a bunch. Oh,
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
Amber Heard is
I'll sustain the
100%
objection.
What,
making
if
it more
any,
difficult for
effort
her
did
lawyers
you
right now.
make to negotiate
My opinion,
a higher
100% she's making
salary
it
for
harder.
your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay
Because everyone hated me.
and speculation.
Do you know why?
Online,
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
the thing is, they're going to have to prove that it's the op-ed and not the UK trial. And that's the same for Depp, too. They have to prove which thing was the problem. And Depp brought in experts to do
Amber,
it.
I'm going to ask
She's gonna
you
need
to
experts too.
describe to this jury
At least she didn't call her
the
Laura.
emotional impact on you
This is fair.
of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
I'm also still tripping over it, Dano.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation.
Non-responsive.
And
is
hearsay.
different.
She gets to give her content for it.
Well,
No,
her
she
emotional, the
gets to talk
question
about her
was your
feelings.
emotional impact of these statements.
That's right. That's
Okay.
non-responsive.
The impact it has on me is
We're
every
almost
time
at
I
the end
look
of
at
direct.
it, which is every day.
Get offline. Sorry, that's
I
snarky.
am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never
Narrowly
wanted
survived again.
to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing,
What were your feelings?
deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived
Not what's happening.
over and over again.
This is still non-responsive.
It's torture.
There we go.
I'm in so much pain emotionally.
It's torture.
I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me.
He
I
won't
have to
let
be
me.
here today. I have to be reliving it every single time.
She sounds a little pet.
He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me
She's
have to
pissed.
speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through.
She doesn't sound sad. She sounds angry.
It's torture. It's torturous.
Just be
Why'd you
angry. You
have
have
to
a
do
right to
that?
be angry. Just be angry.
I want to move on with my life.
Just be
I have
angry.
a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Done. It's time
All
for
right.
cross.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research.
Oh,
Okay,
her
we'll see you in
face is
15 minutes,
recomposed
okay? Thank you.
amazingly quick. I knew
Police
we were
court
going
is
to get
still
to
in
cross.
session. I need it to be quiet in the
Ooh.
gallery. Thank you.
She is mad at this gallery today. She is not happy with the gallery today. Y'all, we are on to cross after the lunch break. Wow, let's go. It is 3:00 on the East, which means we are going to have another. Oh, there's
Can we
Chanley
just make it
Painter.
3:25 then? We'll come back at
PR
3:25.
3:25
All right,
court
thanks.
resumes. And I got to go tell Twitter. Hold on. We are moving to cross in 15. This is not a drill, people. Share the stream. This is not a drill. Cross is going to be coming in hot. I knew we were getting to the end, and I think I said it a little bit. I said, hey, we're moving to the end of this because she started asking the questions about the emotional impact of this case, how the emotional impact of this case affected her, and that's how we knew we were getting to the end. She can't testify about the financial impact. She tried to testify about the reputational impact. So, yeah, Amber Heard will be on cross. Wow, wow, wow. I hoped we would get to it this afternoon. It looks like we will be getting to it. And I am ready to see how they start. Are they going to start pointing out the difficulties or the misstatements in her testimony? Where is this going to go? When, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to make sure the audio was off. I'm going to get to as many questions as I can before we get to cross. Y'all, it's time. But the fact that she kept saying she narrowly survived, I might start there. If you narrowly survived, can you please point to the medical records that indicate that you narrowly survived? Which incident did you narrowly survive? I think that might be too snarky to come out hot with, but I also think there is room to do that. At the end, she said, she really did. I want him to leave me alone. He won't let me move on. And again, very much blaming him, which we're seeing. She wrote the op-ed. She's saying it's true, and he won't leave me alone. He's a bully, and he is dragging this on. I want him to leave me alone. I want nothing from him, but I want him to leave me alone. So I think we will be on cross today. Was that like 12 hours of direct? I don't know. I would have to go look. But we're going to get into cross. I think we're going to be today, the end of today, and at least all day tomorrow on cross, I would imagine. I don't know if they will try to just go for false statements, just get into the pictures and the metadata. If they're going to get into her past, but I don't know if they want to keep bringing up instances of abuse. But it depends on their read of the jury as to what they're going to get into on cross. If the jury's not buying her, they might have like this finish her moment, which generally with victims of violence, victims of domestic violence, you don't want to really come out hot on cross because it can backfire horribly on attorneys if it seems like they are bullying, picking on, re-victimizing the victim. But if the jury is not on the side of the witness, the attorney can come in a little hotter. I imagine that Camille will be strong and firm, but not snarky. That's what I would anticipate. But we also saw Camille using her notes. I hope we don't see her getting rattled by objections, but we will see. I mean, everybody's got high hopes. It's a lot of pressure for Camille. She's going to have a break to take a breath, look at her team and go, we've got this, kids, and just get into it. Question, can Depp attorneys bring up Amber changing opening argument, stating that she used the compact after the makeup brand made the TikTok? Not really, because that's her attorney's statement. It's not her statement in court. They can bring it up on closing. Her attorney told you this was the exact one she used. The jury probably doesn't even remember those exact words from opening because they can't go back and rewatch it like we did. I clipped it down on my Quick Bits channel where I showed the Mallory stuff and her attorney saying, this is exactly the one. And then Amber Heard gets up on the stand and is like, well, it's not this exact one, obviously. But then she also said bruise kit, which I don't know if it will be picked up and capitalized on or if she'll explain it away. Her attorney moved on very quickly from that. Since Amber mentioned Kate Moss, our Depp's team able to call her, I don't think she's on the witness list, but it might have opened the door for them to bring up other testimony. Mary, I pulled this up on screen earlier, but I wanted to say thank you so much. I'm going to absolutely check that out because switching font might be very helpful for me, and I appreciate that. So thank you for sharing that, not just for myself, but everyone in the audience who might be dyslexic. Is it likely that the makeup out of evidence will throw Amber off? No, they put the makeup into evidence. I don't even know why. I don't even know how it's relevant. It's a demonstrative, but they put it into evidence. Do we know approximately when Cross will start? Strip cheese. Thanks for asking. Now it's going to start now. We're almost there. We're almost there. Question for the break. What do you think of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's court fashion choices throughout this trial? I have not gone day by day on it. Yay. The flashing lights are my favorite. I'm not going to lie. I have looked at it. I think that there are times Amber Heard is picking too strong of a choice if she is going to portray herself this way. I think Johnny Depp moving to the ponytail has been very helpful. I haven't had a lot to say about Depp's team court fashion. Hers has been changing more. I really liked the hair today. Like I did. I really dug the hair. I don't know how everyone will feel. They might feel like it's too overdone. Like this is her moment, but we'll see. But anyway, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. How much longer can Elaine keep on fixing, asking Amber? I think they'll hammer that on closing. Question, will the horrible audios of Amber discovered by Incredibly Average be able to use? I don't know exactly, Dee, what audios they are, but you can imagine any audio they can bring in, they will bring in. And they're going to bring some of these up on Cross. They might wait till tomorrow to bring audio up on Cross when she can't wiggle out of it. They've got to plan what they're asking her now because she's going to get a break overnight, and they want to bring in some of the really hard stuff to get through early in the day tomorrow and wear her down throughout the day tomorrow. So we'll see what they get into today, but she will have time to pause and reset, and they need to keep that in mind. Fabian said her voice does break when she's legit crying. Emily, in all your years, have you ever witnessed such a shit show? I've not witnessed anything like this. We've definitely heard her voice be more impacted in the audio than she's been in court, but I've never seen someone testify the way she's testified. Do you think her lawyers have to have said play it up? I don't think they would have told her that. I think her lawyers should be telling her, stick to the truth. You are going to get caught out if you don't. Stick to the truth. Tell your truth. And we will see. Did she tape the entire relationship? It seems like they taped a lot of it. They moved on from that pretty quickly too. Why did you tape it? It was therapeutic. Moving on. I hope they ask more about that in Cross. You taped it because you were setting him up. You taped it because, I would use her testimony if I was Camille. I would pull up because they have the live feed going from the court reporter. I would pull up what she was saying. Like Johnny Depp is saying this is a hoax, that I planned this with my friends, that I took pictures at all these different times. And they're going to be like, yes, that's exactly what we're saying. You took these pictures to set it up. You took all these photos on the same day. You manipulated. That's exactly what they're going to say. But we didn't hear a ton of testimony about the James Corden show. We didn't hear a ton of testimony about the makeup, but she's like, oh, I could cover a split lip with lipstick. Girl, how? Like split lips split and they bleed and they get crusty and how are you covering that up with lipstick? I have questions. Considering all the injuries she claims JD caused, where are the medical records? I mean, I want to know where the dental records are. Wouldn't her teeth have been chipped at some point? She's an actress. She makes her living with her face. Where are the medical records is a huge question. Have you ever taken a client you believed was innocent? Chelsea, no, I haven't, but I didn't take clients like that. I was a prosecutor, so I worked for the government. But then later on in the case, realized they were guilty and or lying. Is that common? I don't think it's common. Civil is different than criminal. Criminal defense attorneys, it doesn't matter if their client is innocent or lying. They have the right to an attorney and the right to do their job and the right to make the state prove their case. In civil, it's different. In civil, when I was doing work with online business owners, I worked with businesses I believed in and thought were doing good in the world because those are the business owners I enjoyed supporting, and I got to make those choices. As a prosecutor, if I believed that someone was lying to me, then I addressed it and or dismissed the case and or didn't file the case because that's my duty as a prosecutor. Question, she says she was in fear for her life, yet wanted no animosity and then broke her own TRO. Is her strategy just to wind down the clock so Johnny's team can't get a full cross? No, they'll get a full cross. Even if it's the rest of their time, they'll get a full cross. Do you think she'll still win? I think she can win as to the count with regards to the newspaper. I think Amber Heard's desire, this is completely my own interpretation and speculation from what I'm seeing watching court. I think Amber Heard's desire to get back at Depp or to tell her side of the story, to tell it all, is going to damage her. If they had left out any reference to the sexual violence, she's like, I've never alleged that. I don't allege it. I didn't allege it here. And then argued the legality, I think they would have been in a better place. But her proving that in court proves that that was most damaging. And then Dr. Hughes saying that the allegations that that was a hoax was the most emotionally damaging to Heard also goes against that. So I think she kind of lost it for herself on that headline. I still don't think they can win on the print article. I think the online version and the retweet are the strongest for Depp. What is the likelihood of cross today? We're seeing it 100%. What's the difference between a restraining and a protective order? Different languaging, and a temporary protective order or a temporary restraining order are same depending on jurisdiction. We've already seen records. Other people paid it. Is she seriously doing this? I'm shocked the direction that they went with those donations. Shocked. And she's like, I still fully intend to pay it. What is a motion in limine? The motions in lemonade, Andrew, as sometimes we call them on the Law Nerd channel over here on my YouTube, are the pre-trial motions where they decide parts of evidence, argue over parts of evidence, what can come in, what can come out, what doesn't have foundation. So there was a motion in limine before this came to trial about the cost of litigation, and it seems that the judge ruled that that evidence couldn't come in, and then she went and just bleh. So I think we talked about that one already. Question, how does this testimony of audio help her cause? Some of the audio I don't think helped, but they needed to get ahead of it. So what's going to happen because of her slip up? Why is she not in trouble with the judge? Because it happens and they're going to yell at her attorney and admonish her, but it makes her look bad in front of the jury and they're going to argue. She was giving this performance. She was trying to get that information to you, information that the judge overruled. They can argue it. So I didn't hear them strike the testimony about the 6 million, but at that point, it might bring more attention to it. Question, how do they decide how much time each party gets? The court decided in advance. Everybody got a little over 61 hours for their case. Question, what happens if the jury determines no defamation on technical grounds, but don't believe she was abused either? Then they both lose. They find that she didn't defame him and that he didn't defame her. And I think that is still, Michelle, a very likely outcome. No one defamed anyone. Technically, she didn't defame him. And, technically she is embellishing some of these things. Is that where she saw the parakeet floors? I'm still fascinated about the parakeet floors. I so want to know. Cyber Ninja, did Amber's statement of paying 6 million get removed? They didn't say they were going to strike it. They might have brought that up on the bench though, and the court might strike it because they did approach. So that could have been dealt with at sidebar, and it could have been struck from the record at sidebar just outside of the jury hearing it, which strategically would be a really good choice because then you don't bring the jury's attentions to it again with me going, no. How does court make the jury not see outside material? They strongly advise them not to and hope that they listen. At this point, is her team dragging this out? Nope. I think the second after lunch was the best direct examination we've seen of Amber Heard. That should have been the beginning. It should have started there and then got into her background. I think they knew how she was going to present on the stand because they've seen her in depositions. They've seen her in the UK. I think they knew how she would present and tried to give the strongest part of her direct at the end. It's interesting. At the end of Johnny Depp's direct was, tell the world, Johnny, tell them you are a victim of domestic violence. How did you respond to that? And he said, I responded, yes, because I am. That was the end of the direct for Johnny Depp. It ended on an emotional note. They were trying to also end this on an emotional note, but it came across as angry. He is still doing this to me. I don't know if that'll connect with the jury or feel petulant. It depends on what's going on in that courtroom. And hopefully after court today, we will have some of our other LawTube friends join us and tell us what they thought in court today. I'm sure no one screamed over the Milani makeup like I did. Can they call the lawyer to confirm what advice he gave her? I don't know if they'll call the lawyer. I don't know if they will. If it's not about Johnny, why go into detail about the abuse? I don't know. And I think the jury can argue that. It's like, okay, well then why try to prove he's abusive if this article's not about him anyway? I think there was a legal strategy here that Amber Heard was not going to go with. Rottenborn set out a very good legal strategy in his opening statement, and that just went left. It just, oh, Laron, thank you so much. Good to see you. Yay. Hi. It's always nice to see my YouTube people stop by and say hello. And all of my law nerds. Oh, Fred's just, you do you, Fred. So Amber's not responsible because her lawyer said it was okay, but Johnny's responsible for his lawyer defaming her. Make it make sense. Shannon, exactly, but they go to different elements. So the speaker being a attorney is an agent, but then they also, again, have to prove that there was malice, actual malice. And I read the jury instruction, this willful disregard for its truth. You know, the attorney, he's like, no, this didn't happen. I told my attorney this didn't happen. There was no disregard for the truth. It was the truth. And she's going to say, my attorney told me that this was a fine article to publish. So it wasn't published with disregard for the truth. It was published because it was true. They're trying to throw spaghetti at the wall. I don't know how the jury will parse that. What happens when a juror gets so sick they cannot come in, like COVID or something contagious? They get removed from the jury or the court gets delayed. It depends on the case and it depends on the timing and it depends on court availability. But it happened in the Maxwell case. It happened in the Cardi B case recently. And both of those cases, one, a juror was removed, and one, the case was delayed and then a juror was removed. Freedy said, didn't she get huge support when she first came out with abuse? I thought she did, and he got a ton of backlash. That was my memory, but we'll see. Is it normal to see more objections against people who may be lying versus telling the truth? No, most of these objections are coming because of the way her lawyer is framing the question and trying to get into areas they can't get into. Why is Elaine allowed to say what Amber is allowed to say? Because they're not objecting to it more. It's kind of a mess. I'm only hearing amounts of 1 and 2 million. Where does the 1 million, 100 million come from? They're going to have to bring in an expert to prove that. Can L'Oreal testify about her bruise kit? No, I don't think they even make one. Oh, Caroline Anderson, thank you. This is a very generous super chat. Your commentary has saved me a 6-hour drive and having to spend weeks with my cousins. Thank you for everything you do. I don't know how I saved you a drive, but I'm here for it. And thank you for the super chat. That's so tremendously kind. My friend said Amber Heard was horrible in Aquaman 1, and there was a petition to remove her. So how much of her decreasing parts was due to her acting? It's a very good question. Does bringing up L'Oreal or DC allow the other side to bring them in for testimony? They're going to need an expert to talk about these things. Someone's going to have to testify. Someone's going to have to testify to these contracts, not Amber Heard. We'll see who it is. With Johnny Depp, it was his agent. We'll see who comes in for Heard. Someone else has to, an expert who knows the ins and outs of these things. Do you think Amber's going to be aggressive as she was in her UK depot on Cross? I don't. I think she was already getting a bit hostile. So she said she had taken care of her cell several times. Yeah, the phone stuff was weird, but also they didn't turn over the iCloud. And so her losing her phone might not distance herself from not turning over all this metadata. I'm still on pictures of injuries from dates we were fighting. Why not say pictures of injuries from our fights? Oh, Tiffany, that's a great catch. She did say there's pictures of injuries from dates when we were fighting. That's a very good catch. Wouldn't she still get paid for a movie even if she had scenes cut? One would think. But it's going to show that it's decreasing her trajectory, I think is the argument there. Can they make her get really angry on the stand? I mean, they can't like make her, they can't badger her, but they can be firm and stern with her. If she gets mad, she gets mad. Earlier today, Amber Heard said she tried to keep Johnny Depp out of Penthouse 5. Which yes man does she think she could ask to keep him out of his own property? It's a good question. Didn't he leave her alone for 2 years and then she wrote the article? Renee, that's a very fair point. Leanne said, can Depp's attorney bring in interviews? She did videos out of evidence. Depending on if they have the proper foundation, yes. She says she paid all $7 million to charities. She said she intends to. She said she paid it and she intends to. So she loathes being called a liar. Yes, she did. Would it be smart to try to use that during Cross to make her mad? I don't think they're going to try to make her mad. I think they're going to try to help her remove her mask that she's been wearing in front of the jury. That's how I think they would see it. And yes, they're going to dial into her being a liar so that the jury, look, Amber Heard's argument is Johnny Depp is a monster. He's an obsessive ex-husband who uses so many different varieties of drugs and alcohol that he has no idea what he's doing. And when he's completely blacked out, he is assaultive and abusive and horrendous. And he's done all these horrible things. And the reason his testimony and my testimony is so different is because of the drug use. So it is completely fair. And that worked in the UK. The UK judge discounted a lot of what Depp said if he had been drinking or using substances, which I thought was unfair. But that judge gets to make that choice. It is completely fair for Depp's side, and they're going up before we even get going. It is completely fair for Depp's side to say, yes, but this is a hoax. You are a liar. You have made this up for gain, reputational gain, status gain, or you have made this up to try to keep him. You were trying to blackmail him to not leave you because he was tired of being in a relationship where you cut off his finger and shit on his bed. So that is their side of the case. She is trying to keep him, and she used this to blackmail him. I have mountains of evidence. I have mountains of proof. So do you really want to make me do this? Is what I heard when she was testifying, saying, don't make me prove it. You don't want me to have to prove it. And they can say that this was her being manipulative and her trying to keep him in the relationship. My mom and I love your channel. Thank you, Katina. Camille is about to be famous. I mean, let's hope. Shout out to my cousin Chrissy being a law nerd. What up, Trisha Lynn's cousin Chrissy? Welcome. What exactly is cross? Just started watching this case today. This is the most perfect time for this question ever. Thank you for the softball. Cross-examination is when the lawyers from the opposing party get to ask leading questions. They get to cross-examine the witness. So the attorneys for Amber Heard, Umbridge right here in the white, Elaine Bredehoff, gets to ask open-ended questions, direct questions. You're not going to fix that jacket. Stop trying. Direct questions. On this date, what did you do? When you were here, then what? How did you feel when this happened? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just watching this interaction here. This is what I want to see. On cross, you get to ask leading questions. You never paid the ACLU, correct? You paid the ACLU, $150,000, but promised them $3 million, correct? Yes or no? Narrowly tailored yes or no questions. And then there is a redirect to try to fix it. What are the odds Amber Heard loses her shit during cross? I think she's going to get feisty. We're going to watch for it. Do they come out of the gate asking if she talked about her testimony with her lawyers? I kind of hope they do. I don't know if they will, because they can't impeach her with it. They can't prove, ooh, let's see the audience. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. They have to be able to prove it. So they could leave that lingering in the eyes of the jury, but they also then have to, how do you back it up and prove it if she says, well, no? It's like, you can't just be like, well, I don't believe you. That's never going to work. I don't know what they're trying to look at. Do you think this will destroy her if it comes out she's lied about things as damages things for real victims? I don't think it will hurt real victims because her testimony is so inapposite to how victims of abuse and victims of domestic violence and victims of crime testify. And you know what? In the days past, I was kind of like, is the audience bored? Like, are you not entertained? After seeing how long they're waiting in line, I get it. Everyone can yawn. I have no shade for anyone. The amount of dedication it takes to be in this courtroom is something. Are any of her friends going to testify? I think if any of them testify, it will be by video deposition. And I think it will leave the jury wondering why her friends wouldn't come into court and testify for her. Can they use any of her UK depo in this trial? No, they can use her UK testimony, not the video, but the transcript. Or does it have to first be agreed upon? Yes, her new TMZ slip. I saw that over the weekend. It's something. Why would anyone call her names outside of court when no one knew the allegations yet? Bruise kit after foundation is for making bruises. Yeah. The color correcting after foundation is odd. And why would anyone call her names outside of court? I don't know. I think it's embellished. Seems like Amber Heard's lawyer does fine when they get back into the law, but struggles when trying to include the BS Amber Heard wants included. Thoughts? I think they know that Amber Heard's tanking her own case. If I were a lawyer, I'd be tremendously frustrated if I'm like, this is our path to victory. This is how you win this. This is a winnable case for Amber Heard. This case is much harder for Depp. She is going to lose it for herself. And I said it on Thursday last week. It's Gunnar Stahl, who, is played by my amazing friend Scott White, but it's Gunnar Stahl looking at his coach going, you lost it for yourself. This is Amber Heard's team looking at her with her testimony where they're like, look, we have a technical win on legal grounds if you let us run our race. But if you're going to want vindication, or if you're going to want to air out all of this laundry to prove what he did to you, it could backfire. And if it backfires, then you've lost it for yourself. And that could be very frustrating to the lawyers going, there is a path to victory here. And you have just taken a hard left and gone down the mountain at a rapid speed in a Thelma and Louise type fashion over a cliff. And then they have to go with it. Hey, it's LawTube. Look, there's Runkle and there's DUI guy. Hi, LawTube. And there's Rob. Hey guys, it's so good to see you. We would love it if you would just wave back. I know they can't hear me. It's just funny that they all looked up. So there's LawTube. And their channels will be linked below. This is Law and Lumber. This is DUI Guy, and this is Runkle the Bailey. We watched DUI Guy's stream last night, and I was tweeting about it, and DUI Guy joined us before the break, so it's good to see all three of them in court. I like Runkle's blue suit. Runkle, good to see you, buddy. So how do you get your cat to be so respectful to your work? Oh, I don't. I'm living for his demeanor as much as for Amber's drama in court. I don't. There is a gif of me getting hit in the face by his tail in the middle of a stream where I got cat hair stuck in my lip gloss. No, this is not an all the time for George. This is just a how he's feeling today. So, what is your cat's name? That is George. He has it. No, that's Fred. He has a brother, George. So that's Fred back there. Fred has white. George does not. George is all ginger snappy. They're on my Instagram sometimes. So I will share more photos of the cats later today. What do you think they'll focus on in cross-examination? That Amber Heard's a lying liar that lies. I think that's their focus on cross. You lied. You lied. You lied. I wonder why they didn't do this over the break. There are some items here's my guess. I think they are going to try to get into her past bad acts, and they are clearing that now. And by past bad acts, I mean the allegations of domestic violence against her and an arrest for domestic violence against her. They might not be able to get to the fact of the arrest, but they might be able to get to the fact of the allegations that were made and that it was witnessed by a police officer. So they are probably going into can we get into these areas on cross? Which is the proper and respectful way to do it? Clear it with the court. Don't ask for the question and wait for the objection and then go clear it with the court. So if you believe the door has been opened, you go to the court and say, Your Honor, I believe she came in like a wrecking ball. No, I know I can't sing, but we believe the door has been opened and this is why. Here, proof. Can we get into it now? And then the court will say, yes or no, or tell them what they need to get into. So I think that's probably what they're doing here, is getting into that. Considering all the injuries JD allegedly caused Amber, can Amber Heard present scars as evidence if there were them? Yes, I've seen people actually raise up shirts in court to show scars of their body and get into that when they're saying, look, part of my damages are physical damages. I have these lasting effects of what's happened to me. This is going to impact my ability to work going forward because I have these lasting injuries. And yes, I've absolutely, people can, and I've seen it. I also raised my virtual mega pint of wine to celebrate the beginning of cross. Cheers. We're sticking with water over here, but we might need whiskey later. Christine, thank you so much for the super chat. We call her SA happened, but I don't write the headline approach kettle logic. When someone accuses you of stealing their black kettle and the other person said, I never saw the kettle. It wasn't black. It was blue. And I already returned it. Yeah, that's a very fair thing. It's like, it wasn't me, but if it was me, I didn't mean it. And if I did mean it, it wasn't about you. Yes, Shaggy, it wasn't me. But if it was me, she's giving all the arguendos. How do you think cross will open? I think it'll open with misstatements, and it will open. I mean, maybe it will open with the past acts, and maybe that's why they're at the bench now. We saw Ben Chu in his argument, is opposition to the motion to strike, saying the only abuser in this court is Amber Heard. So we know they want to come in hot on that, and they might open up with it. But they might also leave her to squirm with that tomorrow. So I think we're going to get at least a day and a half of cross. Do you think the judge will sustain? If Amber Heard's team objects a lot to Camille's cross? Yes, the judge has been sustaining quite a lot of objections, and yeah, she's been sustaining quite a lot of objections. what were they trying to say about the metadata? They were trying to get into the metadata to prove things to when these photos were taken, but that hasn't been turned over. We know there's a motion for sanctions. I don't know if they're going to be able to ask her about it, but they were also trying to use Amber Heard as an expert to say what the metadata is. You need an expert in court to say if it's been manipulated, it needs to be evaluated, all of that. So, and they didn't get to do that because she didn't turn it all over. If Amber is found guilty, liable, because this is a civil case. So we're just, Caroline, I don't expect you to know this. I'm just letting us all know this is a liable or not liable situation. So if Amber is found liable and has to pay the $50 million, can she file for bankruptcy to avoid paying out? Also, love you. Thank you. Love you too. Yes, but this is an intentional tort, so it's not going to work. Defamation, especially with willful and malicious, is a knowing tort. So I don't think she can bankrupt her way around this one because it's intentional. But it's something I will ask Rob in Law and Lumber, who practices in the bankruptcy area much more than I have. I'm a judge in criminal court for the past 17 years. Hey, SMPS. In my county, never seen a victim of domestic abuse behave like this. Being criminal prosecutor, what is your honest opinion of her? I think she's honestly really pissed that she's in court. I think the arguments that they had, the verbal arguments, ring true. I think she feels that her career was being stifled, and the rest of it, the testimony is very, very odd to me, and it doesn't match the physical evidence. And I think it is, if there is any truth to it, it's grossly exaggerated. Sue said, Emily, do you think legal teams have someone monitoring LawTube and profiting from all the analysis you're providing? I have no idea. It's just my one opinion sitting over here in Middle Tennessee watching this trial. I don't know if they do. But if there are things that we catch and point out that are helpful to either team, that's something we take on when we we're not testifying, when we give commentary. And if they use that in testimony or an argument, then they do. There are reasons I chose not to get into too much about, I've said a lot, her testimony is inconsistent with the way I've seen other victims and witnesses testify. And I have been very careful to not go into specifics. Maybe I will do that after this trial. Maybe I will do that in our members only live stream next month after this trial, but I don't want it to be instructive. I didn't want anyone's team to be able to say, oh, this is what they're pointing out that you did wrong. There are parts of her testimony, very specific parts of her testimony, that do not ring accurate to me, but I will get into that at another time. Can Depp's team use paparazzi photos from appropriate dates? Yeah, they've already done some of that, and they can do more of that, but they've already done some of that. What would Depp's team need to bring in the Milani makeup not being released? I think she tried to negate the issue by saying, obviously, this wasn't the one I used. And they can say, so this isn't the one you used. Where's the one you used? Are there any depositions from the UK case, or are they new for this trial? There are new depositions for this trial, but the testimony in the UK case can come in, and has with other witnesses. Does her mentioning Kate Moss open a chance for her past relationship to be questioned? Yes. And I think that's what they're probably talking about now. Why didn't Amber Heard bring in an agent to prove she lost contracts? She might still. We're not at the end of their case in chief by any means. How much confidence do you have in a jury to think critically when forming a verdict? Joel, I have a lot of confidence that when people get together, they can work out the inconsistencies, and it is the lawyer's job to make solid closing arguments to help the jury make those decisions. So I'm generally fairly confident in juries. And generally, when I disagree with a verdict, I can understand why they got there. And that's why I like watching the entire trial, because I want to understand how they got there. So I generally can understand how they got there. I generally have a good bit of faith in juries. Do you think they'll go for the arrest for DV? No, it's that, that ship has sailed. Hey, Emily, thanks for covering this. You're welcome. It's been so helpful. Thank you. Question, are the witness lists passed by attorneys surely followed? Will all the names listed actually testify? No. How does that work? No, it's a list of all potential witnesses, because you have to give notice. You can't just surprise people except for limited circumstances. Again, with law, there's always exceptions to exceptions and exemptions. But generally, you have to give notice what you think they'll testify to, and then list any objections if there are any objections. This poor court reporter is still having to write down this whole argument. And the fact that we can't hear what they're saying literally kills me. I want to know. The jury's not back in the room. We're not back from break. I want to know. What do you think will be the strongest argument during cross? That she lies. I think pointing out that she's a liar is what they need to go with. It's also awkward that they won't just let her go sit at counsel table. Like, this would be so uncomfortable for me, but I'd also want to hear. Are there jurisdictions in which deliberating jurors can ask to rewatch testimony? Yes. Or are they only granted transcripts? Congratulations on 353. You're welcome. No, they can't rewatch it unless it's a video depo or something, but they can have it read back. But they can't like go to court TV and scroll it back and watch, unless somehow this court is like, yeah, okay, because the objections and the motions to strike are all taken out. So no, they can't watch it like we're watching it, but they would get the transcript. Are the audience just public interested in the case, or are the jury kept off camera for a reason? Wait, are the audience just public interested in the case? Yes. And are the jury kept off camera for a reason? Yes. Safety and anonymity is why they're kept off. And yes, it's interested members of the public. There are a few members of the media in there, but that's it. Brandy said, today is my husband John's birthday. Happy birthday, husband John. Is it bad that I feel sorry for Amber Heard in this moment? Not at all. Not at all. I mean, I feel bad for her too. This is not going to be pleasant. And I feel bad again. This is something that happens in all civil cases. It's why people don't always choose to pursue them. There is a YouTuber named Footless Joe. Hey, LawTube, good to see y'all. There is a YouTuber, and this is media. So this is Chanley Painter from Court TV, but we don't see this seat occupied by the PR dude for Amber Heard today. Interesting enough. But this is why people will choose not to pursue civil litigation. There is a YouTuber here called Footless Joe. She talks about her amputation, and she talks about a civil case and why she chose not to pursue it. It was a very clear recitation of the struggle to decide whether to pursue a civil case or not, whether to decide to put yourself through being in court like this or not, whether the money will ever be worth what you go through. And she takes it from a first person. This happened. I could have sued. She could have. She did and chose not to go through trial, and she talks about it. No criminal charges are not on the table. And you guys, I just got a note from my amazing moderators. There are over 94,000 of you watching. Do I think we'll get to 100K on stream? Yes. Do I invite you to like and subscribe if you like it here? Yes. Am I blown away that this many people are watching at the moment? Also, yes. We're going to just keep going through questions, and like, we're going to try to be cool. Like, just be cool. Don't be all like uncool. How do you think Camille is feeling? Nerve-sighted. A lot of pressure. She's going to do great. Nerve-sighted. It's that like, it's for any of you who are athletes, it's that like before a big game, like, you know, you can do it, but you're nervous, but you're excited, but you're nervous, but you're excited. Nerve-sighted. That's how I think she's feeling. I think she's ready. Wait, so she mentioned Johnny's ex, Kate Moss. Can they bring in the ex? I think they'll be able to. Let's see how this goes. Oh, something is happening. I wonder if they're almost done. Because I see all of LawTube being like, what? I like that Rob got stuck in the back. Clearly the tallest of the LawTubers sitting back there. What's her HR while watching them at the bench? I have no idea. I'm sure, I don't even know if she has her Apple Watch in, but I'm sure her heart rate is up. But this is also really fucking awkward to have to sit there by yourself. For victims of crime, I always felt so bad that it felt like they're just on this island by themselves having to testify, and you're just trying to make eye contact with them and just trying to get them through their testimony. I didn't feel that here. She kept looking at the jury, not looking to her attorneys for support. This is the longest freaking sidebar ever. So, do you find it interesting that the case is so public and all we have from the Maxwell case is just sketches? No, federal court generally does not allow audio, video, or any type of recording. So you get courtroom sketches and then reporters coming out afterward. I hope that we start to see more of this. I think it's important for the public to understand these processes. I think it's important that when allegations are made and cases start being reported, that we know that what can come out in evidence can be very different than what comes out in the court of public opinion, very different than what comes out in headlines. I think it's a good thing. I was very frustrated that we didn't get to see the Maxwell case, but Joe Neerman from Good Logic came onto this channel and covered it on his channel because he went to court every day, and there is a federal case coming up, and I think I may go into court every day to give you my own legal analysis of it. But we will see. That case is set right now for July. Is it a problem that Amber Heard can hear them at the sidebar? No. I mean, it's legal argument, and she might really not be able to hear them because they seem to be pretty far away. Shout out to my wife, Casey. Hello, wife, Casey, who is watching at work while I watch at home. I've learned so much. Hi, Casey. How likely will the jury Amber Heard withheld evidence? Will she do it on TV? It'll be in the jury instructions and we'll know. Will Rocky testify? Maybe by video depo. That's what's on the list. I don't think bankruptcy separates different types of civil cases. I think there is for intentional torts different than non-intentional torts. So I don't think it all gets discharged. The jury is going to be coming back in. New subscriber, can the witness or court hear what's said at the bench? Generally not. They're not close enough. Shout out to my sister. Shout out, sister. What are the judges' perceptions of this? I'm sure the judge is fascinated. I've not seen any judges react type of groups. Judges who are still current judges normally wouldn't be reacting. Retired judges are probably doing other things.
Thank you.
I think most people are just kind of
Be seated.
befuddled with
Cross-examination.
this. Cross-examination. Here we go. It's happening. It's happening. What's the first question, Camille? Bring it. Bring it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Starting out respectful.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Ooh. No, he is not.
Not that I've noticed. No.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
Oh,
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
oh.
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
Oh,
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mhm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209.
oh, right into audio.
I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any
Oh,
objection to
new audio.
1229?
Get it, Camille.
Yes.
But respectful,
All right,
respectful and firm.
1229.
Good leading
You want to enter
questions.
it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
I think
Okay.
Camille's probably a little
1229
nervous.
entered in
It's
its
that
entirety.
nerve-sighted.
Go ahead and play your section.
Is this audio from San Francisco?
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I
just
just wanted to touch you.
been Really? After all this shit you just
I
said?
just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
accused me of, you
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop.
Fucking-
Please stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to get it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
Well, you're not my shrink.
Your hands are hard. Please just calm.
No. No, you're in fucking hard.
Oh, no, please, just please.
No, we'll never see each other again.
We'll never see each other again.
Don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You
Oh.
will not see my eyes again.
Audio. You
That's
will
you
not
and Mr. Depp
see
in
my
that
eyes
recording.
again.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He cannot.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
He won't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit
Ooh,
357A.
coming right in
which
with
is
the
already in
audio.
Evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny.
Good.
Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
They should have gotten ahead of this.
That's your voice on that
direct.
recording, right?
Yes, it
I'm
is.
surprised they
And
didn't.
you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny.
Tell them.
Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times.
Ooh.
Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Oh,
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
shit.
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be
Preposterous.
crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
That's
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
they're going right in.
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that.
Oh,
Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
no.
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings.
That is
Isn't that
her
right?
words.
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
It's an interesting
So
way to say
Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
it. Where are the medical records, Miss Heard?
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play
Oh, I guess we're getting into some
from
of
your
the
deposition, day 2,
Yep.
512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
She said, please play. So I'm guessing they're getting into the video depot. Well, that answers that
He
question.
said he hit you and he was
No,
wearing
audio.
rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
They had that queued right up.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial,
We don't know
March
what
of
date.
2013.
because
you weren't
you weren't
specific
clear.
as to the day.
There were
Yes,
several
clear.
incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
Sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The
one
time
that
that he
you
hit you
testified
several
to.
times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March of
always,
2013.
right.
That you
What are you
testified
asking me?
to.
I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion.
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170,
Oh, they're going to go
A,
right for the pictures.
which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right for the photos.
You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
and hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Correct.
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment
Right
after
into
this
it.
alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times
With
that
the
you
rings.
lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention
She said I
other than
didn't
my
need,
therapist.
and then she said I didn't seek.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013.
Right into the medical records.
13, where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got
She
a little
did say
blood
that.
on the wall.
Yes,
Did
I
say
remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I
Did you
can't
take
recall.
one?
There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you,
I don't
Mr.?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident.
No,
That
she
your
didn't.
Teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right?
I
You didn't show
don't-
any pictures to this jury
Let her
after
finish her
describing that incident,
question.
right?
This is gonna get saucy.
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
That's a sidestep.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013.
I
yes.
don't know what you're talking about.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
That's right.
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
It's the only picture you've shown to this jury.
The
from March
sidestepping. This is going to
2013,
take
correct?
very long.
I believe so.
This is like a.
You
She's
testified about an
doesn't want
incident
to
in
answer.
Russia on or about June 26,
the
2013.
plane.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
who passed away.
He
She
did
got
that in the hallway.
gently.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you.
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I
Yes.
wasn't looking.
It was
So-
you.
So it's your testimony that you went into the
It'll be a full
bathroom
chutney moment.
and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding.
Were you in the shower?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's
I
please pull up
appreciate
Plaintiff's Exhibit
that
1248.
Heard is not backing away from these answers. She can't, but she's not backing away,
Ms.
which
Heard, this is a
doesn't
picture
seem
of you and
evasive,
Mr.
which
Depp
is
in
more than I
Russia,
expected.
correct?
And
That's correct.
Some of the answers
I'm
are
gonna move to
evasive,
admit.
but
All right, no objection.
some of
1,
the
2,
answers
4, 8 in
have been
evidence. You can-
sidesteppy, but she's not backing
And
away
this is
from
you
the
and
yes,
Mr. Depp in
no.
Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
That's what visible means.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
The thing about the face, though, is it like bleeds and swells and bruises, and I'm fair. She's fair. My face gets
This is
red
a
if I get
picture
too
of you,
angry.
Isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
Was there an
Exhibit
objection?
1249.
All right, 1, 2, 4, 9 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
Yep.
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
None that you can see.
Even
She's-
though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
She's not going to
he
back
did.
away from that. None that you can
while
see.
wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
That gives her a lot to argue on closing. There's a lot of photos, but no injuries you can see. I like that Camille's taking her time and not speeding up
You
the
also
cross.
testified that
I
Mr.
appreciate
Depp,
that.
again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
She did.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face
She's
after
biting
this.
her lip a lot.
I did.
She's
But
like
you didn't show that
swallowed
picture
her
to the
lower
jury,
lip.
did you?
I would like to.
Oh, but you didn't turn
You
it
didn't show
over.
it, did you?
That's not up to me.
Little sass. We appreciate a little sass.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incident. of violence, right,
Metadata.
Ms. Heard?
Put it on your
I
bingo
produced
cards.
everything.
Metadata.
You didn't
Metadata.
produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
No, you didn't.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony,
have
Ms. Heard, that
literally
you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly
over
broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not
Everything.
after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention. No.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were
Yep,
pictures of you taking at
HSR89,
this event.
The face
Yes.
bleeds a lot.
Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
I
1252.
turned over everything to my lawyers. Well, that's not what the motion for sanctions says.
This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
Good cross.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record, but
I'm
yeah, you
not
should
sure
see what
if
it
it
looked
was
like
crossed.
underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you,
And your
Mr.
very
Depp, and
straight
Don
nose.
Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Oh, we love Don Rickles.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
His hand also looks completely fine. He's not wearing a ton of rings in that photo, though. Should be noted.
This is another picture from that evening.
You
right,
guys
Mr.
asked if we were going to get
Yes, it
photos,
is.
paparazzi
Permission
photos,
to
event photos. We're going to go
admit
photo by photo
Exhibit
by photo.
1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
Good to see you, Matt Bond. Oh, we
This is a
zoomed
picture
in
of you and Mr. Depp
on the nose.
at the event
Also,
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly
Depp's
whacked you in the
hands-
face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
But not wearing a ton of rings at this
He did
time.
whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Huh.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
She's still looking at the jury on cross, which is really interesting.
This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
There'd
That
be
is
medical.
correct.
If she broke her nose,
Move to
she would
admit
have to have
Plaintiff's
somebody
Exhibit
reset it.
1254.
And she
All right,
would have likely
1254
have
in
chipped
evidence.
teeth.
Published.
And his hands look fine.
Just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me.
She's going to keep fighting with her.
after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after. Yes.
She's trying to couch away from it.
Your
I
nose
believe
doesn't
it was
appear
the
to be
night
injured
after.
in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Wow.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does
Makeup.
it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
She
And
said,
makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
ice will cover
Ice will
up
cover up
swelling.
swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as might imagine. And for me,
What?
it wasn't that bad.
Girl.
I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
Let's see.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
It's not my job. Ma'am. It's
Madam,
not
maybe
my
approach.
job.
Yes, that's fine.
She gonna blame her lawyers. Wait, are they approaching? So Amber Heard is going with I have pictures under the makeup. I don't know how she's trying to make up around. Maybe she's hoping with a jury that is largely men that they won't understand the power of makeup and that they will think somehow makeup is going to completely cover a broken nose the next day. But it's like, that's not my job. That's not my job. I turned it over and still staring down the jury. But if I was Camille Vasquez, I would absolutely approach and be like, Your Honor, she says she's turned over these photos. We haven't gotten them in discovery. There's a pending motion for sanctions. We'd sure like to know WTF is happening with these photos that she's saying that she's produced to her lawyers. And her lawyer is got to be saying, we don't have those photos. We have turned over everything, but this is time to get into the metadata. So I sure would like to. You haven't shown those pictures to the jury. I sure would like to. Well, her testimony is now, I've turned it over, but the defense doesn't have it. Amber Heard might be creating a giant mess for her attorneys. You see Elaine's like shoulders are like this. She's like, I actually in this moment feel really bad for Umbridge because now she's on the stand under oath saying, I've turned it in. I've turned it in. I've turned it over. And you're getting Camille at the bench going, if you've turned it over, then where is it? Where are the photos? We don't have them. You've not admitted them into evidence. So how can we know they even exist? Cody, I agree with you. For anyone who's ever had a broken nose, but she said again, she thought it was broken, that she didn't know, and that she went to an event the next day and looks completely fine. I broke my nose and had to have it reset, and makeup doesn't cover a broken nose. Camille is going to blitzkrieg with the photos. Yeah, she should though. She should. Oh, they're reading what's happening at Sidebar. I'm so jealous. They're getting the live feed from the court reporter about what's happening at Sidebar, and I am so jealous. I'm so jealous. I saw the question coming, could the jury, what is happening? They're arguing over these photos that are allegedly turned over that probably weren't turned over. You guys, I am trying very hard to get to questions as they jump. I apologize, but we have over 105,000 of you in the chat, which is totally a record on my channel. So thank you. I'm overwhelmed. Do the YouTube things. We're going to keep talking. Could the jury legally research makeup companies during the break? Negative, Ghost Rider. The jury can only rely on what's told to them in court by the witnesses. What the attorneys say is not evidence. What the attorneys say in argument is not evidence. It's a guide. The witness testimony, the documents that they have, that is the evidence. The nurse's notes, the doctor's notes, the evidence. But I really think that Amber Heard has put her attorney in a very, very bad place. I bet you Rob is awake AF. Yes, Camille, I'm absolutely speechless. This is a very good cross. Slow, deliberate, allowing the questions to land with the jury, allowing the jury to hear the answers, not a rush, which is what I don't like about Rottenborn's style. And it's what I didn't love about Bredehoff's style is they try to rush it so you don't hear the answer. And they just take this kind of jackhammer approach to cross, but it doesn't let the answers sink in. Camille is letting the answers sink in. She's confident in her questioning. She's not running through it, and she's ready to let this land with the jury. But yes, Amber Heard's already throwing her lawyers under the bus. She's obviously, it's not my job. And we're going to see exactly how she feels about it soon. And it's going to be very, very interesting. So I'm going to get to a few more questions in Super Chats while they're at this extended sidebar. I have a feeling we're going to see this today. YouTube channel Popcorn Planet from Andy Signor mentioned that Amber Heard has shown that she will never ever take responsibility for her actions. I mean, we're seeing that on the stand. It's like, no, I turned everything over. There's pictures. I would sure like to show them to this jury, but that's not my job. These lawyers out here not doing their jobs. Broken noses are crooked. I mean, sometimes I guess they could be fractured without being completely crooked, but broken noses aren't cute. And I think she's exaggerating. Again, I think she could have gotten, I don't think she got bopped in the nose here, but she is making it all sound kind of grander than it is what I'm seeing from her testimony. So I would love to hear Dr. Curry, maybe Dr. Hughes testify about how this kind of arrogant and not my fault attitude behavior is not typical for someone with personality disorder, is or is not. Well, we heard that from Dr. Curry, and we might see Dr. Curry again on rebuttal. Dr. Curry can still be recalled on rebuttal. So I'm going to get to many super chats as I can. I might not be able to get
Ms.
to them
Heard, you
all. But thank you.
testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident
Yep.
in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this
Yes, Raven.
occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
Incident by incident.
That's correct. In the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
I don't know the opposite of Depp.
Perhaps
Conrad.
I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way
Oh.
back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
No.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay,
Thank you,
I
Shannon.
assume you have it.
I do. Let's please
Her
pull out
nose would
Plaintiff's
be-
Exhibit
yes.
1256.
Her testimony and her photos and injuries don't match, which is difficult for me.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Part 1256 in evidence.
I mean, Miko, I'm the same. I'm very pale. So I cry and I'm a disgusting mess.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
It's
You
a
would
sassy
agree
dress.
that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture.
No, not that I could see.
Not that I could see. She's not going to agree.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could
She's
please
just like,
have
not that I can
Plaintiff's
see.
Exhibit
Not that I can see.
1257.
Yes, they can bring up rebuttal witnesses. It's going to just decide. She can't hide how much she's
This is
annoyed.
a front
Oh, she's
angle
definitely
picture
annoyed.
of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
So we're going to get a lot more pictures and maybe some more audio. Okay,
I'll show you one more picture.
sure.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
LawTube is looking up. So they're looking up to the photos that are being admitted.
And
They're
again,
on
Ms. Heard,
a
this is you and Mr. Depp
screen.
at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
This is
All
getting
right,
very
1258
good.
in
I like
evidence.
her style of cross.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
It's
That
a
is
pretty
correct.
dress. She likes a braid, doesn't she?
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia
These
in
will
March
all
of
be available for the
2015.
public on the court website.
Yes, that's correct.
And
You
Megan, I know
testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
she would need to go to the
Yes,
hospital
that's true.
multiple times.
You testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
Huh.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right,
She
Ms. Heard?
testified to that.
Yes.
She did say
You
that.
testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual
She
assault.
said that. She did.
Yes.
Camille's not
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any
Not
of these
mincing
injuries,
words.
are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
not
Not
for the
for
cuts
the
to your
injuries to
feet.
your face?
I didn't need to.
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on
I didn't
December
need to.
15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
She said that.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial?
No, today's day 16. Earlier this morning?
You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have
I guess we're reading back.
for the jury.
She keeps saying my nose was broken, and then she's downplaying when she's crossed on it, saying, you said your nose was broken. And she goes, it sure
Okay.
felt like that. Well,
All right.
did you go to a doctor?
We'll get it.
Did you fix your nose? Did you not? So now they are doing read back for the court reporter to pull up. Did you testify that you had a broken nose? Because she did. And I think they're going to go through the exaggerated injuries and the lack of proof to the injuries, which is a solid strategy. You've complained about all of these injuries. Where is the evidence, the mountains of evidence, the mountains of proof that back up everything that you're alleging? And that's a very, very strong cross style. So going again,
Can I approach the witness,
this,
Your
this,
Honor?
this,
Yes,
this,
ma'am.
this.
And
Thank
would
you,
like
KG.
copies?
Yes, please.
Oh, here's your testimony. Here, we have it. We have a copy. Her nose does look incredible for so many broken noses. Matt Bond, you would have think she would have needed a doctor, like a plastic surgeon or someone, an ENT, a specialist of some sort, and potentially a dentist. Because if you're getting hit in the face that much, wouldn't you
I
chip your
can
teeth?
please
I
direct
chipped my
your
teeth playing water
attention, Ms.
polo.
Heard, to
I hate
page
it.
of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
I'm caught up on the teeth. No mention of teeth. No mention of her teeth. She only talked about her tooth going through her lip, but no mention of her teeth banging together. I just. She's like, what page are we on? I'm going to get to super chat questions as we try to find our page in the testimony. Do you think Amber is laying a foundation to sue her attorneys? She can't sue them for losing the trial if they are listening to what she said. They have not committed
Lines
malpractice. Did the attorney ask about
8
Depp
through
not looking at
13?
her for the jury's benefit? Maybe,
On which page? I'm
or
sorry.
maybe to get that
4593.
to lay the foundation to get that audio in of him saying, I'm never going to look at you again. And it also heads off her PR statement. I think it has a dual purpose.
Yes.
Why is Amber talking to the
Starting
jury?
on line 8.
I think
I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that. Let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place.
all
actually.
over the place. That's a
So
lot. of hair.
lines
That was day 15 of
9.
trial.
that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I wonder if something happened there
I
because she
did
looked up.
have 2 black eyes after that incident.
Sorry if I
And you
scared you.
testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
I scared me.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
As
That's
they
correct.
want to do.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out,
I remember, yes.
and that you had, quote, gross, pussy, end quote, bruising around your temple.
Maybe we'll ask LawTube.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures,
That's correct.
and we will look at some of those in a minute. But
I don't know
first
how to
want to
spell
talk to you
pussy
about your
for my
appearance
notes.
on the James Corden show.
I feel like I'm spelling
Sure.
pussy.
Can I close this?
Sure.
I feel like I'm spelling pussy incorrectly on my notes, but gross pussy.
You appeared on the James Corden show the
Chunks.
day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening.
Les,
We
yes,
could. Plaintiff's
please.
Exhibit 35.
Yes, please.
And
Yes,
for the
please.
record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A and
And there it is. And there
I
it
grew up,
is.
in Texas, riding horses, and
Oh, really?
We want to see
Not a
it.
big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever.
They might not have
and I
published it to the
two
jury
left
yet.
feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I
Your Honor, I'm
knew
so
I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury.
Yes.
We may have it please published.
May we please have it published?
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I grew up, in Texas, riding horses, and
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have two left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew I had to train for it. And what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet. And I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing a jump with a back bend, and you can see this graceful falling, and my hands are and my face,
Her lips are moving a lot.
You saw on the clip, these beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on, and flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
Her face is very expressive in that clip.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Covered it up real
Please
good
pull
with
up Plaintiff's
makeup.
Exhibit 98.
I have questions.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the
It's not
James
like a
Corden
photo
show,
shoot.
correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bredehoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on.
Yep,
for you.
Ms.
So
Bredehoff, we
Judy
can't
and I are
hear
having
you.
trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. All right. 98 in evidence.
Those are the freeze
Thank you.
frames. Those are freeze frames.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right?
That's correct.
And again,
Can
a
you point
larger
out the
view of the
split
same
lip?
photo on the bottom
Can
That's
you
correct.
maybe just
with a split
point to
lip.
it?
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you had a split lip.
We'd
when
love
you
to
were
see
moving
it.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're going, okay. Okay. That's what we're doing.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence.
Yep. Whoever's sigh that was is all of us.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
Yes, Bex, split lip with that makeup. It would have caked in.
And if we
That
could
makeup
also
would have
please
held
pull up Defendant's
into any-
Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
I don't wear matte lipstick because I'm over 40 and I don't want it to sink into all of the crevices in my lips because older.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's
This is also a picture of you
image.
after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
Camille is definitely going for it. Huh. Camille's a very good attorney.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
How did
That's
they get them?
correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you
How did they get
protecting
them?
Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine.
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I
Yes.
certainly did not personally give it. No.
That wasn't the answer. Non-responsive. Ask the question again, Camille. The exact same question. Just ask it
You
again.
also have a medical
That was
record
non-responsive.
from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
Partial one.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
So you're saying that your attorneys and representatives gave these pictures to People magazine during a contentious divorce. I wish you would have asked
This is
it
your
again.
medical record for
I don't know
December
if she needed
17th,
to.
2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
It's already in evidence.
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so. No, I don't think I spoke
Let's read it.
to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't.
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to
Phone
Dr.
consultation,
Kipper office.
headache.
Went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Partially.
Scroll down, please, if we could.
Okay, well, where's the rest of it? Partially, yes. I appreciate that.
Signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what
They
happened.
didn't see your
or,
broken
ask
face?
for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Let's do that. Let's
Well,
do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Thanks, Camille. Let's read it in full. Let's
Please go.
do exactly that.
Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor. No
General.
signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
No signs of cyanosis.
It
modeling
also says I'm a well-nourished male.
It does also say
Right.
you're a well-nourished
I
male.
have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
How long after? In what? A
And
year
you saw
later?
an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. I'll
Move to strike. There we go.
Thank you.
Where's
again,
the medical
just
records
to-
from the ENT?
Try my question. There's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
I don't know
Ms.
what
Heard,
made it into
you never
evidence.
went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
Oh,
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they not only
All right, if you would
produced,
approach. Ladies. Oh, damn. Wait, where's everybody going? The audience is getting up. Shit, this is just getting good. Y'all sit back down. You better have to pee real bad to get up during this. This might be another long sidebar, but now they're arguing in front of the jury over whether medical records from her seeing an ENT after the relationship has been produced. And Camille's like, they haven't been produced. And then you've got Umbridge going, I assure you they've been produced. And they're going to pull these giant binders out and start going, what is happening? But Camille's style of cross is so much more effective. She is firm. She is asking questions. There's an appropriate level of distrust or skepticism, but she's not yelling at Amber Heard, which is why she's getting to answers that the jury is hearing, because she's not just
You
trying
don't
to
have any
scream
medical
over her.
records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Do
Thank you for asking about dental work, because when you get punched in the face a lot, it chips your teeth.
I don't know.
She's
I
like,
don't
I don't
rec-
understand
I don't
why you're
recall.
asking. That's so
You don't
weird.
recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist
gonna win that
or an
fight.
oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained
Cosmetic
with Mr.
dentist.
Depp?
I mean,
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
she's like, I went to
And
the
you don't
dentist.
have any medical records reflecting that
obviously.
you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work,
ENT.
so there would be no records.
I never required reconstructive work.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yikes.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
Yes, I think that Camille was the only choice on this team for doing this cross. Otherwise, it would come off as a power dynamic or a power struggle, and it would let her
You
retreat a
took
little
this
bit more.
photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
This is very much a strategy.
And you testified
and
that this
Camille's
was
the right
taken in
choice.
Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out,
That's a
and I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed,
Who?
and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes,
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
it's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was
passed out.
on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on
They're-
his island.
They're very different, in my opinion.
Great.
And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
And again,
which
this
is
gets
also in
to
evidence.
you've taken this many photos, but where are the photos of the injuries? And that's
We also
very
took
powerful.
this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
They'll get to the ice
I
cream
did.
photo.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp.
No, there's also a
Sleep in a
dog. I see
chair.
the dog down there.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs. Didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
So you
Is
were
your testimony
alarmed.
under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
Where is it?
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's
Taking any
Exhibit
pictures of you.
1094.
This
which
is going to
also
go
in
with
evidence.
all this evidence. Why are there no pictures of your injuries? That's where this is building up to.
You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well,
The
didn't you?
festival
I
of
did.
ice cream.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the
He was working on
medications
Black
and
Mass.
the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took
Really?
a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Non-responsive.
It's still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
It's
All
fair. It's
right,
not
I'll
responsive.
sustain the objection.
And strike everything after.
This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that
Yeah,
this
don't
is
go
an
with the double
embarrassing
negative.
scene, right?
Ooh, getting into the embarrassment.
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is
To
looking
embarrass
at
someone?
it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up
Oh.
Defendant's Exhibit 252.
So this is why they only ask questions so that they can rebut.
We'll only be looking at the portion of this
So,
document.
Did
So
you
if
do
we could
this? Did
please
you
call
do
it
that? If
Defendant's
she
Exhibit
says no, but the
252A.
answer is not right, they want to be able to bring in the exhibit to
And
say,
for
but she
ease,
did though.
we've gone ahead
But
and
she did
redacted
though.
it.
So they need the receipts, and that's why they only ask
Yes, I was
questions where they
asking
have
for support.
receipts. No,
That's
that
correct.
there's no question pending.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Breda? Could you turn on your
Could you
microphone?
turn on your mic,
again?
Ms. Bredehoft?
Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
Well, that's fair.
Redacted the identifiers
And that's fair.
and anything that's not Ms.
Go
Heard's
up or down on
text
it.
messages,
That's fair.
consistent with hearsay.
We redacted it consistent with, the law. Don't look at your colleagues. Just breathe, Camille. You're doing great. You're doing amazing, sweetie. This style of cross is much, much more effective. It's going to take time, but it is methodically going through each and every aspect of
Yeah, I mean, we
you took
approached.
this,
okay.
you took this, you took that. And as we approach, I'm going to get to some of your super chats. I think tomorrow we're going to have another full day of cross, but you never know because we're right now to you took pictures of everything, but not this, and why not? I just Googled Gina Carano after fight. That's how Amber's face would look after repeated beating. I called Gina as a witness to answer how long those injuries were visible after a fight. I mean, if anyone on this jury has ever been punched in the face or slapped in the face or, physically fallen off a horse or a bike, they're going to have some relation to injury that's inconsistent with her retelling of the very serious injuries that she's alleging. The very serious violence she's alleging happened to her does not line up with the medical records and the photographic evidence. And now she's trying to say, I turned everything over. I have medical records. I turned it over. That's not what the evidence will bear out. And they're going to turn around on closing argument and say, she said she turned it. You never saw it. Her team never brought it to you. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. And it's just going to make her look like a liar. Can Johnny Depp's team bring in a makeup guru to share how all of this is not makeup? I think that Heard's team is going to call her makeup artist. And I think that they will use the cross-examine for that witness to do that. Notice how she can't look at Camille and answer her, and she turns to the jury. Do you find this odd? I do find it odd. Normally on cross, you're kind of focused on the person asking you questions, but I think she needs to look to the jury for approval. I think that's what's happening. And I love that they get to read what's happening at sidebar. I'm very jealous. I want to read what's happening at sidebar. Do you think they'll bring up Van Ray? I don't know what that is. Or Elon Musk and Franco? Elon Musk has come up a little. I don't know about Franco. How does getting Amber for perjury work? We've talked about that in other content. Nothing she said on the stand so far would raise an eyebrow for me in that way. We're going to keep going through cross to point out inconsistencies. And if anything changes, I'll tell you. Question, how much leeway that Camille gets because it's a woman crossing a woman? Would a male ask these questions have to be more delicate? Kieran, yes. Because of the nature of the allegations and because, if you had an attorney like Ben Chu, older guy, seems to be fairly tall, could seem more imposing, even though his demeanor is really kind. If he was digging in about particularly the allegations of sexual violence, the jury could feel really gross about it. This is part of the strategy in choosing the right attorney for any case and choosing a team that's right for any case. This is all part of what lawyers think about is perception to a jury and trying to get out ahead of that.
Sir, does
Camille's
this
also a very
refresh your
talented
recollection
attorney.
that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
Does it refresh your recollection or did you send it?
And you sent it to
She just said
her
she didn't.
on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m.
I don't think
correct?
they need to
That
call
is
a
correct.
doctor. I think it's plain on its face that it's kind of preposterous.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him. right?
That is correct.
And you said
And
this
you
is what I've
wrote,
been dealing
quote,
with.
"This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting
Good
Mr.
answer.
Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the
Toddler headbutts
monster
are
would get
vicious.
upset that you took this picture?
Ooh,
This
Good
was
question.
Opiate Johnny. This is a different
not a monster? Is Opiate Johnny
version
not a
of him.
monster?
This is
Wait.
Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
Is Opiate
And
Johnny
you
not a
weren't
monster?
afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course,
You're
he
not
could get
answering the
upset.
question.
Of course, that's scary to me. Of course,
Didn't
but
stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
Let that sink in. Why should I be afraid?
Mr. Depp's
You're not afraid because he didn't
right
abuse you,
hand is in his
correct?
pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes.
picture?
Why
That's
would
correct.
it? Why would I be afraid of him? Holy shit! That's a
You also showed
moment.
this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Wow. Why
Yes,
would
that's
it?
correct.
Let's please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence.
Anyone who's ever been afraid of someone, why would I be afraid, is not what's going to happen. And this is why you slowly and methodically pick apart a cross-examination.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph.
Ooh,
This is a
talk about the
photograph you
tampon
took in
applicator.
March of 2013, right?
That
Oh,
is correct.
shit, So
And
shocked.
this was taken at your apartment in Orange.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
And that is your driver's license?
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
I can't believe
That
she
is
said
correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine.
that. After.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Correct.
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
They're getting to whether it's staged.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You testified you've
I'm
done
asking
cocaine.
if
I
you
have.
do.
Doesn't really look like Mr.
good
Depp or
response.
anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
Tell me more about it.
And
It
there's
doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is
The tampon applicator.
a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to
Wow. This is great
put the
testimony.
cocaine in your nose.
My sister taught Johnny
Mr.
Depp
is
how
a
to
pretty
snort
heavy
cocaine.
Smoker, right?
My sister
He
taught
is.
Johnny Depp how to snort cocaine. Was
And-
that the
and that's
testimony we just
cigarette in
got?
the ashtray in the back there,
Um,
back right.
yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Staged photo.
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table.
So her
Wouldn't you
sister
agree?
was teaching Johnny
Um,
Depp how to do coke.
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of
Staged
communicating
photos.
with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
It's a good cross.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine,
What do you mean by that?
holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine,
Um,
sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either,
Catch.
were you?
I never tried.
Interesting way to phrase it.
But
and
you
a
were
good
able to catch him
response.
sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass
on her
out
toes.
in all sorts of places. Yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again.
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around. Yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings for Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
Ooh,
That's
into the
incorrect.
TMZ photo.
I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Oh my. I'm glad they got into it.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
She said
And then you
6.8.
released
No,
a
it was
statement in
7.
which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
Yes, please, let's pull it up.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
Donates.
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the
Trying to
portion on the second
distance.
page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her
It's your
statement.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your
She
Honor,
said
that it's
she-
her
it's her
statement.
statement.
Just said it was hers.
May I say the full?
Just laid the
Everything
foundation.
else is redacted.
No, you don't need to see it. She just said it was hers.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right.
Yeah,
1259
you're not going
in
to get an
evidence as
objection,
redacted.
even if you think you have an objection, because it's her statement, and she just said
The statement
that was laying a
reads,
foundation, Elaine.
as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and
my.
in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away
I'm
in
glad
the
that we're already
past and
here.
will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no,
Problem with it?
it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize now.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution
I think
So $100,000
we're going to keep getting to her
to
donating
the
money.
ACLU.
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement
It was
to
not
give
his
away
money.
and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
Yes.
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you
Directly.
had named directly.
Yes.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted
Pay
amount
double.
or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce
So you
as
stopped
per our
it.
agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
I gave him a choice.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do
Getting a
that
tax
and
break.
not pay me the settlement, that was fine. But he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make
She's
it
very involved in the tax
a
side of
a
this.
commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in
Very
some other way.
involved in the tax side of this.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it
Bing, bing,
from
bing.
Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
Ding ding.
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
She's gone into kind of lecture
In
mode.
fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Oh,
Let's see
we
if we
have
can
that.
refresh your recollection.
We have
Could you
that
please
here
pull
for
up
us.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
We have it right here from CHLA. Let's just do that then. I'm excited to
An
see
article
it.
entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says,
I talked about that a
it's on the
little
second page.
on social
Her
media, but
spokeswoman
he's not in
responded
court
in the
today.
statement. The language that follows the
Objection.
statement you released,
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
a spokesperson is an
An
exception,
agent?
Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Oh, now we're going to sidebar. They're saying a spokesperson is an agent, just like Johnny Depp is being sued for what his lawyer said. Let's get to a few questions. Hello, law nerds. So good to see you. Don't forget to do the YouTube things. Okay. Could Amber be found in contempt of court if she's caught lying? It would be a long road. And I've seen a lot of questions like that. If she does something where I'm like, oh shit, don't worry, I'll let you know. She wanted to get the tax break, not for him to get it. Correct. This is rich people fighting over taxes, over this divorce settlement. She also wanted the public perception. Is that a photographer sitting behind Amber Heard's team? Yes, there are 1 or 2 official court photographers that are in court. They are Erlen lenses. It's linked in my description with regard to my ADHD filtered glasses. So they are there. And I love that.
You released a statement
You're right,
through.
may we approach again?
Okay.
It seems like Elaine didn't agree with the ruling because it seemed like the ruling went in Camille Vasquez's favor. And then she's like, can we approach again? Damn. They're going to get into the releasing the statement. How late is court today? Court will go to either 5 or 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. So it's almost 4. So I mean, it's almost 4 Central, so it's almost 5. So another half hour, they'll probably let her finish up whatever kind of whatever phase of the cross she's in or whatever topic or subject matter she's in, and then move on until tomorrow. Hey, El Jefe, good to see you. Thank you so much. So court probably has about another half an hour, and then I'll be answering some questions. I'll just hand you a copy. She won it again.
That's exactly what I said.
That's it. That is exactly what you said, Camille. Bretta Hoff, pay attention. We're all moving. We're moving quicker. Do you think Amber Heard can keep from losing her cool? I think she's going to be very happy when court breaks in a half an hour for today. And I think
Your Honor,
Amber's
would you like
doing a
to
good
see
job
one
answering
as
so
well?
far.
No,
I do.
That's right. That's fine. Thank you.
I think she's doing a good job answering so far. Sorry, I'm behind. If she was essentially blackmailing JD to stay with her, can his team use that as further proof of her abuse? I think they'll argue it. They're trying to point it out. And I think they'll keep trying to point it out. Cross is going faster than I expected because it's good. Do you think they're going
Please
to
turn your microphone on.
save you
I'm
more
sorry.
time for rebuttal?
Your Honor,
Maybe.
they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Because what you can see, if there's anything you can see that needs to be redacted, then what you can see might also need to be redacted. But you can see that on the non-redacted because you can see the non-redacted. How do I know if I can't see the redacted if more needs to be redacted? Look at the more
Your Honor,
that
the
is
witness
not
can testify as
redacted.
to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
Go to the interwebs,
I can
Elaine.
represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
The thing is, it's a ridiculous argument saying here's LawTube in the corner hanging out. Hello, LawTube. It's kind of a ridiculous statement saying, I don't know if more needs to be redacted. Read what's not redacted and then decide. So when they go to sidebar, I don't know if Heard can hear them. It seems kind of far away. Io, Rocky, and Amber aren't friends anymore. It seems maybe not, or at least clearly with Rocky, she said my best friend at the time. So we'll see if they come in and testify live and in person. Can they call her lawyers to testify what, if any, evidence, photos Amber has provided to them? That will be handled at the bench. No, they can't come into, no, they can't be called to testify, but that can come in with the court at sidebars and hearings outside the presence of the jury. Is the jury getting paid for this period? Not much, since they can't attend their jobs. Not much. The fees, I don't know the fees in Virginia, but Rob, who is law and lumber sitting back there, this is his jurisdiction, so I can ask.
May
But
I approach?
jury daily fees are normally fairly low. It's like parking in like 15, 16, sometimes up to $30 a day. You said this is a piece-by-piece style of cross is effective. Would you elaborate on how it's different from Rottenborn going piece by piece? So Rottenborn tends to go like shotgun and try to get like every big thing in at once. He asks a lot of compound questions and it's like, like, what about this, this, and this, and this? And it's super rapid fire. This is more of a very not slowly paced, but a well-paced cross that's going question by question by question. No compound objections because it's one question, then building
So
the next
Your
and the
Honor,
next and the
Can
next.
we have a
So-
copy of this?
You can get a copy of that.
After court.
Later.
Yes.
today.
Don't the
Okay.
legal teams
Right,
already
I
have the
think she
redacted?
should be
No.
giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we
Elaine?
continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
The court's like, Elaine, we can deal with this later. And Elaine's like, oh no, we're going to deal with it now. We know it's getting late in the day. We can see the sun starting to hit in there. We are almost at 5 o'clock. So where's Dr. Curry? Probably not sitting in the courtroom for this testimony. She can always watch it if she needs to, but if she doesn't, she can be told about it and come in to testify. Vogue said, I'm looking into going into law after college, and I'm curious on your thoughts or advice for people with learning disabilities such as dyslexia. I can do it. You can do it. I think you need to know yourself, learn how you work best, learn how you study best. And at some point, I think I'll do more content about what that was like. It's not always easy for sure, but it can be done. Work with the school that you go to and know yourself and know how you do best. And always don't beat yourself up over stuff. You're going to be a harsher critic than anyone else will be. How can Amber Heard's team come back from this? This cross makes her look like a terrible person. We're going to see on redirect.
All right.
That was a sign of frustration. Shout out to my
So
bro
directing
Cameron
your
for watching
attention,
with
Ms.
me.
Heard,
Shout out Cameron.
where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Yes,
If you want to lay a
Is the-
foundation
Virginia.
to that.
it's being held in Fairfax, Virginia.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
She's
Statement
trying to
that
distance
reads,
from it.
Starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the
Elaine's
only thing I'm going to say. Would you
Elaine's
please read that to yourself?
trying to
Ms.
talk
Heard?
about it being hearsay, but it's a statement of Amber Heard, and they're trying to lay the foundation for it. And Amber's going to be like, I don't remember. And they're going to be like, does this refresh your recollection? She's probably going to be like, I don't remember, because she doesn't want the statement to come in. How could, oh, we already did that one.
Yes.
Oh, and she didn't.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where
at that.
the last word is supported?
I don't know. We've been keeping an eye on how she testifies. I don't pay as much deep attention to lagging. So
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was.
you just said you
I don't
did.
disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1260.
Should lay
and
the
evidence
foundation.
over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elaine's trying.
Statement reads, Amber
And
Heard
that-
appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news.
Novel.
And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber.
And this goes to impeaching her prior testimony,
continues.
saying that she didn't do that.
We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
Is there a question, Camille?
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're back to, did I read that correctly?
After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
Oh, there we go to the Danish TV show.
I believe I said I had,
This is,
I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already
it was already printed.
commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press.
There was
I think I just
also
confirmed it
A
on that show.
You
non-disclosure
appeared on a
portion.
show called RTL Late Night.
There's a
right?
non-disclosure portion.
I
of the
don't
divorce
recall
settlement.
what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program.
Did you see?
And
her
we would
go,
ask that it be moved into evidence
Don't
and
know
ask
how
for
to-
permission to
Objection.
Your
publish
Honor,
it.
it contains, has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if
Ben,
we may
she's sitting
approach
there going
very
like this.
briefly.
Oh. I appreciate this. I appreciate that they're getting into it. We will see what happens. I hope that we get to see that. But with that, I'm going to get to a few more questions as best I can. Did I say Danish? It's a Dutch TV. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Dutch. I apologize. I apologize. I've been streaming all day. I'm gonna go lay down now. I'm sorry. It's Dutch. I apologize. Please don't tell my friends. No, I apologize. Yes, I'm going to misspeak things. I thought she said Danish TV show when she was testifying, so I misquoted. Enjoyed your interview with DUI attorney. Did Depp's team bring his former partner's letters as they did in the UK trial? I don't know. They wouldn't be admissible at this point. And they would need live testimony. You generally can't just have a declaration for that sort of testimony. Will the trial for the countersuit from Heard last as long as this trial? No, it's happening now. Maxie, I can't. we're going to just go with max. We are doing it now. So on her direct, she talked about the counterclaims. They're running at the same time. The jury is going to have to decide both Depp suing Heard and Heard suing Depp at the same time in this case. Did Depp's attorney defame Heard? Did Heard defame Depp? It's all going to be decided under one umbrella because the evidence is so much the same. So all of that is going on simultaneously, and the jury will decide it all together. And in the jury instructions, it looks like they decide liability and damages all at once. So there's no separate damages portion. The jury should get this case May 27th is when they're doing closing arguments and jury instructions. And then the jury should get to deliberate. Then they'll have a 3-day weekend break for Memorial Day and then be off to deliberation, which I think could take 3 to 6 days, if not longer. How much does likability or not of attorneys influence the jury? It can. Because again, how much do teachers you like in school influence your ability to learn? If it's easier to hear someone, if you can listen to them, you're more likely to learn and possibly adopt their version of events. So when the attorneys are doing closing arguments, they're trying to give the jurors a roadmap for how to decide this thing. Hey, this is what the jury instructions say. This is how you decide it. This is what you do. And if they can't even listen to your voice, it's nails on a chalkboard. They're just going to be like, I don't want to hear it. So it's the same. It does matter.
So if we
You
could
need them to be
please
able to hear
play
you.
and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
If Amber Heard loses, do you think PR will say it's due to men on the jury? I think
and actually
PR will
were
say it's
all kinds of
sexist.
accusations
and
flying your way when
that
you said
evidence
all
was
this.
held
And
out.
then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, and I split it between
Was donated.
ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
Was donated. I wanted nothing. Was
This
donated.
interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
They're going to have to get into the date of the show. Oh, Sandy, thank you. Whoa, 115K is a lot. Hi, everybody. You can, if you like my channel, just, use
This
your
is
thanks.
the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement.
Ooh,
right, Ms.
we
Heard?
love the deal point memorandum.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
If we go down to the bottom of page 4,
The
there's a
NDA.
heading
Let's talk
labeled
about the NDA. Non-disclosure agreement?
equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
NDA.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
She just testified to that.
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5,
Zoom out, Michelle. I'm just kidding. Michelle's not their tech person. They have a different tech person. I would like to see the whole equalization payment because I'm curious. But this, if it gets admitted to evidence, we'll all
so
be on the court's
first
website
payment
today.
is scheduled for August 31st, 2016. And that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
This probably lined up with when he
Mr.
was
Depp's
getting paid for
accountant,
movies, I'm
Edward
guessing.
White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Ms.
Not
Butterhoff,
hear you.
we can't
Objection
hear.
to her testifying to what Mr. White testified
He
to.
already testified in
It's a-
court.
Actually,
It's foundation.
literally testified to it in
Okay,
court.
I'll overrule.
It's not hearsay.
Your
It's
Honor.
foundation.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Am I fanning myself with the rules of
And
evidence?
then the rest of the
Yes.
payments were all made
Fan
to you,
Bretterhoff with them
weren't they?
too.
That is correct.
That's not how that
And
works.
the final
Elaine.
payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on
Objection.
schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule the-
improper-
Objection.
It's not improper,
Thank you, Your
Elaine.
Honor.
You circling shit on exhibits
And you
is
were here in court
improper.
When
The
Mr. White
audacity.
testified that the payments were all made on
Audacity.
schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's not
testified
my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made
I like how she
on
emphasized
schedule.
oath.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. Again, she's trying
So
to
back
reframe and not
October
just
of
answer the yes or no.
2018,
But
this was before
she's
Mr.
not
Depp sued
being-
you for defamation, correct?
Bird, she's not being that
Yes, that's correct.
spicy.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would
That-
agree with me.
That is correct.
Oh,
And you hadn't yet been sued by
so-
Mr. Depp.
you waited.
This is
You waited to
October,
write the
correct.
op-ed until after you got paid in
So
full.
in this
Is that where they're
October
going?
2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
that's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote.
Pointing out that she
Right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it right then.
And you say this because
Does she not
you,
see
quote,
where this is
wanted
going?
nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
bingo.
That's incorrect.
What?
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No.
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
paid.
$7 million
That's
to
not my
charity,
question.
and I
Paid.
I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question.
Paid,
Please.
not pledged.
What was
Try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated
Yikes, this is gonna
the
get spicy.
$7 million donated, not pledged, donated
Have
the $7 million
not.
divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They
But
are
I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard,
But I don't. Stop
I don't
looking at
use
the
it
jury, Miss
synonymously.
Heard.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard,
No.
respectfully, that's not my question. As of today,
Get it, Camille.
you have not paid
Oh, there's only
$3.5
15 minutes
million
left of
of
court.
your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today,
It's Johnny's
you
fault,
have
y'all.
not donated,
It's Johnny's fault, y'all.
paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
She's not gonna say I didn't pay
And
it.
that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I
Ooh,
didn't get
spicy.
anything.
Easy
You wanted
spicy.
Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
Looking at the
I loved
jury.
Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
Mhm.
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
Mhm.
In general, one
Yes.
does want good press, yes.
That's a
You
fair
wanted
answer.
to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was
didn't
being
wanna seem
called
like
a
a gold
liar
digger.
and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity
This
reach.
is a great answer
You
for
wanted to
Depp's
remind
team.
everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This
No,
is
I
a
wanted
good
to
cross.
move on
That's a
with
good
my
answer
life.
for them.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
Oh shit.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement
Yo.
was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No.
No. Ms. Heard,
No.
my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you.
My
After.
questions. Get it, Camille.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated
Camille's tone
to charity.
has
End
shifted.
quote.
That
It's
is correct. I
appropriate.
pledged the entirety.
No.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
Yep.
All right.
It's non-responsive. Ooh, turn on your mic, Elaine.
No,
Elaine, turn on your mic.
Ms. Hurt,
I-
this is really
oh,
inappropriate.
This is
I'll
not
sustain the
appropriate.
objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank
Let's move forward.
This is
Next
not appropriate
question.
at all. Get it, Elaine.
Under
more
oath,
lip
that
gloss for
statement
Elaine.
wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurt?
Flippy for Elaine.
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath.
Fuck you
quote,
don't.
The entirety of my divorce settlement was donated.
They're never
to
gonna let this
charity,
go.
End quote.
And they shouldn't.
That statement wasn't true.
They shouldn't let it go.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
Answer the
Ms.
question.
Hurd.
No
All right,
question
next question,
pending,
please.
Miss
Thank you.
Hurd. No
that
question
statement isn't true today,
pending.
as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
But you didn't pay it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no, right,
obligations.
Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million
Before you
for
got
13
sued.
months before Mr. Depp
Good-
sued you, and you
good
chose
cross.
not to pay it to the charities
Good cross.
you pledged it to. Is
Good
that correct?
cross.
I disagree with your characterization of that.
Well, she's asking you a question without a characterization. The
Let's look at
question
your
is,
sworn testimony from the UK.
boom, roasted. Here's the thing. She got the entirety of the divorce settlement before she wrote the op-ed, before she was sued. Poor Camille is standing there with the sun right in her face, which really sucks. But
All right.
she got the entirety of the divorce settlement. And this is timing that was not clear to me
Thank you.
before this cross. She got the entirety of the divorce settlement before she wrote the op-ed, maybe because she wanted to keep getting it. And maybe the op-ed violated her NDA and her divorce settlement. But that's me
Ms. Vasquez,
speculating.
Do you want me to close the shades?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. We all do.
There's this light coming across.
It's like,
So I appreciate
"Ah."
that. It's probably good light.
It's such a mess. I'm
Thank
glad
you,
that
Your
they're
Honor.
All right.
that's so much better. So she got the entirety of the divorce settlement and she keeps saying, I didn't pay it because I got sued. I didn't pay it because I got sued. Well, actually, no. You got the entirety of the settlement. Then you wrote the op-ed after you got paid.
This is
Then
your
you got
third witness
sued.
statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Hurd?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath.
Boom,
True?
roasted.
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made the sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And
226.
directing your attention to paragraph 4.
This cross is so much more effective
It
than yelling at
says-
people.
Quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
She's going to keep saying it was pledged, not paid.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least
Can you
$500,000 that was
characterize
donated to
most?
the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
No,
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
yes, actually it did. Didn't you hear the
And at
ACLU's
least
testimony?
$500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
Okay.
I think this, if
It's
Your
a good
Honor's
time to
fine,
break
this
for
is
the
a good
day.
stopping
Breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and you're taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
Judge A, you're the real MVP. I mean, I don't agree with all of your hearsay rulings, but truly, this judge is the real MVP. Tomorrow, we are going to get, I think, probably a full day of cross, but they really are getting into the ACLU testimony, and they need to, because it was a big, big point in the UK trial.
Again,
that
Ms. Hurd, since
you
you're
wanted
still
nothing.
on the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, to include your attorneys, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
The judge is like, I'm out. I'm out. Did you see how fast she got off the fucking bench? Out. Judge A's like, I'm so done with you all today. I am done. And Judge A just bounced right off the bench. And they're going to, again, make sure, I think, that we don't have any issues with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard bumping into each other in court like they had in previous time. There is LawTube back there, and they all have the links for the afternoon. So maybe when they pop out, we will get some of the attorneys that are there in court watching. I'm going to get to answer some of your questions. Oh my God, this court. You can tell how much they are there for Johnny Depp. But Jessica made the point, I never want to be cross-examined by Camille. Camille did a fantastic job by taking her time. She knew what the biggest points of her cross were, and she knew how to get into them. So yes, I caught that too, Rigatoni. I don't know if I would call him a new boyfriend at that time, but I don't know exactly when that ACLU donation was made. But Camille has done a fantastic cross. Again, this is a style of cross I like much better. You're exactly right, Spans McNamara. It is a surgical style of cross-examination. It is a methodical style of cross-examination, and it doesn't allow the witness to wiggle out of anything. It keeps them sitting there and answering the question. Know this, because we saw, again, Amber Heard trying to mince these words, trying to say that, I pledged it. You said you paid it. No, you said you donated it. Well, I use those words synonymously. Well, they don't mean the same fucking thing. Yes, I did, Just Kevin Things, change my flight for our family vacation so that I will not miss cross-examination. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. Y'all stuck with me through closing, because closing is going to be fire. Yes, we absolutely stand Camille. She is a highly competent attorney, and she is handling a very frustrating witness very well. She called Elon her boyfriend once already today. Yeah, but she was characterizing, was he your new boyfriend or not your new boyfriend? And we're getting to the room where we're the part of cross where Amber Heard is really mincing words to try to wiggle out of this cross-examination. No, I pledged it, not donated it. Yes, that's true, but that says paid, not pledged, and really trying to move for it. I see, thank you to the mods who are letting me know that we've got a lot of foot soldiers in the chat, and a huge thanks to H3 for, I guess, I'm hearing shouting out the stream. We've just been locked in doing this, so appreciate it. We are here. Hello to the foot soldiers. I know you guys are, for most of you, familiar with the channel because we cover, well, Ryan Kavanaugh suing Ethan Klein. Could you imagine if we got to watch that trial? It'll never go to trial. I think it's going to get bounced, but could you imagine? M3 Healers shared, my birth mother victimized my dad and I for 25 years. The courts supported her abuse for another 5 years. I'm sorry that. Thank you for the vicarious justice. I'm sorry that happened. There is, and people will or will not talk about it, but is there a bias towards female victims? Yes. Is that what the court system tends to look for? Yes. Is it as insidious as, a male victim coming into court and they're being like, oh, are you out of custody? And it's like, no, I'm the victim. So it is something that the court system needs to come around with. The court system is slow to change and very slow to modernize its views of things, but it's important to do. Alexandria said, I've been watching your videos for a while, but I'm properly glued to them. Also, the way Amber answers the question reminds me of Jodi Arias. She is very much trying to use language to wiggle out of answers. And Camille knew that this was coming. She's seen enough of her testimony that she's not going to let her do that. So that is it. What are the consequences for Amber other than paying $50 million if the jury rules in favor of Johnny? Well, she has to pay the $50 million. And I think the societal embarrassment of, hey, the jury has decided that you defamed him. And they decided, if they decide that Amber defamed Johnny Depp, then they're naturally going to have to find that Johnny Depp's attorney or Johnny Depp via his attorney did not defame her when calling this a hoax, because you can't have both things. So she would lose very big and has won in other places. What I think will happen, though, based on her prior PR statement, is that if that happens, if she in fact loses here, is that her PR team is going to blame the court. They didn't let evidence in. They didn't let this in. They didn't let that in. And it will be a very much a blame game. And I think we will see that here if in fact she does lose this case, which if she loses, the law was on her side. If she loses, she lost it for herself in this case. This case coming in was never going to be an easy case for Depp to win. The only reason I think Depp wins this case, if he does, is because of her testimony, because the jury's going to be like, no, we're done. Conformist said, I'm pledging $1 billion to you, Emily. Thank you. Ignore that my payment is $10. You are now a billionaire. Yay for me. She is also using this to show how Amber changes wording to her favor. Yes, she is. And I think it's very, very effective, because we're all seeing how Amber will twist, and she's twisting on the stand. There are more collaborative courts now, which is a huge positive. Yes, I hope it keeps moving that way. I agree with you. My brother's ex was like Amber Heard and said he abused her when there's a video of her calling the police saying he was hitting her when he wasn't. And that's been alleged in this case as well, that she was saying that. I'm hours behind all our press conferences and threats today in Buffalo. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you guys had a lot going on in Buffalo with the shooting. I hope there weren't additional threats. It sounds like they were, Christina. I'm sorry for that, and for your entire community. It's just heartbreaking, the news over the last cycle. And while I've been very tuned into this trial, there's definitely been some heartbreaking news. You missed my comment. I might have. I'm trying. I'm definitely trying. A pledge is nothing more than a promise. I can't cash a promise. Lady Hannah, I agree with you. It's like paying someone an exposure. It's like, I'm going to pay you an exposure by saying that I'm paying you. No. During direct, maybe the jury sympathizes, but it seems from LawTube in court today that they didn't. It seemed that way, but she surely lost the jury after this cross. She keeps looking at them. She keeps like telling them. I feel like she's talking down to them, but that's just my interpretation. If you guys have questions, I should have swooped. We're going to swoop now and get to questions. I was just, those are my thoughts on the day. I have questions. You have questions. We have questions. We got to questions. Now we're questions. I missed an hour of the trial and skipped replay because live chat hits different. I have live streaming FOMO. The live chat here does hit different. We've got the best live chat on the internet. I love it here. A huge thank you to our mods for riding through a very, very busy chat today. Faith said Camille was too aggressive. Faith, I thought at the end it was the right tone, but again, jurors are going to see things different. And I'm so happy that you brought up that you see it different too, because people are going to see it differently. My sister taught Snoop Dogg how to Harpus Fizz, that's fantastic. And back to Amber saying that her sister taught Johnny Depp how to snort cocaine with a tampon applicator. So weird. Shane said, running a nonprofit, I know at least 10% of pledges are not realized. That the big difference between a pledge and payment, there is a big difference between a pledge and payment. And anyone understands that difference, because she said paid. And the reason she was doing, as you saw on that TV show, the reason she was doing it was to show that she didn't want anything. And people were calling her a gold digger. And she said, I didn't want to be lied on. That's court. Sorry, y'all. That scared me. I forgot to turn mute on after court. Apologies, chat. It moved on to something else. Let me see if there's any other video of them leaving court. I forgot to turn that off, and that's why I always turn it off. Can we have a close-up of, oh, hey, vidIQ, so good to see you. Thank you. You guys know how much I love vidIQ. They are what I use on my YouTube channel. If she was paid in installments, why not pay her pledge in installments? Agreed. Can we have a close-up of your cat? I will put him on Instagram, but I can't get a close-up of him now because I can't change my lens. You cannot take a tax deduction for a pledge. White hot granny. This is an excellent point. You cannot, and she should know that difference. She should. She absolutely should. All right, I'm going to see if any of the other feeds, even the cursed one, have them exiting court. So let me see if any of the other live feeds have it. Let's see. Court TV does not. Let's check. Let's check the other one that gets a little feisty with their copy claiming business. Nope, they don't either. So it looks like all of the feeds that I can see right now are dark. So we're just going to go to questions. But yeah, that's an excellent point. You cannot take a tax deduction on a pledge. HB crying in a plane, never wiped nose in process. It's a very fair point. I mean, I tried to watch a little bit of Spider-Man Far From No Way Home on a plane. It was a terrible plan. I was a mess. I was an absolute like snotting, crying mess. And I had to turn it off. I'm like, I can't be on a plane like this. It's too uncomfortable. Newbie here, how will they handle it if her attorneys deny getting the pictures? It will have to come to the attention of the court outside the presence of the jury, and I think that will happen because it's going to have to be addressed, and I think it was addressed at sidebar. Question, is Elaine stalling on purpose? I don't think she's stalling on purpose. I think she's trying to regain control. I think Elaine's holding on to a train with her bare hands at this point, and it's jettisoning off the track, and there's nothing she can do. I think Elaine's just trying to hold on to her case and not to have Amber Heard wreck herself. But some of the testimony that I thought was really potentially damaging, and I'll go back and watch these tonight. Some of the testimony I thought was potentially damaging was Camille pointing out, oh, you're sending these embarrassing photos of Johnny Depp to a friend, and you're sending these embarrassing photos. Aren't you afraid that the monster is going to get angry? Don't you have fear? And doesn't this instill fear in you? And she was like, why would it? And it's like, oh, so you're not afraid then. You're not afraid to mock. You're not afraid to embarrass. Okay, not afraid. Amanda said, I just discovered your channel. You've probably spoken about this in the past. Possibly. What are your thoughts on all the quote unquote beat your wife questions Amber's team has asked? I am not sure what questions you're responding to because I didn't hear any of those questions. So I'm not quite sure. Amanda, I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to. So I can't give you my thoughts because I haven't heard Amber's team asking those questions unless they asked it in voir dire. When they ask leading yes/no questions, sometimes witnesses get interrupted. Is this a strategy to keep certain things out? Can it backfire? When they ask leading questions, control is a part of it. Controlling the witness and controlling the testimony is a part of it. So not letting them go on and on is a big part of it. That's part of what their attorneys can fix or re-question on redirect. For the yes/no questions, it's like, this is just a yes or no, answer the question. And it also indicates to the jury that someone is trying to wiggle out of a question, and you can do it without yelling, which is what Camille is doing. It's like, with respect, answer my question. With respect, that's not my question. This isn't my question. Answer the question without being like, answer the question. You can't handle the truth. And Rottenborn tried, but had much more of an aggressive tone, I think. And Elaine would start raising her voice at people. Who are the people on the left-hand side of the judges? The judicial assistants. So it seems like there's 2 JAs in this court. What was just notified Amber Heard issued a statement before being cross-examined by Johnny Depp's lawyers. Well, Sheila Gilmore, let's go to the tape. I bet Court TV would have released it. Let's go to Twitter and see what they thought, because this is time for questions. Let's see. We'll go to Chanley Painter and see if she released it, because she normally has those things. Let's see. I don't see it there. If anybody wants to tell me where it is, because I don't see anything there. Let me go to the other Court TV feed, because they had the statements the last time we saw the statements. And so when I'm looking for the statements to be true, I am looking to sources that I know release statements. I don't see it on their Twitter either. So if anybody wants to tag me in it on Twitter, tag me in it, and then I'll tell you what I think, because I don't see it. A quick search. Would Team Johnny Depp have prepared for Amber saying she did hand them over? Probably not. How do you handle that? You go to the judge and say, these were not turned over. I think we have a discovery violation, and you deal with it with the judge, which is exactly what they did. Can members of the jury also use their own pre-existing knowledge? Yes, absolutely. They don't have to check their common sense at the door. Not at all. So they're allowed to use their common sense. So yes, they're allowed to be like, this doesn't seem right. And they're told that. I go over that in the podcast for Wednesday. Emily, I know it's fast moving. You got distracted from my question, possibly. Doesn't discovery require the legal teams be given all evidence, redacted or non-redacted, ahead of trial? Yes, Elaine should have had this. If it's impeachment, it doesn't always fit the same rules, because it's evidence. It's only coming up based on the testimony. So not all impeachment gets turned over in the same way. So yes, but also no, if that makes sense. So I'm going to go look on Twitter real quick because I see links. Thank you for everybody who sent me links. I'm pulling this one from Marion because I saw it first. Thank you so much for DMing that to me. And let's see from people. Let's talk about it and we can timestamp it. Amber Heard issues statement before being cross-examined. The truth is not on Johnny Depp's side. Okay. The overwhelming evidence, the truth is not on Depp's side, a spokesperson for Heard said in a statement. Is this the spokesperson that's not in court today? Amber Heard spoke out Monday morning prior to being cross-examined by ex-husband Johnny Depp's lawyers in court. A spokesperson for Heard said in a statement obtained by People, well, probably sent directly to People, there's an old saying by trial lawyers, when the facts are on your side, argue the facts. When the facts are not on your side, pound away on the podium. Generally, it's pound on the table. Today, we expect Depp's attorneys will instead pound away on the victim. We fear it will be equal parts shameful and desperate, the statement continued, and the overwhelming evidence, the truth, is not on Depp's side. It's interesting because this is exactly what, hold on, I need to pull the other one real quick. I think they are parroting Depp's team's statement. Let me pull Depp's team's statement real quick because I think they are mimicking language from Depp's team's statement that called out Amber Heard when we got to the break on Thursday. The break on Thursday before we took the week off. As Mr. Depp's counsel correctly predicted in their opening statements last month, Ms. Heard did indeed deliver the performance of a lifetime. His truth, the truth, is the same no matter the environment. And here we've got, and the overwhelming evidence, the truth, is not on Depp's side. The one thing we suspect Depp's attorneys will avoid is the central issue of the trial. Does Amber or any woman, whoa, no, that's not the same. Does Amber or any woman have the First Amendment right of freedom of speech? That's not the central question here. The central question is, did she lie? Not whether she's allowed to speak. Don't reframe this to be an indictment on all women's voices. Let's not do that in this PR statement. They're going to anyway. This is a better PR statement than the previous one. We expect it will be equal parts shameful and desperate. Did anyone feel that cross so far was shameful and or desperate? What do we think? Oh, let's see. The Pirates of the Caribbean actor is suing ex-wife. We know. Court resumed Monday. We know. A spokesperson for Depp issued a statement after her second day of testifying, casting doubt. Oh, this is the one that we were just looking at. Let's see what else. As evidenced by the statement to release. Oh, that was the appalling one. If Depp was truly innocent, why is he repeatedly apologized? Let's see. Mr. Depp's behavior in this trial has been as pitiful as it was in their marriage. Yeah, I had thoughts about that, and I did it on social media. I share my thoughts. All of you are like, no. The cross was great. Exactly. I don't think it was, I don't think that this PR statement and this, again, they're trying to characterize that cross as something that we did not see. It did not seem shameful and it did not seem desperate. It seemed direct and it asked fair questions to the point. So, yeah, Amber Heard testified on cross that she is not being painted as a victim, but this says that they are instead pounding away on the victim. And I think that choice of words is picked by her PR team to mirror the testimony when she talked about being pounded repeatedly by Johnny Depp. I can't imagine that word is an accident in this context to try to solidify in everyone's brain that she has been pounded on, not just by Depp, but by his legal team. I don't characterize what I saw happen in court today as that. I don't think that is an accurate or fair characterization of what that examination was. But again, reasonable minds can differ. You all let me know what you saw. Nadia said, I thought Camille was too soft in the beginning. See, Nadia, I appreciate that. I feel like you catch more, flies with honey and you start respectful and start pointing out the inconsistencies, and you are respectful and calm and kind until the witness amplifies the pressure, and then you match it. You let them raise the temperature first. Will the verdict be read on live TV? Oh God, I hope so. And how will it differ from a criminal trial? When we do the jury instructions, Casey, I will go over it, but you will see them saying liable or not liable because this is liability. And then you should get an amount of money right then. It's like we find, Amber, Depp, or Johnny Heard liable for this count, not this count, and this count, because there are multiple counts to each one. And then if anyone is found liable, they'll grant them an amount of money. Where in criminal, you're guilty or not guilty. And then in criminal, there will generally be a break for some time to get to sentencing. But, we've had over 100,000 people in here watching this, and the chat overwhelmingly is like, this is not what we saw. They are mischaracterizing this. But isn't that what PR teams do? How is time counted when they approach the bench? It's stopped. That's why they've given extra court time to deal with these evidentiary issues. Is James Corden appearance in the clip hearsay? It's not offered for the truth of anything. What James Corden is saying is not proving a fact in the case. Nothing in that clip goes to items in issue here. It's to show her face. Her face is the point of the clip. So any words that anyone is saying is not super relevant, and it's not hearsay because it is not being offered for the truth. It's offered for context to just show what her face looked like. So that's why it's being admitted. Do we know for sure that the pictures were taken when she says they were? No, we don't. And that's going to be their argument. She's going to say they were, they're going to say they're not. And I think that's where redacting the metadata can hurt them. I think they had to do it, but her attorneys can be like, you didn't see that metadata. I don't think it would be appropriate for them to comment on. I don't think that they will refrain from commenting on it, but the jury saw the metadata redacted out. And so if Amber Heard's team is like, we would love to show you the metadata, Depp's team is going to either need to bring an expert or cross-examine whoever Heard's team brings to show that metadata can be manipulated. I don't know if they will do that in their rebuttal case or not. They might. So if the jury votes in favor of Johnny, what are the possible consequences for Amber other than paying? I know we had already gotten to that. Do you think Cross will also take a day tomorrow? I could see she's been moving pretty quickly. I don't think, based on this, I don't know if she's going to want to go into every single incident. They've already covered a lot of the incidents of violence, and now they're getting into the inconsistencies. So they might be done before lunch tomorrow. They could. And that would probably be a good thing. It's like, why would we go into all this other detail? Y'all, she's lying. Like, she lied about this and she lied about the donations to recast herself in the light of, what did they say? I was taking notes as fast as I could, but recast herself in the light of a noble victim is what they said. So I think we might not have a ton more, maybe a half a day, which again might be good because it again goes against, they're not going to continue pounding away on her lying. They've showed the jury, they've showed how she's recast things. They got right in there with some of the audio clips, and they'll go from there. So they made an agreement to each donate, then he did. She used it against him and said it was surprising and he couldn't say anything due to the NDA. I don't know if that's the agreement they made. I hope it comes out more in Cross. Did you notice Amber was trying to get ahead of the lawyer? Yes, she was. She was, as the objections were happening, she was talking faster. I did. Michelle said, could they bring in a journalist as an expert witness to show how opinion pieces are usually submitted for celebrities? They got all that in with the ACLU. So with the ACLU testimony, they got in the entire process of how that worked. And that was in week 3 of this trial. So they've gotten into that for sure. So this is also percolating Pixie. This is also a really good point. A really good point. A really good point. So a really good point. Noble victim got under Heard's skin. Yes, it did. It really did. And she got the tax deduction. Yep. How will he ever collect 50 million if he wins? I don't know if he cares. She only made 1 to 2 billion for Aquaman. If she loses, won't she get much work? I don't know if he would try. I don't know if he would try to collect. I don't know if she has property he might make her sell. They have to put a damages number on it, but we also don't know what the jury will award. The jury can say, yes, we think, and I'm going to, Brother Ted, I pulled this up because I want to get to it. The jury can say, yes, we think he was defamed, but we don't think he was damaged that much. We think he was damaged for 20 million or 5 million or $10. They get to decide how much. So they could give a win in saying, yes, it's defamatory, but saying there were other things at play here. And all of the damage might not have come from Amber Heard's op-ed. Some of it might come from the UK. Some of it might come from other things. So they are allowed to decide the amount. Brother Ted said, why do nonprofit donations pertain to a question about domestic abuse defamation? Because she lied about the donations. So her making public statements about the donations showing that she had no monetary gain to do this is not true. So they are going to say it's not true that you donated all of this. You did have something to benefit. And there's a reason you made these accusations, because in the context of divorce, it is not unheard of that somebody can go to court and make allegations about abuse to try to strong arm the divorce into settling. Unfortunately, it's not unheard of in that context that they are going to argue, I'm sure, in closing, she didn't tell the police nothing happened because nothing, or she didn't tell the police something happened because nothing happened. But she did go into court to leverage the divorce. And she was doing all of this. This lie is to leverage the divorce settlement. And then she didn't donate it because she wanted the money in the divorce settlement. So that's part of it. She would need to be hospitalized. I agree. And not having the medical records is going to hurt her. So Amber was so adamant to tell the jury she pledged. Yeah, not just pledged, but like paid. She kept trying to say that she paid. Do you think Amber's testimony, how do you think Amber's testimony, the public perception of honest woman victims? First of honest, any victims, I don't think it changes public perception, because I think it's opening up conversation about why her testimony is odd and why when there are accusations, trust but verify. It's like, I hear you. I hear what you are telling me happened to you. But if we are getting to the point where people are losing work or what have you, we also need to look at all of the context. So I hope that it doesn't. And I hope that this opens a conversation. So that's where I'm hoping. She had produced fake pictures and that's why her lawyers kept them away. Well, right. So with that, be mystified said, I'm not shaming victims. That being said, I can't believe someone would not go to the ER or doctors if they were assaulted by a bottle, possibly broken. It happens. It absolutely happens that people choose not to go to the doctor. It absolutely happens that people choose not to go to the hospital. There's no way that bottle was broken because she would have not had an option to not go to the doctor. But it does happen that people choose not to seek medical help after sexual assaults, after rapes. It is very, very common that people don't. What is less common is the sliced up feet, the sliced up hands, the glass, the punching, those things. It's more common that you will see if somebody seeks medical treatment, they will lie about how they sustained the injury, but they'll still seek treatment for the injury. But it is not uncommon that victims of SA don't seek medical treatment if they don't have to. But she was talking about bleeding, and in connection with all of the other injuries, I'm surprised that she didn't seek medical for the other injuries. So she also never talked about showering after any of these, which was odd to me. Motion to have a Law Nerd Attorney Hall of Fame. We love Rosengard and Camille and Benju and Saltsy. We have lots of attorneys that we're fans of here. She has no scars on her arms, and she was on the James Corden show. It didn't seem like she had scars on her arms on the James Corden show. Was the James Corden show before or after Australia? Because she had the scars seem to appear after Australia. Off Docket, but I'm a level 2 sommelier. Took me a year. My friend has tried level 3 times to pass level 3. It's hard, like getting a master's. Whitney, that's what I've heard, which is why it's so confusing when she was saying things like it's a big bottle of champagne, not a Magnum. Anyway, so yes. If Amber Heard never called herself a victim, why write the op-ed? It's a very, very good question. So I'm going to keep going. Thank you. You're welcome for the efforts. Could they bring in a doctor to explain that isn't how bruises or split lip works? They might not need to. They might allow the jury to determine it based on their own life experience. The same way all of us are like, Amber Heard handed Johnny her ice cream knowing he was falling asleep. Not a question, but a statement. But that's what he said. That's absolutely what he said. What if the jury has questions at the end? Then the lawyers didn't do their job. The jury in this jurisdiction is not really allowed to ask questions. They can ask the court for other evidence. They can ask the court for clarification on certain things, but they don't get to ask questions of the witnesses and stuff. They get what they are given, and then they have the ability to like relook at stuff, but that's about it. Since this is being aired publicly, can Nurse Filati sue for defamation? No, this is all protected by litigation privilege. So the things that happen in the courtroom, you're not going to get sued over, because what happens in the courtroom stays in the courtroom. So that, no, they can't. litigation privilege. She received a full divorce settlement 2 months prior to being sued and claimed she couldn't pay it because she was being sued. Yes, and I think it was longer than 2 months prior to being sued because she got sued in 2019, in March 2019, but it sounded like here. I'm going to go back and rewatch part of that as I do my kind of wrap up so I can do the week in review, but it sounds like she got the full payment by February 2018, so almost a year before she got sued. And the op-ed wasn't until December that year. So 10 months before the op-ed, she got her final payment. So almost a year, not 2 months, almost a year. And I think that timing absolutely matters. And Camille did a good job of making sure that timing was clear. Question, I've never called myself a victim. I don't know where that went. Question, I've never called myself a victim. Is that it? Did we get her? Is that perjury? Oh my God. Oh my God. No, it's not perjury. I think she's trying to, again, I never called myself a victim. She didn't really call herself a victim in the op-ed. Well, no, she did. I spoke out against sexual, domestic abuse and sexual violence. I don't think she used the word victim per se. I don't think it's perjury. I don't think it's a material item of the case. So why doesn't CV make Amber Heard read it herself? Because she was already getting brazen. So Crystal Farmer said, question, could her team be trying to stop Camille from getting her gotcha moment? Her team tried and never got one, but it seems to be getting multiple gotchas. They definitely seem to be having an effective cross. And again, it is Amber Heard's lawyer's job to protect their client and protect their case. So they're absolutely going to fight for it. That's their job. That's what they're here for, to be, zealous advocates for their client. Heard made their job harder today. And that's not what you want on a civil case. You're like, please don't make this harder. She made it harder. Is it possible Heard's lawyers started to throw out BS objections to stall and derail? No, I think none of the objections at this point, I was like, oh, that's just over the top. I'll tell you if I see it. I think they're trying to protect their client. And I think some of it might have been trying to slow it down, but I also think Elaine was like, well, we haven't seen the whole thing. We might need more. It's fair to ask. It's fair to ask for the whole thing. So I'm not going to, if we get to something that's really like, I'll tell you. Do you think Camille is unmasking Amber Heard with her cross pace? Yes. And I think it's harder. It's much harder with Camille's pace of cross-examination for someone to try to wiggle and say, I was confused. I was confused by your question. When questions are rapid fire, it's very easy to say, I was confused. I didn't understand your question. But when questions are paced out like that, that's not going to happen. Why are the donations so relevant to the subject of whether Heard defamed Depp? It's relevant to whether she lied and whether she had financial gain. Brittany said earlier, my wife thought you said emotional lemonade when you said motion in lemonade, and now I can't unhear it. Thank you for what you're doing. Sometimes I do call them motions in lemonade or motion, but not emotional lemonade. But now I won't be able to unhear it. And I think emotional lemonade might now just be what we call pretrial motions. I like it. Why didn't Camille just ask Amber Heard why she didn't pay in the 13-month period? She did in not so many words, but she's not going to say, why didn't you pay it? What she said is, you didn't pay it. And Amber Heard's answer was, I got sued. And she's going to leave it with that. Don't let her explain. Her attorney needs to clean that up, like clean up on aisle 9 when she comes back around with redirect. Because again, Amber Heard's attorneys get to try to fix it. But they might also go no redirect and just leave it be and be like, this didn't do us any damage. This is all, ridiculous. What was Amber Heard's statement about not claiming to be a victim? That seemed weird. It was weird. She was getting mad. If a member of the jury shows a lot of emotion, can they be removed? No. When she made those statements about her broken note, I was just shaking my head. I mean, if they do anything, I've never seen jurors do anything so inappropriate while they're sitting in the box that they get removed. Other stuff, yes. But they generally appreciate the solemnity of court. The courts had to admonish the audience like twice today, though. The medical note showing male, now what? Yeah, the medical note showing male is bad, and they took it down. I will go look for it on the court website, but it gives Amber Heard a moment where she's like, it seems like there's a lot wrong in this note, and that is a problem. It is a problem for sure. And I think it'll come back up on redirect. Amber Heard's attorney should bring it up on redirect. It's like, oh, was this even the notes from them seeing you? Because they're not going to be like, oh, it's just a typo. They're going to make it a much bigger deal. Eric said, if Amber uses words interchangeably, isn't her refusal to use donate a contradiction to that? She knows they're completely different. I mean, I think the jury's going to sit there and just be like, no. Question, could both win their cases? No, Logo. If Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp, then his lawyer's statements that she was making stuff up can't also be defamatory, because they're saying, well, she defamed him by making it up. And if she wins by saying it's defamatory, that Johnny Depp's attorney was defamatory by saying that she was making stuff up, then she's not going to be defaming him. So they can't both win. They can both lose. Do you think we will see Alan? Tickmarsh? I can't pronounce that, on the stand. I have no idea who that is or if they're on the witness list, because I do not remember the witness list off the top of my head. Why they say she was on Danish TV show when it was a Dutch TV show? Oh, see, it wasn't me. I was just repeating what they said. I don't know. I remember this episode. Why don't they know the geographical area of Europe? Because Americans are the worst. I'm sorry. I just apologize for all of us. Can Amber pay the $50 million by pledging it? Yes, Melissa. I think that's how all of this is going to work. I appreciate that. Earlier, we got to emotional lemonade. Thank you. Doesn't the constant mentions of tax breaks reflect poorly? It looks like she wants to save on taxes more than help needy people. I think it reflects exactly what she was thinking. Do you think perjury charges will come? I've not seen anything that gets me there yet. Once Amber claimed that she uses pledged and donated synonymously, is it worth continuing to hammer it, or might it come off as bullying? I don't think the way it was done came off as bullying. I think they were trying to make the point that that's a convenient excuse. So I think that is what they were trying to say. What was the sub goal today? There was no sub goal today. I just want to come on here and have conversations with the channel. So I love Law Nerds. I love our community. I want our community to grow, but I want it to stay amazing. So I don't set sub goals. I think we're at like 356, which blows me away, but I have no words for what happened today. Just none. So she was caught lying under oath. What happens now? I don't think we're there. I think we're pointing out inconsistencies to the jury, and I think she's trying to explain away. I think it hurts her credibility. And I talk about the witness. I talk about the witness instruction for when it's proven that the witness lies or lies under oath. I talk about that jury instruction, and I think that jury instruction will weigh in the juror's mind, and they will absolutely be able to hammer away at that instruction in closing arguments. Question, does it take time away when they're at sidebar? No, it does not. It stops the clock. Could they beef up that noodling, that nodding off as British falling asleep and not drug related? No, because Johnny Depp called it being on the nod, so it would be contradictory to his own testimony. Sidebar time is paused. If Amber loses, will she go to jail? No, this is a civil case. Money is the only thing on the table, and reputation. Kristen, not relevant to the discussion. This is always relevant to the discussion. I see you in your TAM. My law school did not do TAMs. They did traditional like undergrad graduation hats. I had a moment. I wanted a TAM, but you look amazing in your photo. Congratulations, counselor. I'm so excited for you. You passed the bar exam. I told my family and then said, I have to tell Emily, you're welcome. Go put Kristen Esquire on everything. I have a pair of Mickey ears with Esquire on it. Welcome to the bar, counselor. Happy to have you. Glad you're a law nerd. We did it. If the monster comes with drugs, why is Whitney teaching him to snort cocaine through a tampon? I don't know, Stephanie. Seems weird. Are they the ones that brought cocaine into Johnny Depp's life? I don't know. Seems odd. And if Johnny Depp knew how to do coke, why are they teaching him how to do coke? That whole line of testimony was so odd. When you say the court, who are you referring to? The judge. I'm referring to the judge, the court. The solemnity of the judge, so I'm referring to the court. That is who. Amber already blew up Whitney's testimony by saying his sister taught her abuser to use drugs. Yeah, and then he does that when he's abusive. Yep. Yes, I think Camille has been very good at letting Amber Heard show the jury who she is. How many cross objections got overruled? A good bit of them. Could the jury notice how few objections have been in comparison to Johnny's cross? They could notice that. They might also just be exhausted, and that was weeks ago, but I think will notice the level of lawyering. I think it's obvious. Fred is like not having any of it. He's like, I'm going back for a nap, a little bit of a nappy poo back there. Question, why can't jurors discuss the case with each other while the trial is happening? Brandy, this is a great question. I understand not deliberating until the end, but they're all seeing the same evidence at the same time. Well, we don't know how many of them will be deliberating, and they are not allowed to form any opinions till the end. So discussing the case could lead to forming opinions. And once someone states an opinion, it can be harder to walk that back. And they cannot discuss the case until all of the jurors are present. All in this case, 7. I wasn't sure if it was 5 or 7. Rob says it's 7. Rob works there. Rob wins. Rob's right. 7. So till all 7 are present, they can't discuss it. If somebody gets up to go to the bathroom, they have to stop deliberating. They cannot discuss the case without everyone present. So that is why. And they cannot discuss the case until all the evidence is in, because it's not fair. Things shift, and things can shift a lot in a case. So that is why. Why isn't Amber Heard's team arguing relevance of the donations? Johnny Depp owed the settlement to Amber Heard, so why does it matter? Because she said she made it. They can't argue it. It is highly relevant. Question, did they show the 2 breakfast table photos and the difference between them, or just the one? They just showed the one. They just showed the one. And they were, I think, going to lean into Depp's testimony that isn't it convenient or whatever. Love your coverage. Thank you, Arlene. Anyone else notice how visibly upset Amber Heard seemed every time Camille struck her testimony on the record? She did seem annoyed. Elena, hi, loving your comments from BR. Thank you. Can the jury look for example of injuries to compare? No. The only thing the jury can consider is what's presented to them in court by the attorneys. Question, could people get in trouble by keeping up the statement by Amber up when it is less than accurate after the fact, or is it just reporting what somebody said? So could the Washington Post get in trouble for having it if it's proven that what Amber said is not true? They're going to have to decide what they do with that. But the Washington Post, not knowing that it's false or believing it to be true right at this point, can't be proven to have defamed a public figure. If she loses, will the Washington Post take it down? I don't know. I don't know what their legal team would advise them. I would imagine they would. Did it seem that there was an LVP line used in the releasing the pictures to people, saying she wouldn't even know how to do that? It felt that way a little bit. I don't know how to leak, not just the pictures to people, but the video to TMZ. I wouldn't even know how to do that. So you didn't give the pictures to people. I gave them to my team. Oh, so your team gave the pictures to people? Okay. How can we rely on the jury's opinion without having the necessary skills to evaluate the case? They do have the necessary skills to evaluate the case. It is their job as members of the citizenry. They don't need special skills. They go to the jury instructions, they get together, they deliberate, and that is it. That is what they need. The lawyers need to present the jury the information they need to find the case. If the lawyers don't do that, the lawyers have not done their job. Could Camille be doubling down on the play on words to show how she lies? Maybe, or to make the audio make sense. Or to make the audio make sense that the words get twisted. Why is Umbridge able to waste so much time with pointless objections? She's protecting her client. Some of them were pointless, but some of them weren't. Can the jury award Johnny Depp more money? I need to look at the exact language that he said. I don't think he's proven more loss. They would have to have a reason to do so, but it can be any other remedy that is just. So technically they should be able to, but I would need to look at the exact language of the complaint again. Strawberry Pie said, my mother and me were watching with you today. Yay. Let's say your reactions were the same we had. We were on the edge of our seats, loved watching with you today, and can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be wild. Wait, couldn't she get jail time because if these are proven false DV allegations? No, that's not on the table. Statute of limitations is passed, not on the table. Jail is not on the table here. Money is on the table. Reputation is on the table. The court of public opinion is on the table, but no. How do you think the court of public opinion will react if he loses? I don't know. Do you think it will still have an effect on Amber's career even if Johnny loses? I think all of this will impact both of them. I think this is kind of mutually assured destruction. I think it's a very difficult case, and I think there are some legal facets here where they're saying Amber Heard said that she reported domestic violence, and that's technically true. She got the TRO. It's why they're trying to show, that the basis for TRO is also false, because then all of it's false. And she knew that the TRO was false, so that can't be the basis of a true statement. I think there are still some technicalities within defamation that make this hard for Johnny Depp. I think the headline is the strongest for sure. So what is a strike? David, in this context, it is striking something from the record, meaning if Amber Heard said, I've already spent $6 million and it's struck, when you look at the court transcript, that sentence won't be in there. Question, shouldn't her first statement be suing me for an op-ed I wrote even enough for her claims that she didn't? No, her claims are she wrote the op-ed, that she didn't write the headline. So no, it shouldn't. She's proud of the op-ed, I think. She said she framed it. So she got caught lying under oath about donating. What happens now? The jury gets to decide nothing really. She's saying it's potato. She doesn't think she's lying. So, and it's not a material fact. She still doesn't think that she's lying about that. She's saying it's the same. So, hey, longtime listener, first time caller. Thank you. Can the jury award more than asked? I just answered that. Is Virginia a treble damages state? I saw compensatory damages up to $350,000. I did not see treble damages, which means it can be triple. I did not see treble damages listed in the complaint to my memory. Did you read the article about Amber stealing her story from her former assistant? I did read that. I don't know if that's ever going to come up, but I have seen that alleged against her. Do you think the jury notices the difference in the objections? I think they notice the difference in the way the lawyers present their case, and that can include that. Yes. Can they show pictures of other people who suffered physical abuse? No. That is not here for them to decide. They're going to argue lack of medical records. Katie. Question, Amber is all over social media on international trips after the divorce. Can that come in to imply that that's how she spent the money? Not really, not without direct evidence, because she can say no and you can't impeach her on it. So don't even bring it up. Question, how do you think the nursing notes will play out? Was that beneficial for her team to dispute those? No. I was really surprised they were going in on Nurse Filati's notes. Nurse Filati is the only one that saw any injury on her ever. I was very surprised they went in on the notes. I think they're trying to make it look like Amber's not a liar. I was very surprised they went in on the notes. And again, their position of the case is everyone's lying but Amber. These are all Johnny Depp's yes men, and all these yes men are just going to say whatever. And that's their position of the case. Sorry, I'm going to move this because it was bugging me and we needed to sit back. I've been on the edge of my seat all day and now I'm like, ooh. Is it possible she's making these mistakes, parakeet, floor, and the wine things to sound more relatable? I think it's stress. Truly. I think it's stress. Can they bring in a body language expert? No, they can't. That's not on the witness list. It's not on the table. So, hi, McDonough. I think I said that correctly. Have you ever tried a civil case? No, I tried a lot of criminal cases. How much money are you making today off people asking questions about civil cases? I don't know. I haven't looked. But no, I have not tried civil cases. I've tried lots and lots and lots of criminal cases. Hi, 34. Is it too late for me to become a lawyer? Jalen, never. Mundane legal details set my soul on fire. It's never too late to engage in the legal profession, ever, ever, ever. There were people in my law school class from all manner of ages and all backgrounds and different professions, people who had been professionals in aerospace and professionals all in fashion and all kinds of different fields. Never too late. If it's something that you love to do, you can absolutely engage with it. What I will say is be mindful of the debt because it gets harder to pay off. So just that would be my caveat. If Amber Heard wins, does Johnny Depp have to pay $100 million? He has to pay what the jury determines he has to pay if he loses. Did JD's lawyer ask her about the makeup? Not yet. Question, just subscribe and I love your commentary. Thank you. How does the judge know for sure that the jury isn't looking on social media? How can they prove it? They don't know for sure. They have to rely on the judicial admonition and the fact that people are treating this with solemnity and they don't want to mess it up. And if it comes to the court's attention, then the court deals with it. But they have no practical way to check. Amber Heard claimed to be financially independent from JD the whole time. Can this be brought up to question why she didn't have her own doctors? I don't think so. It might be able to be argued. So are these attorneys being paid on contingency based on Amber Heard's statement in court? I don't think so. Sometimes civil lawyers are, but that's generally not in these kinds of cases. I don't think these lawyers are being paid on contingency. I don't know if either team had the probability of winning that would allow lawyers to feel confident being paid on contingency. So I think they're unbillable. Rocket Chick said if Amber Heard had visible injuries, then why did the standoff to the side to take photos of the mirror with Johnny Depp's writing on it? I don't know. Would it have been easier to stand in front of the mirror? I agree with you. Taking photos of a mirror without yourself in it is really hard to do. I don't know why she would have not been in those photos. She could have taken photos of herself in the mirror. She didn't. especially if she had had the kinds of injuries she talked about in Australia. It's odd to me. Elaine explaining her objections out loud for the jury to hear instead of at sidebar was bad form. She did that a lot today. Betty, and I did not love it. Betty M, what do you think happened sidebar for the pics she claimed to give the attorneys? I don't know. Love to live chat about all the ways she's lying as a from a DV survivor. Betty, thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And I imagine they talked about it and they decided when they're going to talk about it or how they're going to address it, and we will see what happens. Did Amber Heard throw her sister and lawyers under the bus? Everyone. It's everyone's fault but hers. But isn't that consistent with Johnny Depp's theory of the case? Is that it's everyone's problem but hers? Is it proving his case? Maybe. Question, did you notice how none of Amber's private texts to her best friend allegedly for support say help? I'm being abused. Instead, it was a light tone like another morning here. Yeah. And I think the jury will too. Seren said, what do the lawyers do after court ends? Eat. Do they go back to the office and work? If they even have an office in Virginia, I think some of them are not super local, but yes, they would work. And would Johnny Depp and Amber Heard join their lawyers? Unlikely at this point. It's not really needed. If they needed something, they could always call them, but eat, rest, and review for the next day, plan for the next day. When I was in trial, I did not sleep much. I also didn't eat very much. It was like one of those things. It's like, okay, it's the end of the day. We eat one meal and then we power through and work. So yeah, work and try to rest because you need your brain to be firing on all cylinders. Is it appropriate for a lawyer to argue with the judge after they rule? I don't think so, Gwen, but it happens. Is crosstalk appropriate? It happens. It's not ideal. And the judge hasn't been shutting it down. Some judges will tell you to go get your checkbook. Elaine seems to do that a lot. Elaine has been getting a little brazen with the judge. Amber Heard seems pissed on the stand and Johnny Depp seemed very sarcastic on the stand. Yep. How does that play with the jury? I don't know. It's just this jury's not been super reactive, but Depp did not seem mad. He seemed annoyed and he definitely got some chuckles. But again, it might be proving Amber Heard's point, right? So to go arguendo, if everyone in the veneer or the not the veneer because they're not picking a jury, if everyone sitting in the audience seems to be on Johnny Depp's side and they're laughing at his jokes, doesn't it prove her point that she's still facing the wrath for speaking up if the jury believes her? So it could go to prove her point that he's being sarcastic and cheeky and she's pissed. So it just depends on the jury, or the jury can say she's mad because she's being called out. And that's consistent with Dr. Curry's testimony that she doesn't want to be called out. And her being mad on the stand and Johnny Depp being sarcastic, let me know, chat, right now in the chat, her being angry and Johnny Depp being sarcastic, does that match what you've heard of her and him on the audio tapes in your mind? Oh, we pinged. Thank you guys for subscribing. Does that match your perception of how they interact? I hope you heard it. I heard it. The flashing lights I'm living for. I'm just saying that I'm living for the flashing lights. So a lot of you are saying yes in the chat. Yes, 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 yes. I should have put up a poll. I didn't even think of it. The anger kind of freaked me out, to be honest. But again, consistent with what we're getting from the audio. And if it's consistent from the audio, then the jury's like, do I believe them or do I believe the audio? And it can come across as aggressive. So with that, I think it's helpful for Depp's team. How is Johnny Depp being sued for what his attorney said? Agency theory. He was saying it as an agent. Question, why? And I think they'll probably call Johnny Depp next. I think he'll be the next witness. Why was the document signed by Kipper when Heard said that she didn't see him that day? He probably signed the notes as the treating physician, I would guess, but we didn't get to read the whole thing. So I'll have to pull it up and look. Question, do you feel like the real Amber Heard showed up for the first time when she talked back at Camille? Yep, I do. And I think also when she was getting mad at the end of Direct, I felt like that rang very authentic. Elaine said, question, what do you mean we don't know how many of the jury will be deliberating? Don't know if it was just me, but I was dizzy from all the head turning. So we don't know which jurors, I should have said, and if I didn't say that, then I misspoke, which jurors will be deliberating. There are more jurors than there are 7 deliberating, and there are more of them there than 7. And they normally will randomly pick who the alternates are so that jurors don't know which ones the alternates are. So not all the jurors that are listening to the case will be the deliberating jurors unless someone gets bounced or yeeted or sick. Oh, my camera just got all fuzzy. Sorry, y'all. There we go. So, is the bailiff in the room during deliberations? No, no one's in the room. They're available if needed, normally by a binger or a buzzer or a button or something or a note. Can the jury suggest non-monetary punishments like an apology? No. They can try. I don't think it's enforceable. The judge would probably send them back into the jury room and be like, that's not what you can write. Why hasn't Johnny Depp's team showed previous victims of domestic violence for comparison? They can't. It's not authenticated. It's not relevant. It's not appropriate evidence. It's not appropriate. What is metadata? The information, the digital information tacked behind things like photographs to prove where they came from, when they came from. And hopefully we'll get an expert about that. If you want to see a more in-depth analysis from me about metadata, I talk about it more in my coverage of the Josh Duggar case, because that's a digital evidence case with regard to really awful illicit images of children. Question: if Amber Heard wins, will DP have to pay $100 million? Jury will award an amount. Okay, jury does not have any special skills. They're just citizens. Okay, then isn't the jury public opinion? Yep. Basically, that is a jury of your peers is what you are entitled to. O'Shea said the LawTubers in court just said that Amber Heard stared them down with a creepy smirk. Ask them about it when you talk to them, please. I absolutely will. I don't know if they're tweeting. We've been so in that I haven't been able to go and look at what they're saying. Oh my God, but as I log into Twitter, I see the memes. And I will not always go with the memes on this trial, but this one is amazing. Look, I will not go. Some of the memes are I'm not loving. This meme I'm absolutely loving. I see it. Yes. Yep. So, I wonder if Heard knows who they are. Well, if anybody comes on, we'll have to ask them about it. I sent them a link for the afternoon, and I'm going to tell them right now. Chat is asking about AH smirking. Any comment? Happy to see y'all on TV. Because I guess it's TV, right? We're watching this on TV. I will definitely ask them about that. Just did. Do you feel the most damaging testimony was Amber Heard saying that she went back to exactly the same home in Australia after being raped and beaten there, and then were happy? How did that not trigger her PTSD? I don't know if the jury caught how significant that was. I think it'll come up in cross. I think right now it's catching her in all these inconsistencies and really going through you didn't go to the doctor, you don't have medical records, you don't have photos. I think that whole line of questioning was very, very damaging to her credibility. And it points out to the jury how preposterous from their perspective that these injuries not having corresponding medical evidence or corresponding photo evidence is. And it's like, okay, you said this and then you were here. And they went through her testimony and then the photos from after, and her testimony and the photos from after. Not her photos, the third party photos, the James Corden show, the paparazzi photos, the open back dress, that kind of stuff. If she loses, can that reflect on the case in Australia? I don't know, because that's perjury. This is defamation. I don't think it will. It's two completely different legal systems in two completely different countries. So I don't think so. Do lawyers choose the jury? Yes. If Amber Heard loses but blames the jury that her lawyers approve, the lawyers pick the jury together, and she's going to blame everyone if she loses. That's generally what people do. Do you think Camille will get into Amber Heard cheating video of Franco in elevator? Perhaps. We haven't gotten to that staircase incident yet. And they've mentioned it all so far. So I would be disappointed if they didn't at this point. If you were a juror, what are you thinking right now? I'm thinking that this is all kind of wild. Also, do you think the jury will find them both at fault? Who do you think is coming off better? Depp, I think, is doing better than I thought at this point. I think he has more of a chance to win than I thought before I saw her testify. We don't have all the evidence in yet, and so it's hard to say, but I, coming into this, did not see a path for Depp to win, and now I do. So I think for me, that is him pulling ahead on the legal side of legally, there's a path to victory here. I did not think that before she testified. I maintain that this is a hard case, but I see like there's light shining in on it. But the jury can find that neither defamed the other. I don't think the jury can find them both at fault. I think it would be an inconsistent verdict. Does the jury have to be unanimous? Yes. If someone on the jury during deliberation talks about their experience with injuries, which causes mistrust, and then talks after to a newspaper, will that invalidate? No, unless they lied on a questionnaire saying that they'd never been like punched in the face or elbowed playing rugby or something. The problem in the Maxwell trial was that the juror had said they had never had that experience on their jury verdict or not their verdict form, on their jury questionnaire form. And then they went and told the media that they had that experience, and everybody went, say what now? Because you didn't say that under oath where you needed to say it. So the only issue is if there is a lie. Emily, do you think that Johnny Depp's lawyer will go back soft and let Amber Heard escalate again when they pick up tomorrow? I think so. Or do you think the tonal shift is here to stay? I think in the morning you reset. We'll see if she does. Does the judge ever say, no, you may not approach? Yes, the judge can say that, but it's not going to go well in this case. Sandra said, has Depp's team now proven malicious intent, being that Amber waited to publish the op-ed until after her divorce settlement was paid? I think the malicious intent is the timing coinciding with Aquaman, but the malicious intent doesn't. We're going to go over malicious intent real quick. The malicious intent goes to knowledge of its falsity. So actually, Sandra, to your point, I think there's an argument there that she didn't want it to come up in litigation until she got paid out all the way. So maybe she knew that it was going to be legally a problem. So she waited. And maybe that was what it is. But the malicious intent goes to knowledge of its falsity. So let me I'm going to Control F myself over to that jury instruction. And we're going to probably go to these a lot in the next few days. And I also go over these in the podcast episode coming out this week. So let me pull the one that I'm looking at. That one. All right, let's pull this up real quick and go over it real fast. I zoomed and then I lost my place as I zoomed. There we go. This is the willful, this is the malicious, the with malice for the public figure standard. Did the defendant make the statement knowing it to be false, or did the defendant make it so recklessly as to amount as a willful disregard to the truth? That is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. I think there's an argument saying, and then she waited to make this statement. But I think the argument that it coincided with Aquaman is stronger because that's what's borne out by the ACLU testimony. I think saying she knew that even when she got the TRO, it was false is where you get to this, because then she can't argue, I made the TRO, so the statement was technically true. So question is, this case is being tried in Virginia. So do the lawyers need to be bar certified in Virginia? No, some of these lawyers are admitted pro hoc vice, and when they're admitted pro hoc vice, they're barred elsewhere, but they can practice in Virginia for this limited purpose. Not hard to do if you're an attorney in good standing, but somebody would need to be on the team that's from Virginia to help with local rules and such. So best and worst moment for Amber. I think she had some good moments on cross where she stood her ground. I think she had good moments in the afternoon on direct, in the morning on direct. Worst moments, I think, were getting called out about, do you see any injuries here? Not that you can see. Okay, well, did you have the magical visible kind? I mean, yes, there can be internal injuries, but that's not consistent with the type of harm that she's alluding to. And I think that was powerful. Thank you for the great content. Tori, you're welcome. What, if any, effect has your ADHD and dyslexia had on your work? Oh, that's a much longer conversation than commenting on the trial. What, if anything, has been hard? Lots. Autistic law student, lots has been hard. Not being ashamed of it and not being too hard on myself, I think, was the hardest part. So make sure you have the support that you need. I wish I had looked for more support instead of pretending that my brain didn't work different and trying to be like everyone else. I wish I had accepted earlier that I work differently, and it just made that work for me better. But some shame was, I think, the hardest part for me. Can Amber Heard's Yorkie sue her for defamation? Pat Ferguson, yeah, Boo should sue her for defamation. I mean, facetiously, because it's in court and it's protected by judicial privilege and dog. But yes, I think the dog has been defamed. Ashley said, do you think Dr. Curry gave Depp's team pointers on how to deal with Amber? I don't know. They could have. Also, as a pharmacist, the lack of talk of meds used in detox is wild to me. Cold turkey equals hell on your body. I think there were meds involved, and they talked about it in depth testimony that she was withholding meds when he was doing a detox, but they didn't get into it in depth because it's kind of beside the point, if that helps. Jennifer said, do you think Amber Heard is going to stick with the story that she tried to walk away from fights? I don't know. She kind of has to. She's testified under oath that she did. The audio doesn't bear that out, does it? Do you think they will bring up her December abuse pic, but has a December calendar on the fridge? Maybe. I don't know if they'll point out that granularly. Maybe they might. With how many objections to leading speculation, etc., do attorneys try to get away with questions knowing what they are? Sometimes, and sometimes they're just frustrated. What about her mentioning Kate Moss? We'll see if it comes up. They haven't gotten into her past yet. Are we expecting that Camille would ask Amber about mentioning that she was super klutzy on the James Corden show? No. I wasn't expecting her to follow up. Oh, you're not graceful. Are these bruises from you? I wasn't expecting her to follow up that way. That could feel kind of icky. It's like, oh, you're just saying somebody bumped into a door. I don't think that would be helpful in any way. So, the jury heard what they heard, they saw what they saw, and they get to draw their reasonable inferences from it. So, let's see. So with that question, are juror members allowed to re-enter the courtroom after they leave? Generally not, unless they forgot something and told the bailiff, I forgot something, help. I like to play lawyer in my head, LOL, but why didn't Camille ask if the charities received her money since Amber Heard could not get off this paid versus pledge debate? Because it's outside of the scope of Amber Heard's personal knowledge. We had the ACLU testify. Amber Heard doesn't know if they got their money or not, and that would call for speculation. So it wouldn't be a proper question because Amber Heard's not the right person to answer that question. The charities are. Could there be a hung jury? Always a possibility. Life's a journey, and they could hang as to liability or they can hang as to amount. Question, how much are the legal teams concerned about the instant reactions of jurors towards the witness testimony? I think it's more of a cumulative overall, and I think somebody on the team is probably paying attention to it for each team. You need to know where you stand, and looking at how the jury's reacting is a big part of that. Do you think Camille will call out the Coachella story inconsistency? How can she drive from the backseat? Rest in pieces, RC? Maybe. We haven't gotten to Coachella and the poop on the bed yet. I'm waiting for it to come up every day. Every day, a new tale of the grumpy. Can Johnny Depp's lawyers call back Amber Heard's psych expert? Becco's her testimony sounded like they matched JD more than Amber Heard. Elaine, I don't know if they will. That individual is subject to recall, but I think Dr. Hughes was kind of a mess. I think if they call anyone, it's Dr. Curry. Cheryl said, question, Court TV said the jury had to believe just one of Amber's abuse claims and she will win. Is that correct? Not in my opinion. Here's why. Here, let me pull up. I think there are 3 claims here. And I think, let me pull up the op-ed. I think the op-ed in the newspaper is done and dusted. I've always thought it was a terrible claim as to the newspaper. I think as to the online version, it is a much stronger claim. And here's why. I think the real fight in this case is going to be over the headline. And she's saying the headline's not about him, but I think after his testimony that I'm so tired. Depp's team is going to argue that the headline is attributable to her because of her retweet, so that it is republication, and she is owning that this is her op-ed. This is her op-ed. This is what she wrote. So I think even if they believe the abuse claims, that she could say, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and they can go, okay, fine, literally true. But the headline talks about speaking up against sexual violence. And if they don't believe those claims, and if they believe that this is about Depp or is at least defamation by implication, then I think they can win on the online version or on the tweet, but that they cannot win on the print version because it has a different title. So that's where I break down. I think the online version and the tweet are much more powerful causes of action at this point based on her testimony. I think, here, let's look at her tweet. Today, I published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage about violence and inequity or inequality in into political strength despite the price of coming forward. From college campuses to Congress, we are balancing the scales, and then it has her photo, and then it has the headline. I think that this republication, today I published this op-ed, incorporates the headline, and I think the headline is the hardest thing for her to win right now. I think her legal team, and they might have wanted to do this, I think her legal team should have left any mention of the claims of sexual violence out and said that that headline is not about Johnny Depp at all. It's about other experiences in her life. She didn't say it was about him. It's not in the print version. It's nowhere in the body of the paragraph. And so I think they should have said nothing about it, because she talks in this article about exposed to abuse at a young age, knows certain things early on, being harassed and sexually assaulted from the time she was in college. If she had not tried to attribute any acts of sexual violence to Johnny Depp, I think the jury would have thought that this headline referred to this. Like many women, I have been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age. This headline could have gone to that, even though it tags with and faced our culture's wrath. It would have been a much harder argument for Depp's team to say that this headline is about Depp when the only time it's mentioned is with regard to a college experience. And I think that that is a stronger position. Now that she has testified and alleged those things against Depp, I think it's going to be very hard for her legal team to backtrack that this headline's not about him, because she sat in court and said, he did this to me. So how is it not about him then? If they think this article's about him, they're going to think the headline's about him. That's my thoughts. Heidi said, I wonder if this damaged the reputation of the ACLU. Maybe. Do people feel that they were complicit in this lie? I've seen people call them the co-conspirators quite a lot. So I've seen that a lot. So all I have is my name. That's very author Miller. Agreed. And she talked about it a lot. So the cross is freaking amazing. It was just catching up after a long day of work. Oh, the cross. Just go watch the afternoon. I don't know. Ask if she got to write. I'd ask if she got to write off the $7 million on taxes. I think she made that point already pretty clearly, though. Okay, we're going to keep going through questions, and then, it's 5:30. And at some point, I'm going to have to wrap up. We've been almost 5 hours this afternoon. Question, do you ever have a witness talk to the opposing lawyers during testimony breaks, although instructed not to? No. No. Never seen that happen. Nope. Question, if the jury decides they both hit the other, is the op-ed still defamatory? Possibly as to the headline, as we just talked about. In other words, I told the truth about him. Truth is a defense to, yes, truth is a defense to defamation, even if she admits to being violent with him. But then there's the argument of, well, is she a victim or is she representing domestic abuse if she's also an abuser? And that becomes very splitting hairs, which is, again, why I think the headline is a stronger fight for them. Can the jury come out of this case and say, hey, I was part of the jury? Yes, they can if they choose to. And they can talk to the media if they choose to. They can, if they choose to. How will Amber's case be affected by why would I be afraid? Well, she's gone through testimony of years and years and years of horrific abuse. And so now she's saying, why would that make me afraid? Why would taunting this person make me afraid? It's very odd. She's like, why would it? Why would it make me afraid? Because you say he's a monster who's been horribly violent to you. You say that you're afraid of him, but then you're not afraid of him. I'm confused. Why is her drug use not called into question? I think we'll get into it more, but also I think that for Depp's team, downplaying drug use makes more sense because they're trying to say this is dumb. Like both of them use drugs. So what? It's not a big deal. I think her lying about it is the bigger deal, and that's what they should focus on, not the fact that she did drugs. They both did. Benefit of having this trial in Virginia. The laws regarding defamation are different. The anti-SLAPP statutes are different, so this case could go to discovery. I talk about that more on my case brief on this case that's on the channel that's a little shorter about how this ended up there. Sorry, my in-ears are starting to bother me. Question, how do you think it affects Amber's team when she said it's not her job to show the jury all the photos? I think they know. Also, why does she keep looking at the jury? Is this the strategy? I think this is how she feels she wants to testify. I can't imagine her lawyers advised it, especially if the jury is like, I don't want to be here. I don't think it's a good plan. It just might be her plan. And I don't think client control is high on the list here at all. Defamation aside, does Johnny Depp have a case for personal injury over his finger? I think the statute of limitations is probably passed, and that was in Australia, and I'm not super familiar with their statutes of limitations. My understanding is malice is not required on PI cases. It depends, but that happened in Australia. It would be in Australia. Rochester, question, could Amber Heard reasonably, could he sue her civilly over the finger in the US for something that happened in Australia? I would have to rack my brain on that a little bit more. He didn't, and I think we're done. Question: could Amber Heard reasonably say she turned over a picture of her bruises, but they were not the ones? That's not what she said on testimony. Oh, you guys, we have a guest. Rob from Law and Lumber's here. What's up? Hopefully you can see me. Uh-oh, can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
I can hear you now. Hi.
Yay.
Welcome to the stream, Rob. There's 69,000 of us here. We've
Oh my
been
God.
looking at you all day in court. At least 3 times. I know Runkle heard me because I was like, there's LawTube, but he looked up and I was like, it's happening.
Oh, you guys could see us?
Yeah, we could see you multiple times. How was the day? Oh,
You know,
introduce
who
yourself
else could
to
see us?
the law nerds.
Hey guys, Law and Lumber, Rob. I'm exhausted, so the instruction's gonna suck. I like doing woodshop stuff, and I like doing law stuff, and I like litigating a lot, and I have a lot of fun arguing with a lot of people. So we had fun today.
Can I ask you one of the questions that came up early on? And if it's easier for me to just ask you questions instead of saying, just tell me what happened, I'll just ask you questions because you've been awake for like 24 hours, I'm sure. But if Amber Heard gets binged on this intentional tort, can she write it off in bankruptcy?
Intentional tort, you cannot write it off in bankruptcy.
I thought, thank you.
Yeah,
No,
because
I
it's an
part of
intentional
it.
tort.
Okay.
It's if it is viewed, especially because the heightened standard of malicious conduct. Yeah, you have actual malice. Even if it was just any form of intentional, with the actual malice standard, you're not, that's non-dischargeable.
Right. Good. I feel so smart, you guys. I told you I would ask Rob. I asked Rob. Rob validated me in my soul as knowing at least a little bit of something from studying the Girardi case so much.
Yeah.
What did you think about cross-examination? Were you so excited we got into it today?
So I walked out during that afternoon recess and I looked, I don't know if you guys can even see us on the stream, but I looked at Larry and Runkle and I was like, biggest effing mistake ever. Like, why give her 2 hours?
So much
What
time.
is wrong with you? And I was like, massive unforced error. And Camille didn't see it coming. She didn't expect it. Did you hear her voice when she started?
Yeah, she was shaky. She sounded nerve-sighted. She was.
So if you want to fall in love with Camille even more,
I'm already.
I know. After she was done, and first of all, did you happen to see how quickly Amber Heard got off the stand and out the courtroom? Like that door was closed before we even stood up.
Yep.
Gone. See you later.
Yep.
After Camille was done, everyone started approaching the bar, and we all started walking to congratulate her, like to say you did a great job. She started welling up, like she started like tearing, like she was so anxious and she was so nervous that she was just completely overcome in that emotion in that moment. Like it was honestly so sweet to see that she like kind of had to turn away. She was thanking everybody and she turned away, and it was like, yeah. As a litigator, having been in that feeling before, oh yeah, like just the warm fuzzies.
Nailed it. She fucking nailed it. And she had so much time to just be like, okay, I nailed this today. So I'm so incredibly excited for her, but also she's got a long way to go tomorrow. And she did a really good job holding Amber Heard's feet to the fire. And maybe Bretta Hoff, because I could see that Direct was closing up when they got into the emotional stuff. I was like, oh, we're wrapping up here. So they had to know it was coming. But I think they probably expected it tomorrow, but she was great.
She did really well. She really did. I was very surprised. And honestly, I loved the tone. I loved the tone.
I did too.
It was exactly what we talked about. Assertive.
Yep. Firm.
Confident, not aggressive.
Kind.
Yep. It was, excuse me, Miss, and she did Miss Bretta Hoff will have a chance to ask you questions. And she really did peg her down. Now, if this were a bench trial, that whole donate versus pledge, that would have been done after the first question.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, the judge would say, move on and get the point. But the fact that she kept coming back to it, and Bretta Hoff, in one of these things, Bretta Hoff tried to feed Amber the answer, and that's when Camille goes, Your Honor, that was entirely inappropriate. It was because Bretta Hoff gets up and she goes, you know, she already said, she testified that it was pledged. And that was when Camille goes, Your Honor, that was entirely inappropriate.
That is so inappropriate.
And the judge goes, like, just waves him up.
Bretta Hoff wasn't turning on her mic. And the judge kept saying, turn on your mic. So we couldn't always hear her. So I was wondering what she said exactly to that was completely inappropriate. That's not the only thing Bretta Hoff did today that was inappropriate, though.
A lot. Like she yeah. But I will say, so Camille had that jury on a string at a period of time. And it was so cool. It was so cool to watch. They were doing the bob.
Wow. They were just
They were just back and forth. She had a great rhythm going, and Bredehoff, to her credit, knew that she had to object, not just with an objection, but a one that would get a sidebar. And Camille tried to resist the sidebar, but it required it, and it walked up. And it was, I looked at that, I was like, that was good. That was good litigation strategy. She had them. You saw that she had them. You had to break it up.
And that's the strategy that the chat's been asking a lot. Like, sometimes are you objecting inappropriately? And I'm like, it's not inappropriate. It's strategic. The objection has to be valid. And was that when they were fighting over the nonsense with the redacted thing? And she's like, but I need to see the rest of it for literally no apparent reason.
Yeah.
It
was the one before that. It was the spokesperson exemption.
Okay.
It was the one before that. And you saw Camille like turn around and do like that and get the Virginia evidence book and walk up there.
Yes.
I knew the exact page she was looking at too. And I was like, oh, this is fantastic. She's feeling it.
You guys, for Rob practices in this jurisdiction. This is a courthouse that he's familiar with. He was also the pizza orderer and line wrangler last night at the courthouse with the very authoritative voice. That's literally like always me in a situation. I loved it. Yeah. That you're just like, we are not a blob. Get in line. Get your line.
Could you hear that?
Yes.
Oh my God. And the sheriff was like, hey, don't yell. And I was like, I'm just trying to get him back.
Sheriff, I am projecting. I am not yelling. The amount of movements they did last night with the line was absolutely a mess. I felt for you guys.
I was so mad because every movement is going to cause strife.
Yep.
There's Larry.
There's Larry.
Larry's in my TV.
Larry, you're muted. I can't hear you at all. So you're internally or you're muted on your end, not in StreamYard. So hopefully that's not overheating.
He's in my TV room.
Oh,
Larry, there's a light down there. Yeah.
I love it.
I have Runkle is live streaming. Runkle is starting a live stream on my kitchen table. I've got Larry in my TV room and I'm up in my office.
Do you know where Runkle is streaming? Because I will let people know as we get over to that.
I told him to drop me a link.
Okay, perfect.
As soon as I've got that, I'll forward it to you.
Perfect. We'll let everybody know where to go after this. After we have the conversations. I will wait till Larry comes back on because people want to know about Amber Heard looking at you guys.
She was.
Right?
It was. Did you see where we were?
I did. And you stand out very much because you seem taller than everybody else and you're against.
I was on the edge of the seat.
Yeah.
And I put myself way high up because I wanted to have a visual where I could see Amber and the jurors.
Yep.
And I had the advantage that I was kind of one of the taller people in the room, period.
Yep.
So I was looking at the jury, and during one of those sidebars, Amber Heard's looking around, and she looks up and she looks directly at me, locks eyes, and then she does one of these, and then looks away. And it was one of the first ones of those that she did.
She did that all morning.
Oh my gosh, I think it's over caffeination.
Really?
Like a little eye twitch. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it to your chat to do the super sleuthing on that.
I mean, it could be allergies, it could be dry contact, but she was being a mess. Yeah, she was being a mess. So,
but here's the big time. When there was that massive sidebar before Camille's cross, whoa, she was every 2 seconds she would be looking over at either me, Runkle, or Larry.
Really?
A lot of it was aimed at me, and she would look, and there was one time when she looked and did one of these, like a little smirk, and I was very uncomfortable, but also kind of laughing.
You're like, I know that bed didn't break the way you said it did. And I know you've seen the video. Your video, by the way, if you guys have not seen Law and Lumber's video about debunking the Amber Heard testimony about breaking the bed, not only did it go viral for his first video on YouTube, but it was quoted by more than numerous news outlets. So I don't doubt that they're aware of your debunking video and aware of who you are, and probably recognize you. And we're now joined by the DUI guy again. Welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
We can hear you.
Sorry, mic troubles.
Okay. I mean, it's been a long day. B, it's Mercury retrograde. C, you guys have been up for like 24 hours. We were just getting to Amber Heard staring y'all down.
Yep. She that's the first time I I have felt such a cold wave go through my body. It's been a long time since I had that empty feeling inside when she looked me twice dead in the eyes and gave me that cringy smile of hers. And I don't know what that's about, but I have a very strong feeling she knows exactly who we are. If she didn't know in the morning, she definitely knew after the break. Rob called it.
They told they might have said these are the attorneys that are talking about it. Hi, Amber's team.
I think what it was Amber recognized, because my thing was in the morning. Yeah, my thing was in the morning where she looked up at me during the morning session, and then that break between recess, or the break between cross, she couldn't keep. She every 2 seconds she was staring back.
Are you trying to say she couldn't keep her eyes off of you, Rob?
Off the three of us? No, not a chance. We were definitely. By the way, we were probably 3 of the 10 total guys in that courtroom.
Yeah, it was a very heavily female crowd. Also, you guys are wearing suits. Where you were sitting, Rob, particularly you, up against the wall, it was very easy to see you. Every time the camera panned, we're like, oh, there's LawTube, there's LawTube, there's LawTube. There was at least once where I was like, oh my God, we can see LawTube, we can see Runkle, and he's like, and looked right at the camera. I was like, oh. It was absolutely amazing. I'm gonna have to find that moment and clip it because it was too funny. I was like, they can hear me from here.
You should have seen. So Larry went and got his suit on while we were still waiting in line, but the line started kind of collapsing because we didn't know if they were going to start giving out passes at 6 or 7. So anyway, Larry gets his pass and he goes inside. He goes stand in line to get a seat, and Runkle and I have to walk to my truck, and we do a quick change in the parking lot.
I was wondering where you guys were changing. I loved it. It was the parking lot.
Like parking lot. Yeah, parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
Runkle was like, I might need to get in your truck to do this. I'm just like, nope, just right here. Don't give a shit. I'm going inside this courtroom. Walk back up, and there's still like 100 people in line. And there were cheers. Like as we walked by in our suits, they were like, we're so glad you got in. It was insane. It was crazy.
Because people want to see your content, and they want to see what you guys think of the jury. So let's get into the difference between, and we talked about this at lunch, Larry. We talked about the difference between the jury this morning and the jury this afternoon. So I would love to hear what you guys thought of the differences between their reactions to direct and their reactions to cross.
Asleep versus alert, dead versus resurrected, inattentive versus really paying attention and are interested in everything that is being said. As soon as that cross started, I mean, that was it. That room literally just lit up.
I mean, the internet, we topped out over like 116,000 people concurrent on this stream during cross, and everybody was like on the edge of their seat. Like during direct, it was like, oh my God, please make this stop. And during cross, everybody was like, what is happening? And that long sidebar was very much a curiosity. What do you think they were doing?
I think that was opening the door. Like, I think they wanted to clear the way.
I think so too.
And I think the judge took it under advisement. Like Ben, so you couldn't see this. I don't know if you could see this, but Ben Chu looked back at his table twice. I don't know if you saw it 3 times, Larry, but I saw it twice and winked.
I saw it twice. When he winked?
He winked at his table twice. Like we're doing well, and you could see that Rottenborn and Elaine were getting it. Elaine doesn't hide. Like when she's doing like her hair is like shaking in the back.
It is. And her shoulders were like this when she was up at sidebar. You could see her just seething at sidebar. But what I love is that they've got the live feed from the court reporter. So at their table, they can see what's going on at those sidebars.
That was one of the coolest things I've seen.
Coolest fucking thing. Whoever gets that.
Yeah. Like I actually looked over at Ian and Larry at some point in time, and I wrote on my notepad, like, look how intent Johnny's team is looking at this live, like the live stenographer. Yeah. And they were all like deadlocked on that court reporter. And I mean, the other thing your chat missed out on, the judge was effing hilarious today. Like
she seemed a little spicy. Her tone with Elaine was the least patient I've heard her when she was like, sustained, next question. Like you could hear it in her tone.
It was the 4 leadings that was the funniest, and there was actually a laugh in the gallery. Larry can attest to this when it was like leading, sustained. What if any leading, sustained? What, I mean, what blah 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 blah. Still leading, Your Honor. And the judge goes, still leading.
It was like the same fucking question, just phrased the exact same way. like
4 times in a row, and on the 4th
Yeah.
time, the judge, like, the question gets asked, and she looks and she goes, and like is waiting for the objection, and it's there, and she's like, sustained, move on.
Yeah, we didn't see that because it was locked in on both Depp's counsel table and then heard on the stand, but you could hear it. And I don't understand what Elaine, she was like, I'm trying, like, you could hear her say, like, I'm trying to, and I'm like, we know what you're trying to do, but you're not doing it well. Like, get it together, woman. It was not great. It was just not great. So the chat's already asking if you guys are going to be back in court tomorrow.
So this is a great time to kind of plug Alita's Twitter, because Alita posted on Twitter that she's trying to find line stand-ins. The problem is we were there. We didn't think that we would need to be there at 9. All of a sudden, our Twitter feed, the LawTube Twitter feed, started blowing up and said, "Get your butt there." I dropped off. Runkle and I were driving by to check it out, and we see a long line, and Runkle's like, "I should get out." And I was like, "You should get out." And he gets out, goes there. I drive back to my house 80 miles an hour and 45. Leave me alone, chat.
Don't say this on the internet.
I don't care. They're not gonna, they can't ticket me retroactively. They don't have enough. Then I drive back going
versus attorney is more
as fast. I hop the curb. This is great, Emily. You're gonna love this. I hop the curb, park illegally next to Court TV's van, and sprint across the lawn to get there to be number 81 in line.
Right.
It was effing hilarious. And Larry
Well,
and Ian had
I didn't
already
know
gotten there.
that Runkle and I think it was, well, no, Scott was all the way up. He was just visiting us in the back. But Runkle had a spot saved for Rob. I was able to get in, and I was number 91. That's why I was telling Rob, you better get your ass over here.
Yeah.
I didn't know, because 3 more people showed up. And so 92, 93, 94, and then 95, 96, 97. I can't remember if they showed up before or after Rob. But I was like, basically, there's 6 more spots, and I don't know how many seconds, minutes it's going to be before those are snagged. And Rob was going to go to McDonald's. He was going to go get us some drink. Like, he had all these stops along the way, and I'm like, no, get here now. But apparently Runkle had a spot for him, so he was good.
I think came from Joe Neerman, somebody who reached out to him and was like, this line's already getting crazy. Tell LawTube. And I love that that's the community where people are like, I don't know if you're connected, but tell them to get here now. This community, if you guys love this coverage, support both Rob and DUI Guy on their channels. Follow their Twitters so you can get their updates, because it's community support that allows this to happen. And the content last night, when I tell you how tired I was, the content last night in line was absolutely riveting. From you talking to the people who were first in line to the crazy Karens, and the chat wants to know what happened with the Karens. They need to know. So can we?
So they have voluntarily rescinded their Karen status, and they did so gracefully, kind of not really voluntarily, but they did so. So they are no longer.
No, it was
Karens.
so involuntary, Rob. The ladies that were 90, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, and 99 basically kind of walked up in front of them. And then and I was watching this whole thing because I think I actually have it on my stream when I was videoing the whole thing. Number 100 or 99, one of them got in front of the 2 Karens and basically said, they just stood there like statues. They were not looking, they were not engaging. And one of them just said, "Oh, look, the Karens were so nice to relinquish the spots for us." And they're standing there like, what to do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Because they did not acquiesce, but they were late. At that point, they had no choice, and it was too bad, so sad, sucker. You got called out. What are you going to do about it? And the answer is nothing.
Yeah, LawTube took over Twitter yesterday, last night. It literally did. My Twitter feed, y'all are crazy, because my Twitter feed would not stop.
I know. I tagged all of y'all when I was asking justice for the law.
Same with mine.
Yep.
Oh, it was so crazy. And so there was a time that Larry just disappeared, and he's like, "Hey, Rob, can you hold this?" And I'm laying down on the ground and just holding his selfie stick, pointed at the Karens, and just trying to sleep, but pointing at the Karens still. I think it must have been on the Karens for a solid 4 hours.
Probably. That sounds about right.
Wow. That's insane.
What other questions? I'm so pumped about this. Like, we have jury identifications down. We've got A through I identified. We know who they are, not who they are, but we've been watching them all
You're
day.
watching
Like,
how they're responding. And I want to know, Rob, I don't think I got your impression of the jury from direct versus the jury on cross.
they are effing stoic. I have never seen a jury like this. So first of all, when Amber was finishing up her direct, that second big, long emotional thing,
yep,
there was zero emotion, nothing. Now, I'm not saying that's one thing or the other. They were just, you could not read them. They weren't leaning forward. They weren't nodding. They weren't doing this. They weren't adjusting. They weren't looking. They were just deadpan.
Right.
On cross, the curious thing was, one of them who we thought was kind of middle ground kept staring daggers at the Depp table for a while. G, Larry.
Sorry?
Juror G, who kept staring at the Depp table for a while during the
Yes.
sidebars.
Yeah. Yep.
But he started coming around like towards the end. It's really hard that when people are reporting this is a young jury, this is a young jury. Like,
Yeah.
there's low 20s, there's mid 20s, there's low 30s. There are maybe 3 people in that jury that are over the age of 40.
Wow, that is a very young jury. Do you think they're staring daggers at Depp's table to try to make Umbridge stop being ridiculous? It's like, please make it stop. Please use the objection things.
They're
Nope.
hard to read.
Fair enough.
Juror B is the easiest to read. He almost fell asleep.
He telegraphed. And he's also the youngest. We think he's like 21, 22.
You know, a young jury, I think, is good, could potentially be good for both of them, but good for Depp because they're not going to be as flustered about the drug use. They're not going to be like, oh, he's using drugs. He can never testify to anything the way the judge in the UK did. I don't think that hurts them. You know, and it's likely most of them have been punched in the face at least one point in their life. And the testimony about her being so brutally injured is not going to land. Did you like the way that Camille opened cross today with going through, he wears a lot of rings, right? He hasn't looked you in the eye. I thought it was a very interesting way to start with the audio of he said he would never look at you again. Was she getting out of the PR statement? Because Amber Heard
didn't like the looky in the eye part.
Okay.
The looky in the eye part didn't. I don't think that's sold because I was looking at the jury when that was, and I don't know, Larry, you might have a different take on this one, but the looking you in the eye part, they really weren't. That didn't seem to bring them around. What brought them around though was the audio. When she played the audio, you could see a lot of them perk up, and then when it was a cross on. It was fantastic. And the cross that was on where they really perked up and where one of the jurors that I thought was against us or against Depp. I'm saying us because honestly, I think that you can impeach the hell out of this woman. But one of those jurors that I thought was kind of difficult to deal with, after they played that Danish clip, he turned around from the clip. He looked back at the stand and his mouth was like slightly open. And I was like, ooh, that's your first tell.
Because she said she did it. Now, did you ever see Amber Heard's statement when they went to break last week, her PR statement? I'm going to pull it up real quick. This was the PR statement.
No, I tweeted about this. I yelled about it. Like, I was pissed.
Yep. But she said, that Depp does not have the fortitude or courage to look at Miss Heard throughout the proceedings. So I wonder if that line of questioning was not just addressing the court of law, but also addressing the court of public opinion because they blasted him about it in this PR statement. So I'm just wondering if that was a client choice. You need to explain this and there's audio to explain it. So the jury doesn't think that I'm a coward or this or that or whatever. I just wonder if that's why it came up.
I might have.
Oh, sorry. I'm bad at having guests. Hold on. There.
It doesn't seem like a very... Am I buffering?
You're okay.
Kind of.
It doesn't seem like a very lawyerly thing to do. Like, it doesn't smell like a lawyer tactic unless they have something in the works. You may be right. It may be a client wish, but I don't know. You know, trials. I know this may sound weird to some people, but trials are not unlike stand-up comedy. You have to start strong and you have to finish strong. Like, start the cross strong if it's like a one-day cross and finish it strong, or if it's broken up into several days, each day you have to start strong and finish strong, and then everything in the middle is pretty much irrelevant as long as you get your points across and they don't fall asleep, I guess. But I think Vasquez did a great job, at least trying to like perk them up, like with the whole thing with the rings, because that leaves a mental impression. Because jurors, like any human being, they're visual and they're imagining like this. They don't need to see a photo. They see him walking around. I'm sure they've seen his hands already, and even if they didn't, you know, at this point they're going to look. And even if they didn't look, they can still imagine in their mind's eye, you know, a metal I mean, basically like having brass knuckles on your hand and you're flailing and wailing and just like a little bit of makeup and look at that, I'm completely perfectly fine. It raises, I know there's not a criminal trial, but I'm always thinking about, I mean, that is some serious reasonable doubt at the very least, if nothing else, as to her injuries. And if she lied about that, what else did she lie about? Because if she truly was abused, she would just leave the parts where she was abused and not include anything else, where truly she has photos, evidence to show where she was abused. But the problem is, again, when she was talking about, and now, of course, Vasquez is bringing this on cross, as we all expected, the bloody skull, the, you know, beaten head where you fucking passed out in the middle of getting beaten. And you didn't go to the hospital. You don't have photos.
That you felt get broken.
The bed broke.
She has to come back. Like, she has to come back and do that. Like,
it's now starting. The meat, the real meat of the case. This is going to be the make or break. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
I think, again, when I came into looking at this case, my opinion was always this is an uphill road for Johnny Depp. This is a hard case to win. I don't think they should have brought up the allegations of the sexual violence because they could have distanced themselves from the headline. Once they try to prove the headline, I think she's trying to prove that it matters to her and they can't distance from the headline anymore. And I think after watching her testify, again, we're at you lost it for yourself. If she loses this case, it's 100% based on her testimony. Her testimony has not rung credible. And I think once they broaden the definition of abuse, play the audios of them screaming at each other and talk about getting, you know, he slapped me here, he slapped me there. But once you're getting into, I had clumps of hair ripped out all over the apartment and I'm being pummeled, the injuries and the evidence do not match what she's testified to. And I think the jury might not get over that and be like, she lied. And if she lied, they can get to defamation.
Yeah, and how about Vasquez taking a massive risk today that was a show to Amber Heard, like, I'm willing to go here with the bottle penetration. That I was listening to that testimony and I was, the second she started saying it, I was deadlocked on the jury. I was going, this is insane. Like, this is telling Amber Heard, I have no fear going to these areas. I will go here.
And she can.
She did. And the jury, it wasn't like the jury was eating it up, but the jury wasn't offended. They weren't backing off. They didn't stray from it. You say that stuff to a normal person and they're like, but the jury didn't change. They were fine.
They were curious. They want to fill in the gaps. They want those questions that have been in their minds for the last, well, week and a half, really, with the break. They're now finally starting to get answered. Oh, so wait, you're going to say donate. What did she say? Donate and what was the other word?
Pledge versus
pledge and don't. Oh my! I wanted this. The whole courtroom literally was like, "Are you serious right now?" Like they were all like whispering amongst themselves.
They're interchangeable.
There was a laugh. There was a laugh that was like stifled, and I don't know if you guys could hear it from the stream, but I mean, Larry, it was a really weird,
audible. It was
moment, and it was like an audible like sigh.
Like for the third time or fourth time she said, "It's I use them synonymously." No, it's the same thing. I would like to disagree with you. We were all like, "Oh my fucking god!" And I'm kind of glad she's doing that because if the jurors have any sense at all, they're picking up on all of that. They're picking up on. We've noticed that what was it, Rob? Jurors D and E.
We're looking at the gallery.
They're watching like hawks as to how the gallery is reacting because we're presumably ideal world, we are the only source to the outside perspective that they have if they're not doing any research, independent research.
Yep, absolutely. We've got some definite questions coming in, so I'm going to get to those. What is the general feeling of which way the jury is leaning? And it's hard to say because they've been there today. So today, which way was the jury leaning? More engaged in cross, it sounds like.
They were engaged in cross, but I mean, I think that
Still anybody's guess.
I mean, it really is tough. There are juries that are relatively easy where they kind of show their hand. You have the people that nod, the people that lean forward. None of the physical tells were
You're
there.
the ones who sit back like this when you're talking.
There was one moment when the dude put his hand in his lap, and I was I was looking at that jury. If you guys see me on the video, I'm staring at that jury the entire time. And the one thing I wrote a note down, like, old dude puts hands in lap. Like, it was the most shocking thing. And I'm going, why is this shocking? This is not like, this shouldn't be shocking to me. There were times when they would back away. I think one of the most pronounced things that I noticed was during Elaine's direct, there was a point in time where all of the juror chairs were facing Elaine, and then they were turning their head to the witness. And if the chat doesn't know, that's not how that's supposed to be. During cross-examination, that's how you want it to look. But during direct, you want those chairs pointed at the witness, and you want the head to crane towards the attorney. It was not like that for a while. But when they got to that May 16th or the May 21st incident in 2016, all of the juror chairs turned directly at Amber. And it's clear the jury has picked 2, 3, 4 moments that are really important to them. And that's where you need to put your best evidence.
Because they want to hear that. Interesting. This I had a big reaction to, and I don't know if it was a big moment in court, but what was the jury reaction to Amber Heard saying, "Why would I be afraid?" when talking about texting the pictures of Johnny Depp? I thought that was very surprising as someone who's accusing him of being a monster, and they get into cross-examination. Weren't you afraid? Why would I be afraid of that? It was a very interesting moment. Are you guys like nothing burger?
Nothing.
No, absolutely.
I didn't see anything.
They just kind of like, kind of painted the courtroom, and we're all just like, okay.
It was so
she's trying to come off as stern, assertive, in control, and by virtue of this being cross, finally, I think Amber is going to have lots of slip-ups, but the question is the jury going to catch those? And contradictions and slip-ups is what she's trying to be defensive and assertive on cross, answering all the questions in the way she wants to come across, and that might bite her in the foot, bite her in the ass, whatever. So we'll see.
Rob, the chat is asking if there's any way you can turn up your audio a little, and I think
you tried. How's that?
I don't know. It's always sounded good to me, so I'll wait and see what the chat says, but thank you. Another question. There was a moment where the cameras completely blipped and we came back and it looked like Amber Heard was looking up.
So it did happen. I was right.
What happened?
Yep.
Lightning struck somewhere.
Yep. And Juror H, who we call Juror H, she's been one of the most stoic. She's our Catholic school mom. She's probably mid-50s, female, sitting in the front. And she has been one of the hardest people to predict, period. End of story. But that lightning and thunder came through, and this big smile came across her face. It was so freaking weird. It was so cool to see because she broke character for a second. It was just funny.
That's really interesting because I froze. Uh-oh.
I mean, at least you look cute and don't have your mouth open.
Darn it. I froze.
We can still hear you.
I know. I'm going to have to I might have to go out and come back in. You guys.
You know what you look like right now? You're like, what is this fuckery?
Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Nope,
Yep.
frozen. You guys, I'm going to let you be in the stream audio only. Law Nerds, take good care of my friends. I'm going to have to refresh and come back in because my computer, after over 5 hours of streaming, is struggling. But one of the questions that the chat was asking is, what happened when they were getting into, where did it go? When they were getting into a moment and then they had a huge sidebar about it. And I was trying, the pictures, when Amber Heard was saying she turned over the pictures and then blamed her attorneys. What was that like in court? And I will be right back.
It was tense. That was one of the more heated sidebars, wasn't it, Larry? When was that when all 4 went up there?
No, the all four was the very beginning before the
That was the
cross
beginning.
started.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so what I think Vasquez was trying to do at that sidebar, if I were a betting man, you have a witness who is basically resisting admitting that these photos don't exist. Like, that's what you're trying to get out of her. This is what you want. Like, you never took photos of this. No, I did not. Okay, moving on. But she wasn't getting what she wanted. Vasquez was not getting what she wanted. She had Amber Heard sting and like a snake, you know, just like swiveling and like slimy and slippery coming through. Like, well, I turned everything over. That's their decision what to use and what not to use. And I wrote to Rob and Ian in court. I said, I think she should just drop it and be like, look, you're talking about, again, I'm going back to the bloody skull, the giant bumps, the bruises you would have from all the strikes on the back of your head and everything, and you don't have photos. So you have photos of the tiny little scratches, but you don't have the photos of the bruises on and the bloody skull, and you're not. Your lawyers have it. You turned everything over, and your lawyers chose not to show the most like the bloody knife, basically the murder weapon. They decided, like, you know what, we can win without the murder weapon. That's what I would do in closing. I would tie it all together and be like, okay, so you want to tell us this exists and just not show it? It doesn't work that way, honey. And this is why you should basically ignore that testimony that she's lying.
Yeah, Larry, I wanted to ask you this one because this I thought of on the drive home. What if that moment was Vasquez believing that that she had just lied on the stand, and her attorney knew that it was a lie because it was the turning over the photos, and it was Vasquez's opportunity to confront Elaine at the bench and say, "Look, I know that she just said I turned everything over to you, and if you don't have it, it's not because I didn't give it."
Right.
And if it's like, I now get to cross her on this and say that you actually have it,
right,
or that you did not receive it. Like, this was now a lie. That's my new theory on it, because that's how animated Elaine was getting at the sidebar.
It's possible.
I don't know.
That's
It's
deep.
possible.
I didn't think about that.
It is absolutely possible. It was really interesting because the whole, like, that's not my job was a very interesting tack for her to take.
Oh my God, yeah.
Being patient while all my browsers crashed. I appreciate it. But her whole, like, that's not my job. Yes, I would love to show them to the jury. Well, I'm sure just as much as Johnny Depp's team would love to see the metadata on them. What was it like when the metadata was getting redacted out of those photos? Because that's a play that I think can go both ways for attorneys, because it can make it seem like Depp's team's hiding something, but it can also make it seem like, you know, Heard's team hasn't turned over something.
I think it was played well. The hearsay objection was timely and it wasn't too assertive. It was one of those that was like, it was a very calm objection that didn't really signal to the jury that something was serious. But the second I heard her say hearsay, I think, Larry, you looked over at me, were like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, that's a good objection. That's the best way to phrase that, because that's the metadata gone. See you later. And
they blacked it all out. And Heard was really pissed about it and kept trying to say, well, I can't see. Well, I'd love to tell you. Well, I don't know. But fair, Depp did that too. And he did that too on his cross. What was it like when she dropped that she spent over $6 million on attorneys, and the attorneys were like, oh, that was a lemonade.
Yeah, that was tense. That was tense. Like, I don't know if the crowd heard it, but the attorneys in the room, every butthole puckered a little bit. Like, we were all just like, like, we were like, oh, that's emotional. That's not okay. You can't do that. You're gonna get your ass ripped out. Like, that's not okay.
I probably looked like a butthole. I was like, no, didn't just happen. Like, that was emotion in lemonade. But now we all knew, like, we've been speculating about how much this cost, and now she's like, it's cost $6 million. What I loved on Cross today was them doing the timeline of that she got the full divorce payment in almost a year before she got sued.
Could the stream see how that happened?
I could. I think so.
Did you see Ben Chu bring the post-it up?
No, didn't see any.
while they were sidebar arguing something else, then Chu brought a Post-it up and put it right on the screen in the front there. And the first question she asked after coming back to sidebar was, isn't it true that you had the $7 million in your account for 13 months before Johnny Depp sued you? And I was sitting there going like fist pump, like, that's the question. That's it. Hit it again. Do it again. And I think she could have done one more question, but it was good. It was a great question.
It was a really powerful moment. And even if the jurors don't see how powerful it is in the moment, it's going to be so fun to argue in closing, because she kept saying, I couldn't pay it because I was sued. That's not exactly how that went down, though. And I also wonder if it gives them room to argue that she didn't publish the op-ed until her full divorce was paid. You didn't speak out until all of your divorce settlement payments were made, did you? You didn't speak up about this years in advance, because then there would be repercussion for violating the NDA. But once you published this, you knew it was at risk to violate the NDA, so you waited until you were paid out.
Yeah. And there was a random question in your chat that I want to answer because I don't want speculation on the issue.
Yes.
There was a juror that had a tissue brought to them. It was not because they were crying. It was not because of anything. I think they just literally had a runny nose because you see her pull the mask away, wipe her nose, and put it back on. That's it. And it was Vasquez that called it out. And there was no tears, no nothing.
They're sitting closest to the juror, and it's fair that a juror is like, hey, this is happening. Though I have had jurors cry. I've had jurors sneeze. I've had jurors getting into coughing fits and need water. Like, it happens. They're sitting there for very, very long days. So.
Did you catch, Rob, how the clerk of court was grabbing a box of tissues, and at the same time, Amber Heard had her box of tissues, and they were all both at the same time, and she was trying to get her box of tissues in first. That was pretty funny.
She was trying.
Mary, did you catch that she pulled the same move with the nose wipe?
No.
She did the same. Yep. Emily saw it. I know you must have seen it because it looked weird when I saw it. It was forced.
Fingers all up in there.
She had her finger. She had every other time she had done it. It was like this and done, or like this and done. There was one time, it was the first time that she pulled the tissue to her face. She did the.
Yep, and got her fingers all up in her nose. It was.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, bummer.
It was early in the morning.
Okay.
It was earlier on in the morning.
Is that when I left? Maybe because I did leave to order pizzas for everybody.
So
maybe it was then.
DUI guy ordered like 40 pizzas.
I shared the photo on Twitter. I saw that Legal Bites did too. I mean, you guys have not only are the heroes of the day, but people want to see your coverage. And I know that both of you genuinely love talking about this, meeting the people that are out there. This is such an unreal moment of what's going on between the work that we do every day not me anymore, but the work that we do every day that people don't always see, and then bringing it all to light and getting to talk about it. It's such an incredible moment. Now, I was screaming on stream when the Milani makeup compact came up on to stand. How was that moment for y'all in court?
I was like just sitting there. I looked over and I was like, "Are they doing this? Are they really going to try this? They're going to try this."
Every girl in that room looked at her neighbor friend and was like, "Are you serious?" Like they were all whispering to each other.
Everyone turned into the Michael Scott meme. It's happening. It's happening.
Crazy. Amber, of course, she goes, now this isn't the exact one. And I was like, oh, you F and C in next Tuesday. Like, oh my gosh.
She fucking had to. She had no choice.
I know, but it was so funny.
But you know what you might not have caught that we were talking about in the chat is Amber was going through her makeup routine and talking about wearing makeup from the time she walks out of the bathroom. Tint and moisturizer, by the way, not the same as foundation, but whatever.
I caught that one. Yeah, that was ridiculous and stupid and should never have been spoken on the stand.
Never. And then she was talking about going to court the day for the TRO with zero makeup on, even though she never leaves her house without makeup because of paparazzi. But then she talked about doing all of her makeup and then using the bruise kit. She called it a bruise kit. A bruise kit is for making bruises, and it goes on after your makeup because you need them to stay. Color correction goes on under your foundation and under all your other makeup because it needs to correct things before you put the foundation on. So the chat was blowing up with that's not the right order to put them on if you're covering things up, and lost it. So if she's such a pro that makeup was put on in the wrong order, the jury might not get that. The men on the jury might not get that, but it might.
The women might.
The women might. The women were looking more and more skeptical. The more that she kept
during
talking,
that portion, yeah.
The more that they kept looking. That was when they started looking around the room more, and that was when they started like giving Amber a little side eye. Now, my favorite dude is juror I.
It's weird that there's letters. Are there always letters? Why are they not?
No, we
Filipino guy.
made them. We did it because it was just easier for us to track. But I is basically the closest to Amber in the bottom side. So he is literally the closest to the witness box. Amber never looks at him, ever. Every single time Amber addresses the jury box, she starts up high on the right side. Those are the two ladies. And then she goes down middle, which is the 30-year-old male who's, I'd call him like, he's like what, like a handsome Irishman, basically, like younger, 30-ish. Yeah. But goes straight to him.
Injured.
Yep. And then she starts doing the scan, but she never looks directly down at this guy because he sits there like this, like while she's testifying, he's like this.
Wow.
And like this. And he will look at Elaine and he'll look at like this at Amber.
And he likes to do this a lot. He does this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. She must feel so disrespected on the stand because she wants their approval. You can see how badly she wants their approval and wants to know that they're bought in. So for somebody sitting there not paying attention to her has to eat her up. I'm not surprised she's not looking at him. We've got some more questions coming in from Super Chats. You guys, before we do that, make sure to follow both Law and Lumber and DUI Guy, not just on YouTube, but also on their Twitter accounts where they can keep you up to date because they are doing the Lord's work, and B, the tireless work of staying up to wait in line, which is exhausting.
And two comments to that one. I started with this. Alita had a post on her Twitter feed.
I can go find it.
She has been looking for people that can go and wait in line, like for us, because we are effing dead. Literally
You don't
dead.
have to say effing on this channel. In fact, I prefer that you don't. You're going to need the anti-curse jar. If you try to mitigate
I'm fucking exhausted. I'm fucking exhausted. And I am fucking delirious. And the number of profanities that are gonna come out now that one has come out is absolutely asinine. So I need some fucking people to actually go over and take a look at that and see if you can show up. It would be fucking awesome if you could be there because I can't physically do it right now. It's a 1-for-1 swap, which means that we need 3 people if they want all 3 of us to be there. And it's a very graceless job. It really is. The benefit you get is that I'm going to call your ass out on this stream and be like, thank you, God, for getting us in that line and getting us in that courtroom. And yeah, so they're supposed to, the sheriff's posted a new sign that said, don't line up before 1 a.m. We don't know.
Well, it's not a new sign. They already had that sign up, but now they plastered it everywhere. Now it's like in 7 or 8 different places across the wall of the courthouse. So you can't miss it. Before you could easily miss it. Now you cannot miss it.
So we have no idea what that means. What the sheriffs did was they made us walk across the, like literally across street, like to the other sidewalk and wait there until like they said, it's 1 o'clock now, you can walk back orderly and make a line. And then people wanted to kill each other. So I have no idea how it's going to work. If there's people that are willing to hold line, please respond to Alita and see if you can set it up.
I'm going to tweet that out right now, so it'll be on my Twitter as well. So even if people don't want to be in court helping hold the line, there's a sign up genius that Alita set up. Alita's so good at that detailed stuff. I'm too ADHD to have details, but I'll also put the sign up genius in the chat, or Tech Valor, my lovely producer, if you'll throw that into the chat so that the sign up genius is here too, in case anyone's in the DVM area, that would be fantastic. Or DMV area. I don't know what also dyslexic. It's fair. I want to know how the attorneys reacted when Amber started blaming them for not having evidence submitted. I think we talked about that. That was a very heated and awkward sidebar, it sounds like.
Yeah. Oh, I have one more cursing word for you.
Yes, please.
Your chat, because monetization finally went through and was approved, they can finally go give me some fucking super thanks on that big, massive video.
Awesome.
If you liked it, please go. It would be awesome. Took a long time to make, and I was tired.
Breaking the bed video. If you want to congratulate Rob for breaking the bed, then you need to head over to his channel, Law and Lumber, and you can super thanks it. Your monetization went through faster than my monetization on my second channel. I did a Milani makeup video. It hit over 1 million. And I was like, oh, that's my first video on YouTube to ever hit 1 million on my channel that's not monetized. Cool, YouTube, cool. I see where we're at. Thanks so much. It feels great. But also, this is now my full-time thing. I know you are new to YouTube, so getting into that monetization can take a minute. So people can absolutely go and share the love for you. Let's get to a few more questions. Question: didn't Amber Heard admit she wrote the op when she answered why she hired a lawyer, and her last answer was so JD didn't get angry? she said she wrote the op-ed and she said she ran it by her lawyer. I think that was going, for me, let me know what you guys think. I think you ran this all by your lawyer was going to the fact that she didn't have any malice, no actual malice. My lawyer told me I was okay, so I didn't know it was false because I was just following instructions. What did you guys think of that testimony?
The Nuremberg defense. I honestly, I think it, because she knows that actual malice is so hard to prove, as you just mentioned, Emily, that is her best route to take, is basically, look, I didn't have a direct hand in this. I mean, sure, yeah, I gave the facts. I told my story. Her whole, this is for empowering women everywhere. Bullshit. You just wanted notoriety to ride Johnny's coattails, as we all know. But she's trying to make it look like it's all about women and empowerment and being able to finally speak out, again, riding the coattails of the Me Too movement. I mean, it's all wrapped in this nice, neat little ball of shit that she's trying to sell to the jury. And is it being done? I don't know. When I was looking at them when she was giving that testimony, they did not seem, I mean, they were already exhausted. They did not seem very interested in that. So it's kind of hard to tell if they even, because they were just completely dead. But I think that her point was made. How effective is it? Time will tell. But we got to remember unanimity in Virginia. This is the one thing that I keep reminding people of, because at the end of the day, you need actual malice, and they all have to agree in one voice. And if one of those two things is missing, they either can't agree that there's actual malice, or they all agree that there isn't, or they all just can't agree. It's either a hung jury or a loss for Johnny and Amber Heard, probably. Yep. So the countersuit is not gonna pass muster. I think if you noticed, Elaine spent like 15 minutes on the countersuit.
Minimal. Very minimal.
Like,
you're not going to prove malice there.
There's nothing there. And the 100 million, they didn't even try to bring in numbers at all. Like, it hurt my feelings. That's what it was.
They said they were going to bring in an expert in opening statement. I hope they dump that plan and just let it go. I think the countersuit was a PR move anyway, because it's not.
Of course.
I think that they're saying, oh, well, there's a countersuit. I think it's more likely that everybody loses than it is that anybody wins at this point still. But I also worry that the jury could find her stories to be such big fish stories that they're like, no, we're finding malice there. She knew this was all a lie because this is so disconnected. I think, again, her testimony could hurt her because it got so big. But there's
something called, sorry, Emily.
Oh, go ahead.
There's something called jury nullification, which I'm sure LawTube fans are very familiar with. And that is when the jurors can go back and say, look, we don't believe Amber. We don't believe Johnny. But Amber was such a cunty McCunt face. You know what? We should just give some money to Johnny and go home. What do you guys think?
Yep. It can happen that the jury's so turned off. They're like, no. And I think they can do it on the tweet. And if they want to send a signal, they find defamation on the tweet and not on the other two counts, the tweet where she incorporated the online article. Conmari said, will JD's team have any other witnesses on cross besides Amber? JD's team doesn't have witnesses on cross. Amber has to call the witness and then they cross it. Thanks to you, I Guy and Rob. Fell asleep at 4 a.m. watching you all. Yeah. You guys kept a lot of people awake last night. I'm not going to make jokes about it. It was a long, long night, but
sorry, not sorry.
Do you think they'll be done with cross tomorrow afternoon? This cross has been moving pretty.
I don't know. I feel like Camille might have found her footing. That I like that she got the nerves out. Like, so tomorrow she can come in fresh, and once you get that rhythm established, it's really kind of funny. You end up being like a boxer in the ring, and you start playing natural. So it was so cute, and I don't mean to sound condescending, but she scripted her first few questions, straight script, and it was obvious because she asked the question and then didn't hear the answer and then asked the next question. The question she asked was, it was before, it was, you accused him of abuse before A and B. And she said, yes, I got my TRO before A and B. And then she says, and you got your TRO before A and B. And she goes, yes, I got my, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I know you're nervous as hell, but you know what? Good, get rhythm. but now she has a
Don't be
rhythm.
humble, Rob. I think we all agree Vasquez is so much cuter in person.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
oh my God, she is.
She's a very competent attorney.
Very.
Yeah.
Their look.
No.
What? I
You
can't
realize
comment on
I'm
her
not
looks
commenting.
now? Am I
I'm
coming
not
off as a
commenting about that at
chauvinist?
all. I have a law crush.
Excusez-moi.
Yeah, I have a law crush on
No,
her.
we all have a crush on Camille, but I
Yes.
don't doubt she's more attractive in person. Is
But
Elaine
she
more
is
screwy?
fierce. Like what I loved about her is that, like, I don't want to say I'm anywhere near that level because I know I'm not. But the rhythm that she picked up, the caliber, the tone that she maintained was just like the perfect. Like, this is how, if you want to take a class on how to do a cross, watch this trial today and watch it again tomorrow. You will learn everything you need. This is how you cross. You didn't answer my question. My question was, like, she follows all the rules, and I love
she
it.
skirted the line. She almost had a judge admonition there. She
For being
really was close.
for being
On the whole, you are defining donations differently than I am.
Yes.
And the judge was like right there about to admonish, and she pushed the question through before it could happen. And it was great lawyering. I can't wait to see. I mean, I hope I get to see it.
She
was
found her
fantastic.
footing for sure. I got nervous when she read a lot of her opening off of paper.
Yeah.
That I was like, but she might be a newer trial attorney in this group. She does appear young. It sounds like she appears younger in person too, but she seemed, I hate seeing an opening off of paper. It seemed though that she was not beholden to a list of questions because she did start to flow naturally from the answers into the questions, which we did not see Amber Heard's attorneys do well at all. None of them seemed to actually listen to the answer. They heard the answer and went, I want to go to the transfer from the UK, and just kept going through their checklist instead of responding in real time. And she very much found her footing in a more surgical style of cross where the jury could hear the answers and internalize them instead of just being peppered with questions nonstop. So Michelle is saying, call me paranoid, you're strangers, I won't be offended. But since you've been theorizing that Amber Heard recognized you in court, is she listening? Always
Hi,
Who cares? What's going on? Yeah, I saw you.
Exactly.
Do you think the jury likes Elaine?
Nope.
Does anyone like Elaine? Elaine grates. Yes, check the list. Let's get it filled for LawTube. So there we go. We've got people already taking a look at getting the line fillers taken care of. Hey, Rob, Larry, and Emily, it's James from court. Hey, James.
James, this kid is amazing.
Hi, James.
So this guy, if anyone who was not tuned into to Larry's live yesterday, this kid has been in this courthouse and in this courtroom, and he has some of the most detailed juror notes that I have ever seen. I mean, the analysis was almost about as good as you'd get with a lawyer. Honestly, I was asking him questions about the jury so that I went in there and had a little bit of an understanding of what I was looking for. And he was right, like almost 9, 10 out of 10 times. And I say kid because he's 15 years, 20 years younger than us. I don't know. But like, he had this massive notebook and did great research, and he's been there every day. So if you guys see him in line, if he's going down there to save a spot, if you see him in line, shout him out. He did freaking awesome work.
And I told him, obviously we have to prioritize ourselves, but for both James and Lisbeth, who is the reporter from Denmark, who was on my stream yesterday, if we are able to successfully fill our spots by proxy, which would be a feat in and of itself, I told them that if we could get 2 more for our 2 new friends, I mean, that would be amazing because they've earned it and they're cool as shit. And I just told them that I would try. I told them I make no promises, but I told them that I would try.
Do you guys know if James has a Twitter where he's breaking this down? Where is he breaking it down, or is he keeping the notes for his own?
It's himself. He has this
for himself for now. He has a Twitter, and he was not willing to share it live. He said it's personal.
That's fair enough.
I mean, if you are the Depp or Heard, I mean, no, I'm not gonna say that. If you're the Depp legal team and you're listening to this, reach out to this kid and pay him a shitload of money for his jury book. Because, like, I'm not kidding. Like, pay him a lot of money for that jury book. Like, give him the money, get him in that courtroom, and just have him watch. Because he has been spot effing on.
Fantastic. Well, James from court, it's so good to see you. Thank you for dropping the super chat to say hello. I'm so glad we saw it. Your friend Runkle is here. If you want to add him, he has the link if he wants to add.
He's live streaming right now.
Yeah, I think he's streaming.
I think I'm gonna go jump over and join him and keep him company.
Okay.
When you guys start winding down, if you guys want to come over and hang out, that'd be great as well.
I will absolutely add Runkle's link down below so we can check it. I've got some super chats to get through. Does LawTube have any passes, or do they have to wait in line? Wait in line.
Line, baby.
Line, yep.
Sheila, I'm also class of 05. So what's up, friend? So that's nice to see.
Really? I'm 06. Well, high school.
Shut up.
You're 06 high school?
Yeah.
Get out of my house.
Okay, I will. I'm in your basement right now.
No, I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm 96 high school, so that it's super cool. DUI guy, it's fine.
I'm fucking young. I'm a baby. I know this. Okay, leave me alone.
It's fair. Rob, when did you graduate from law school?
Law school was 10. High school was 2.
Fair enough. Oh, my brother was 2.
You took a break in there. Nice.
I just took a little while to finish college.
You mathed quickly. That's impressive.
Couple of victory laps.
It's all those DUI, all the DUI cases. Lots of math involved.
Of course, yeah.
Can I ask you a question out of curiosity, and then we will get back to her Depp trial for sure. What is the highest DUI that you have ever seen in your cases?
In my cases? Not as high as you might imagine. I think like 369.369 was my highest probably. But I still believe even that number was skewed because I watched the video of that arrest. And I think he had either acid reflux or GERD or something where his body was not processing alcohol properly. Because I'm like, yeah, I know you're not an alcoholic because we had a conversation and I believe you, you know, like, unless you're totally lying to me, which is also a possibility. But based on everything he said, I determined that the 369 was because his body was like not metabolizing alcohol, because otherwise he would have been in a coma, like approaching death if he's not an alcoholic.
Yep. My highest was an alcoholic at a 0.42. I will never, ever forget the lab slips and the testimony that came in, because we had to bring in testimony to explain how they were functioning.
How is he alive?
Not dead. Yeah.
Not functioning well, but a habitual alcoholic. It's the craziest lab slip I had ever seen. I was a fairly new DA. I'm like, are we sure this is right? Because this doesn't feel accurate to me. So lots of extra testing.
420 belongs in the marijuana chart, not the alcohol chart.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was the craziest shit I've ever seen. But new DAs do a lot of DUIs, especially in LA.
Emily, I'm going to jump off real quick. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Whatever. I'm going to be somewhere. But
you got it, Rob. You're always welcome. We'll see you.
I'll see you upstairs, Rob.
Everybody passed out in like the Jack in the Box drive-through where I prosecuted. So they would just go in and ping people because they would go through the drive-through to try to get food and then pass out in their car, like regularly. Anyway, does anyone in the courtroom laugh when Amber gets really dramatic and starts waxing poetic with her weird quivering lip thing? I find myself LOLing at that.
Well, not really. In the courtroom, people are trying to be respectful as much as they can. You know, when we walk in, we get this very nice little spiel about how we understand, you know, we recognize the fact that most of you have spent like the last 10 hours in line. This is not a party. You are not at a rave. You know, this is a courtroom. There's certain rules of decorum about self as they go into that whole spiel, and people seem to be very respectful of that. They understand that we're in the courtroom and stuff, but when it rises to the level of so if it's not extreme, you'll see like a lot of people just like kind of looking around at like, are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing? Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? Like, okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, I'm not alone. Got it.
Oh no.
But when it gets like over the top, like the donations thing that we talked about, I mean, there was clear audible, you know, commotion in the courtroom. That happened a couple of times. There was one other time that happened, but people, like, there's no like audible laughter like there was when Johnny Depp was on the stand.
Right.
And I think again, there's this weird, I don't know if Rob talked about it or not before I jumped on. There's this weird ritual that apparently is now an official thing. Like, okay, I'll have to, let me paint you the picture, okay?
Please.
Wait, I just lost audio on you, Emily.
Oh no, I'm here. Just paint.
It may just be me. Can you still hear me? Okay, I'll just tell the story and then I'll try and fix my audio. Anyway, so let me paint the picture. So the judge just took the break. Everybody stands up for the jury walks out first. So the jury walks out, they have like a side door. Then everybody remains standing. The judge stands up, leaves through her side door, and everybody remains standing, motionless, still. They're waiting for Johnny to stand up, but that's not all, folks. Johnny stands up. He kind of like does his thing. His 4 or 5 bodyguards like surround him basically. He turns around to the audience and the entire audience does this.
Yeah, we saw it.
And he waves back at them and they all just kind of show him like all this love. And only when Johnny leaves the room do they finally start filing out.
Yeah, we definitely saw everybody waving at him and him waving at them.
Let me fix my audio.
Oh, it's definitely a pro Depp court. So hopefully we will have Larry back in just a few. I'm tagging your super chats for them. Christopher, I think that's Melcher, said Camille went too far when she was questioning about the medical records. He said she should have made her point and moved on. Do you agree? I don't agree. I think it was a good point. So again, all litigators have different style. I think the lack of medical records for the level of injury in the different instances is necessary. So I found that the level of questioning about the medical records was appropriate based on the degree of injury alleged. And she was going incident to incident. She wasn't just going for one incident. So this was another attorney commentator saying that he thought Camille went too far in questioning about the medical records. What did you think in court? Did it drag on or did it feel appropriate for the amount of instances alleged?
No, she has to pry. She has to grab pliers and start chipping away at her case, because if she doesn't do that, then she's missing out on critical cross-examination brownie points that she could earn in order to discredit Amber's. I got beat up so bad, but I didn't need to go to the doctor. Right. Or I didn't need to take any photos. But on this one little scratch, yeah, there you go. There's proof.
But you didn't need to. And she finally said, I didn't go to the doctor. I didn't need to. But it seems almost ridiculous after the level of questions being asked. From Free to Be said, so I can read Amber, as I'm pretty sure most people can. She is definitely malicious. Can a juror find her guilty on malicious intent just because they can read her? Or do they have to decide off the evidence she is malicious AF? Malicious for court, the malice is a knowing disregard of the truth. So it's not meanness. It's a knowing disregard for the truth. But if the jury doesn't like her and says, well, she lied about the donation and she lied about this, we think she's lying about that, that's enough. So it kind of can tie together with the jury just not liking her. And that is something she runs the risk at. I'm going to try to get some more court specific questions for you, Larry, while you're here before you need to jump off. So do you know, are they protecting juror names and info? They normally do. I was contacted at work by the respondent after being a juror on a civil trial. I worry for their safety. The attorneys might get their information after a trial to follow up, but that's not all jurisdictions. And the jurors would generally be notified before their information is released, but not to the public. So how, when the jury's leaving, are they coming in the side and leaving out the side?
Yeah. They have like a special, I don't know, I'll literally call it the juror door.
Yeah.
Because they remain off screen, they come in off screen, they remain off screen, they leave off screen, and they have a special door where nobody can touch them basically or talk to them because the only time they're visible was when the judge is on the bench, and the judge will not let you, and the bailiffs, of course, they will not let you come near them. So they're completely fine. Now, I don't know, in Kentucky, they allow, I mean, there's juror lists. You get a juror list like when you're litigating a case, and you can ask for it ahead of time, so you know their occupation, the questionnaire. I'm sorry, I keep calling it. There's the questionnaire, and then there's the list. But you can get the questionnaire, like their actual juror questionnaire that they fill out in Kentucky. So you get real personal information on that one. Those have to be returned to the court, but you know everything about your jury. Obviously, the cases I've done are nowhere near the level of notoriety than this one. Are they in danger? I don't think so. I think it's fine.
AC, this is just a procedural question. Can another jury cross-examine? No, only Camille. One witness, one attorney. So that's how that goes. It keeps things orderly. I really like that. Emily D. Baker signed up to stand in line for Wednesday and Thursday morning. I'll be there with my little dog for pet therapy. I'll stream on my channel as well. Sign up if you're in the DMV. Farron, thank you.
Farron, you're awesome.
So much. Look, law nerds are the greatest. Thank you so much, Farron. Appreciate it. Please tweet at me so we can share out where your stream is and show you support for sure. Thank you so much. We're going to get to a few more super chats and questions for you, Larry, if you've got a minute.
I have a minute. Let's do it.
What was the jury's reaction to the conversation about the fecal matter, if you noticed, or what was the courtroom response? It laid kind of flat because it didn't say grumpy.
Her trying to pass it on as a joke that her friend did that she didn't find funny or whatever it was. Because I don't remember if I was around for the original testimony. This is before I jumped on the trial, so I'm a little late to that party. But I don't know if the original testimony was alleging that she's the one who did it. Did Johnny say that she did? I don't know. But the bottom line is her trying to pass the buck, or pass the puck.
Grumpy. She was trying to pass the poop is what she was trying to do. But they were talking about the dog having problems from eating Johnny Depp's marijuana when it was a puppy. And it was the strangest testimony. It's like, oh, the dog has a lot of problems. But she was trying to pass it off again on the dog and trying to make it sound like the driver who testified that she said was a joke that was gone wrong, that the driver was the one who made this up. It was very strange. That she's like, I was never alone with him. That was so weird.
I didn't notice any
nothing
serious reaction to that. No.
In the movie version, Law and Lumber is played by John Cusack. I'm going to just go with agree or disagree. I'll go with agree. I think it's fine. Agree.
I like it.
Let's do it.
But young Cusack from High Fidelity.
Yes, definitely High Fidelity Cusack. Question or Grosse Pointe Blank Cusack. Maybe a little younger than Grosse Pointe Blank. Amber implied.
I actually don't know that movie. I'll have to polish up.
Grosse Pointe Blank is so good. With Minnie Driver, it's such a cute movie. But I love a rom-com with assassins, and it is a rom-com with assassins. So we're going to just leave it at that. Question, Amber implied she turned over pictures and blamed her attorneys for not bringing it in.
Shoot, I'm buffering again.
We talked about the pictures. Does Amber, you're good. Are you trying to catch better signal up there in the air? Oh, we've lost him. No, I don't think Amber Heard has a good chance at a mistrial with the pictures. I think it's why we had a long sidebar.
Emily, thanks for having me. I'm going to go before my phone craps out on me again.
Thank you so much, Larry. I appreciate you. We're going to spend a few more minutes closing out Super Chats. Thank you so much for being here. All right, you guys, we were so lucky to have both Rob and Larry, the DUI guy, come on in and share their experiences in court. We've shared that you guys can sign up to support them. You guys are absolutely incredible. So thank you so much. We're going to go through this real quick. Amber Heard said she had shingles. Yeah, I have no idea. It was weird. It's in none of the medical records. It seemed to come out of nowhere. I don't remember if it was this morning or yesterday, but what about Amber Heard saying she lost work in 2020 when it was so clearly COVID in, it's like me saying Aquaman, COVID impact. They haven't gotten to that yet. And if there's an expert on her witness list, they might ask the expert. They might ask her about it and let her try to explain. They might not. Question, did the jury look uncomfortable with Amber looking at them? We unfortunately didn't get to that with them, but they talked about it this morning when DUI guy was here saying that the jury was not making eye contact with her during direct examination. Would love an Oprah-style interview with all of you after trial. I mean, I think all of us are going to be talking about this trial forever after this trial. It's such it's such a, not just a moment, but such a massive trial. Made sure to sub on YouTube and Twitter to both DUI Guy and Law and Lumber for Rob. Thank you. And yes, you guys can see his debunking the breaking the bed video up on YouTube. Do you think Amber Heard's team is capable of better, but wasn't expecting this tough of a fight from Johnny Depp's side or from their own client? I think their own client control is a bigger issue. I think they're not used to trials as much as depositions, where some of these evidentiary issues get smoothed over. So I think that's part of what it is. So Rob is here. Rob's been so good. I saw the witness list. Will they call everyone from it? Not necessarily. It's everyone they could possibly call. 70K, Rob, be cool. Sleepy superhero, I think he was. Both of them are so tired. I'm so tired, but they were great. How many people pick up on the coldness? I wonder. The best lawyers are slightly intuitive. I agree with that. They are. Lawn Lumber, what was the jury's reaction to the essay bottle? He talked about that when we were going through it and said that they didn't seem squeamish about it because Camille handled it well. And that's really important. How do y'all feel about the testimony she gave about the photo she said she turned over? That was a moment. I don't know how big of a moment to the jury, though. It was definitely tense because there was that long sidebar. As a male who dealt with abuse like this, I cannot tell you how grateful I am that you are covering this in such a way that I can understand. Jax, you're welcome. And thank you for sharing that. Thank you for the note. You're welcome. It needs to be covered. Question, why haven't one of the teams subpoenaed the editor of the Washington Post? Baffling to me. Because I don't think it's relevant. We've got the ACLU testimony, and they were more inextricably linked here. And I don't know what the Washington Post editor can say other than we published it. They aren't being sued for defamation. So I don't think it's really relevant. Did she even go to college, though? She was 22 when she was with him. I don't know. I don't know if her education level matters too much. It might matter to her, but I don't know if it matters here. How can she write off settlement taxes if she never paid to charities? She can write the donations off, but not the settlement off if she made the donations. Question, why is the judge allowing Elaine to make a fool of herself and question every decision? To answer her question, I think that because, well, if the other side's not objecting, the judge can't really get into it until it's a big issue. And we saw that the judge from Rob today sharing that the judge was like waiting for the next objection that the judge was trying to signal. Question, do you think Umbridge was a part of law review? Oh, possibly. That's a joke from our members only live stream. Would Camille be allowed to use the phrase, did they receive the money instead of paid, to avoid the pledge versus paid debate? Again, I think we touched on this a little bit. It calls for evidence that she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of because she wasn't there to see if they were paid. Unless it's like, did you see the money go out of your account? But even then it might call for the witness from the bank and be hearsay. So no, we heard the ACLU testimony. I think that's the best testimony we're going to get. Why is it acceptable for Amber Heard's team that Amber Heard has the possibility for a JL2/Aquaman 2 without a contract, but not for Johnny? They talked about the contract. They seemed to allude that there was a contract, that it was an option contract, which was slightly different than what Depp had. He had kind of an agreement. But yes, they are going to go back and forth on this. Are jurors allowed to ask for any legal guidance during deliberation? No. They get the jury instructions and that's it. Can Camille ask the same questions from her testimony to see if her story is consistent from the first time? She shouldn't. It needs to remain a surgical cross because otherwise it's going to seem like harassing and she'll lose all the ground she's made. Can another, we answered that. No, they can't. One witness, one lawyer. What about the produce pictures that were not shown to the jury? I think, let me finish the question. I was confused why Amber's team would have photos of allegations and show them as evidence in court to the jury. I felt like Johnny's team felt the same. I think Johnny's team felt that Amber Heard was lying about turning over those photos and wants to know, why haven't you turned over these photos? So I really think that it's getting to whether Amber's lying about having photos of that. I've turned over everything. Well, you didn't show them to this jury. That's not my job. It's because there aren't photos is what I'm thinking. And that's why this is coming up. Can a lawyer fire their client during court? Oh, not easily. Not easily. Not easily. And the court would have to allow it. It would be a huge issue. So no, there would have to be something very, 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 very dramatic. And even then it would be a problem. Question, why would you call JD to the stand for Amber's claim? Couldn't that hurt her case? She's going to have to prove the counterclaim, and she has to prove that this person was an agent or she just lets it go. So that's why if she's going to call Johnny Depp, it has to be for that. Could the LAPD investigate the false reporting for the TRO? It goes to the court. It doesn't really, it's not a police report. It's a court record. So could it be perjury. I mean, it's a court record. So if they find it's falsified testimony under oath at the TRO, but it was, I would have to look at the statute of limitations because I think the statute of limitations on that might be passed. So no, LAPD can't. D said, will the horrible audios Amber discovered by Incredibly Average be used in this trial? I don't know. D, I haven't listened to it, but the audio that is valid evidence, I think we're seeing come in. So if we get to the end of cross and it's not in, then we'll know the answer. Amber Heard kept saying how hard she worked to keep Aquaman, but never said what the hard work was. Correct? I was confused why there were no details. Maybe there's not. She was just saying, please don't get rid of me. Please don't yeet me from the movie. Please, 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 please. So with that, let's see. Can the court hold Amber Heard and her team accountable for clearly doing research during the break? They're allowed to do research. They weren't allowed to talk to her testimony. So they weren't allowed to discuss her testimony at all. Question, will this go on appeal? Yeah, it'll probably be appealed depending on what happens. If everyone loses, there's nothing to appeal. So love your trial coverage. Obsessed with this. I'm obsessed with this too. I'm obsessed. So why are the police not investigating all the drug use and drug trafficking? It's well beyond the statute of limitations, and the conversations aren't enough evidence that the police would ever get involved. So with all of that, you guys, we have been streaming for over 6 hours after the lunch break, and I am going to wrap up, so I can go get some food, but also I will let you know that others in LawTube are still streaming, including Runkle the Bailey over on his channel. They've pinned the comment for people to go to Runkle's stream. It is in the pinned comments if you want to see it. I am going to wrap up and say good night and say goodbye and see you in the morning. But with that, getting tons of tweets asking if we collab, would love to have you. I do deep dives from a psychology survivor view on cases. Love your insight. I will go look. Swoop, always happy to check it out. Always happy to have a conversation. Not sure. We will make something work. I will go look on Twitter. So absolutely reach out to me on Twitter and I will find that. Amber Heard said the nurse lied on her medical record. Could the nurse be called back in or get in trouble for Amber Heard saying this? Well, not if it's not true. And we've already heard the nurse's testimony. I don't think she'll be called again because the nurse testified via video deposition. And I think Amber Heard knows it, that she's not going to call the nurse back in because she testified via video. So there's no one to come back in and say that's not true. Amber Heard's op-ed states she's a victim of abuse, but does not admit she's also an abuser. That's a lie of omission. Is that not considered malicious? Malice is the reckless disregard for the truth standard that we talked about. It's not like a meanness, but the jury gets to decide what is and is not malicious. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Thank you. The chat, Swoop, the chat is so happy to see you. Look at that. Lots of love. Hopefully you're seeing all of the love in the chat, and I will absolutely connect with you on Twitter. How are people chosen to sit in the courtroom? The first 100 that are in line get to sit in the courtroom, which is why they're looking for people who sit in line. So tomorrow I will be back at 7. Oh my God, it's almost 7 o'clock here. So I'll be back in like 12 hours at 7:50 a.m. to give like a quick recap and then get into the morning tomorrow. So for tonight, go check out the rest of LawTube streaming about this. We have pinned Runkle the Bailey stream. They were in court and they're going to be talking about their experiences in court. Thank you for being a law nerd. You guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for a day watching this trial. And boy, was it a moment today. Some testimony. I'm going to have to sit down and like break down everything we saw because there were a lot of moments. So I'll recap that at the top of the stream tomorrow morning. And with that, thank you. Good night. I'm going to go hydrate and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good night and take care of yourselves. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.